Violations, PCI compliance shattered. Terabytes of data being transferred over fiber. Sysadmin was AFK when hackers hit the wire. Now your day is ruined and your server's under fire. Anyone know what's wrong with the what's wrong with the internet? The internet's all messed up. Can't log in. Someone wanna log in? I can't remember my email password. I'm very scared.
Okay, so as the major lag's going, we're trying to test the interface here. Hopefully we aren't chipmunking. We're going to find out in a couple of seconds. I know this is an odd angle. Everyone else wave. Let's see. Yay, we have the audio. Yay, so now I could just mute this for the rest of the thing, except when we have to do certain audio. Hello, everyone out there on the interwebs at the odd angle of me trying to position my giant head where giant heads will not get in the way. We are testing out a new show that we're trying, and actually because Cell has now straightened up a bit. There we go. This is before he was working on something, and oh yeah, you were supposed to. We might do that at the end. We'll see if we can ad hoc the Elgato in because you're working on a project. Yeah. This is always weird when we try out new shows, simply because we don't know what the format's going to be, and we have to send to our grooves and stuff. So this is going to be just a giant test run, even if there's like no one watching or no one in chat. We're just going to keep doing this. So as I attempt to set up, we actually have a guest for this episode. I guess I'll quickly explain who we are and what we do, and I'll have these two introduce themselves. Hi, I am the Side of Pockets, aka Side Pocket. That's what people refer to me on the internet, unfortunately. I am one of the two co-founders of DCG 201, formerly known as DEF CON 201. In DC 201, we are one of the many DEF CON groups, which is a computer hacker organization. So we editing code, tinkering with hardware, and hopefully getting better results than what was in that intro video that I made. We usually meet third Friday of the month in Jersey City, New Jersey. Our next meeting is going to be on the 17th, which we're still trying to figure out some stuff. Hopefully by this weekend, we should be able to get information out to all of you. And if you want to find out more about us, you can go to our website, which is down the bottom. I just posted in chat called, you can find it at dcg201.org, defcon201.org, dc201, all of them forward to the same thing. We're also all over the socials of medias, including Twitter at DEFCON201NJ and DEFCON201 on Instagram and GitHub and the hostdocs.social and Mastodon and such. If you want an entire master list of that, I just posted that link in the chat. Very lastly, before we get some of the other stuff out of the way, I do want to mention that for all the unfortunate people who are watching this stream on Facebook, yes, you can chat with us if you wanted to, if the Zuckerbergs allow it. However, because of Facebook does not like any other form of technology. You have to do this you basically have to do a hack in order to make the chat work. So I posted in the link where you can go there and set all that up. So in the meantime, as the first instant reward pops up, I'm going to have these two intro each other as we try to get our hopefully guest on tonight. So starting from the left side of the screen, now that I've introed themselves, going over.
So we're going to intro each other. So I guess this is Cyricel.
I thought you were introing yourself.
Well, you said we're going to intro each other.
Oh,
That's the joke.
Okay. Hi. I do computer. Generally speaking, it turns out okay. Sometimes it doesn't, and when it doesn't, I try to make it not turn out okay. That's my whole shtick.
That is the best possible introduction on a show that we call Patch Tuesday.
Yes.
Yeah.
There are layers to that. As a former system administrator, that just makes me kind of want to strangle
You apparently got canceled by Platypus with Cheese.
Yeah. Game over. I'm out.
Game over, man.
No, if it was, he doesn't rage quit that easily. He wouldn't be using haiku if he did.
No.
I didn't want to tell him. Oh man.
I didn't realize. Well, I'm sorry. I didn't know that was private information.
Did you
I guess I'll get my haiku.
Did you just outed him? Did you just out him out of the haiku closet?
I thought he was very out.
Anyhow, speaking of OS2 Warp.
I guess I'm feeling a bit net positive about this.
Oh God.
So I'm N Commander, and when I'm not causing Cyricel to have an aneurysm, I have my own YouTube channel where I do unspeakable horrors to other computers. In general, when it's working, that's a bug for me, unless it came that way from the factory, in which case then because my apartment is a collection of things that don't work, are broken, or dedicated to video.
So you live in Jersey City?
No, that would be if I lived in
or
Newark.
Bayonne. Okay.
No, Bayonne has an important purpose. It's to remind people that in Staten Island that it could be much worse.
Okay, so the thing is that now that we've had, I guess, our introductions done, basically what this show is going to be is something we've been talking about for a while, which is making a talk show essentially about recapping all of the terrible news roughly within the last 30 days, aka a month. So every first Patch Tuesday, basically we're covering a lot of the stuff that we've heard about in November. If we love interacting with chat, if anyone has any news articles that aren't trolls, which is really tricky in today's news environment, that we forgot to mention or you want to shout out or there's like a breaking news, feel free to post in chat.
Anytime.
If you just wanted to see us comment like Mystery Science Theater 3000 on news articles and heckle them and watch us just die laughing and other miserable feats, you can, as I say, keep lurking, keep learning. Also, before we get to our first thing, as you notice above me and all of our heads, we're seeing the. Hopefully the ceiling is there, but above us virtually is the. We're trying to raise money.
It's still loading in for me.
We're trying to raise money for the Children's Miracle Network hospitals by January 1st. And we got a follow from Stay Awesome. That's the best Twitch username so far.
But you know that's probably a name that was registered back when it was still Justin TV.
Yeah. Well, that, and also I'm just sick and tired of we always have these elite hackers follow us, and it's literally like a 28-byte string of hexadecimal code as their username. That's why I'm just like, yeah.
So as you can see, we're on Patch Tuesday right now, and actually.
And we just got a follow from Viach Varon. I hope I pronounced your name correctly.
Nice.
But,
we're on Patch Tuesday. We're supporting Children's Miracle Network, and if you can see over here, I can't really reach over there.
That's what she said.
Over here, we're up to $269 dollars. We have a goal of 600, but any dollar counts. It all goes to the
Yep.
charity.
Even if we don't meet our goal,
Mhm.
all the money that's been donated so far will be donated. Will go directly to benefiting sick children in pediatric hospitals and centers across the United States and Canada. Because, but we especially know as Americans, there are no doctors or insurance or anything. And this was before the plague, which we'll get into in a moment. But now that we've gotten that out of the way, and I also post the link where you can donate. I don't want to waste their time just because they are all the way out in this mysterious land where all the CEOs come from called India, which is, congratulations to them. They went from being under the thumb of the British to like essentially owning all the tech world. So like, and India kicked Facebook out. Like we have to remember that. We didn't, they did. So
Yep.
immediate point towards
The
them.
INIT
Yep.
stands for India.
And so now what we're going to do is this is going to be a weird thing where we're going to kind of go like back and forth on like, hey, can you hear us? And we're going to hopefully have him be able to live stream here. So we have OX Threat Intel on here. And oh, I know what I need to do before I even switch it over is nope, that's not the thing I want. Make presenter. And now we're going to switch everything over. So it's going to look a little strange. As I say, actually, I actually just switch screens here. There we go. And then this is where I become like an old man. I am
You are?
there it is. I know, basically. I'm 34. Shut up. So we're going to, here we go.
Well, it was starting to switch
Whoa!
screens, and then it stopped.
Hi, Binary Badger.
All right, so hopefully, I'm just going to refer to you as Honey. Can you hear me in there? Can you type in the chat?
Can you hear us now?
Let's see. Okay, should be able to hear him on here. Hold on. Let me just quickly do this. I'm going to turn the mic off. You're going to watch us play charades for a bit. I turned the mic back on. We're still trying to figure out what's going on.
We are having technical difficulties.
Because it's Patch Tuesday.
This should not be this difficult.
I know. I know.
What are you trying to use?
This is what we've been using, SemfCall.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to assume you know how your technology works.
We normally do. It's just, we're hackers, so randomly, like my favorite thing is when everything works, and then a last minute update will have, like I'll literally have something where I have to update the computer, and then it literally breaks 8 different things that we need to stream in like 5 minutes.
Are they in the call?
They're in here.
Are they talking?
Okay, now it seems like they've popped in. Just want to make sure here. Can you speak, honey? Is your audio working? Okay, for some reason your audio is not working. We hear you now. We hear you now. Are you able to load in your slides? Because I do have the PDF of your slides. That's fine. Take your time. We're just happy that you're on here. Like, this is really awesome. I read he wrote a blog that I will post the link for later.
You haven't even introduced who we're talking. Who's talking?
He's gonna introduce himself. So yeah, we're just having him set up here. There was 2 clips in the intro that we built that I forgot to put in. I'm gonna do that later on. I'm just happy it turned out that well. So while he's setting up, what shenanigans have you two been getting into since we last saw you?
Okay, so one of the things that I've been starting to do is I've been looking at this admin code thing that's been going on, and I'm like, I program in Forth. I could probably do this in Forth. I should probably do this in Forth. So I'm gonna look at the challenges and try to at least complete one of them in Forth, but not just any Forth. A Forth implementation that is written in under 500 bytes and fits in the boot sector of an IBM PC hard drive.
See, here, my version of this is why don't you just use Forth on open firmware?
I could. And what I'm doing would probably work on both systems.
I've heard open firmware Forth can be a little quirky.
I can reprogram the first Forth to work like open firmware if I need it.
Some people change their code to work for the programming environment they're in, and then other people change the programming environment to match the code.
Forth is very much a meta-programming system like that, where you do change your environment to fit the system.
See, I was thinking, and then my cursed idea is, I wonder how my COBOL is.
Ooh.
And how to make SingleCell.
I do COBOL. If anyone's hiring, I'll do
identification section.
Okay, so here's an idea that I've had, even though there's going to be a little bit of a lag with this, honey. If it's too difficult to get your slides loaded in for whatever reason, they may have updated the system. I do have your slides, which you thankfully provide for us as a PDF, and all you have to say is next slide, and I can use the PDF and go to next slide if you prefer that. Okay. Okay, so what I'll simply do is I will minimize this. I will make your face extremely big so that everyone can see. I love the background you chose, by the way. And what I will do is I'm going to take the mic off, and then you're on your first slide. As soon as I say begin, you can begin, and we'll all hear you. And when you need me to move to the next slide, just say next slide, and I'll click through. Okay. So are you comfortable now? Okay, so I'm just going to do this quick setup here. And whenever you're ready, begin.
Are the slides up? Have you updated?
Yes, there are currently up, so you can begin whenever. Just say next slide when you want me to move to the next slide.
From where should I able to see that? Hello.
Yeah, hold on a second here. So the only way you'd be able to like see it in real time is you'd have to load up a separate window or like a separate device with the live stream, and there'll be a little bit of a delay.
Can you tell me from where I can load it from here?
I'm sorry, what was the question? Oh, okay. Yeah, and I know it's because we just want to answer something in the chat. When we have the desktop audio and the mic audio at the same time, it does cause an echo, so I just removed that element. What I can do is let me go into the chat. This is why I love when we do, like, all of our first episodes have been like bleh, because of the. Oh, I see what you're trying to say here. Crap. So, okay. Okay. Okay, I see. You got it working. Yep, I can see it. All right, so we'll make this easier. Let me just do a quick setup here, and I'll let you know when you can start because I'm going to put you in full screen mode. Okay, so you are in full screen mode. We can all hear you. We are ready, and whenever you're ready, just begin.
Yeah. So my audio is good now. Hello.
Yes, your audio, we can hear you.
Okay. So, hi guys. Thanks for tuning everyone for this talk. Uh, uh, so, uh, audio is echoing. Can you? Hello. Okay. So, hi guys. For thanks for everyone for coming to this talk. In this talk, I will walk you through the internals of recent uh, campaign of APT 37, in which they had targeted journalists and security researchers. So, let me introduce myself. I am Hani. I am from India. I do malware analysis, threat intelligence, and I write blogs on those stuff and also information operations. My Twitter handle is 0x threatintel, so you can ask anything related to this talk if you want. Other than that, I used to play games like Among Us and some other. And what's the agenda for this talk is first I will tell you about the history of targeted threat events which had occurred during the 2019 to till now, which are related to Lazarus Group, and what are the sites which are the targets in this campaign, and then after that I will uh, walk you through the research which I have done on their recent malware campaigns. And in this campaign, generally what they were doing is that uh, 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 they were uh, uh, performing information operations which are based on disinformation related to COVID-19, and they also was doing impersonation related to Upbeat, uh, 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 and in this campaign, malicious VB script and loader embedded with the PowerShell script payload are being used, and the in the information operations they were doing using SWP documents, which I will show you in a minute. Lastly, I will talk about what are the TTPs that I have mapped on AttackMiter and IOCs, and how the remediation and detection of these type of threats can be done. And lastly, I will give you some references so you can refer the research work from till now on these type of attacks done by Lazarus Group. So this uh, let's see what the history of their targeted threat events occurred during the 2019, and till now. According to the this year January report of Google Tag Group, which are the people from Google research team, threat intelligence research team. What they had tracked is that the Unit 180 Lazarus group is being creating personas on various social media platforms like LinkedIn, Twitter, and since like 2019, and these personas were used for luring targeted group of audience to fall into their malicious campaign. The personas which the Lazarus group had made are um, mm, made like that they are some sort of security researchers, and along with the personas, what they have done is that they had created blog sites claiming to be demonstrating working exploits of various CVs, which are fake, which are not real, so that the security researchers who follow them get fetched or hacked during their campaigning. So this campaign occurred throughout 2019, from mid of 2019 to 2020, and then it's also happened till now. And from Microsoft has also put the report on these type of attacks, in which what they had seen is that they had seen that the campaign uh, which the Lazarus group is being uh, uh, conducting is through GitHub and various other social media platforms, which I have told you earlier. And in this GitHub campaign, what they had done is that uh, um, they had used Visual Studio project for malicious targeting, and also from recently, about like 1 month or so, and ESET researchers also tracked back targeted campaigns in which the cracked software were used by Lazarus Group for targeting security researchers. And in recent days, like about a month ago, I had been tracking them, their activities. So what I have seen that is in APT 37, which is a subgroup from Unit 180, is being deploying decoy documents in their campaigns. So, what is the LRAS group is they are basically the military intelligence unit, which are also known as Unit 180, and the most talked groups from this their targeting in recent years were these two, APT 37 and APT 38. And what they generally do is that either they do cyber operations, which include espionage, sabotage, and wire fraud, or psychological operations, or they what in their campaigns what they do is they do crypto related money laundering, and uh, they have also have capabilities of creating a damaging malwares, yeah, for their campaigns. And for that, APT-37 is known for that purpose. So target of sites and the campaigns which happened are in prime target of their campaigns were South Korea, due to the conflict between South Korea and North Korea. And other than that, what targets they generally prefer to hack are Asian countries, North America, and European and Middle East. And this group was also confirmed by Vitalik Ramesh that they are also been working with Russian APT groups in their malware campaigns for targeting banks. And WannaCry was also the campaign which they had held responsible for, and which was and that campaign was stopped by malware tech. And the attack of this campaign was attributed by US intelligence to the Lazarus group. And since 2019, this group is believed to be targeting security researchers, journalists, and also the people from human rights groups with malware campaigns as related to their interest. So, so recent campaign which I have researched on, which is related to APT-37. In this campaign, I had analyzed about 4 files, uh, and these all of these files are attributed by me to APT-37, which are which is also known as Reaper Group. In this campaigns, 2 of the files are decoy of HWP and Word document files, whereas the other 2 files are VB script and executable. And all files are found to be having a payload of PowerShell based payload. This was the document, as you can see here, is the COVID-19 related disinformation document, which they had used in their information operation to which also comes in wire fraud. And what they has initial foothold, what they had done during this campaign is through spear phishing email having malicious attachment. And what this document tells is that people should not uh, uh, go for vaccines and should trust on the natural antibodies which are developed by uh, 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 during the infection of COVID-19, which is totally false, and which is should not be considered, because people should take vaccines in contrast to what this document disinformation document tells. So, uh, so I had decrypted this document, and here you can see if there are four uh, files that uh, embedded in many files are embedded in this, but four of them are having the malicious payloads in them. So two are the malicious executable files, and two are the shellcode files which are having malicious executables. So all of these files which are uh, extracted by me from these documents, uh, totally four of them, what they has is that uh, and these executable files firstly uh, spawn a process PowerShell.exe, whereas uh, during the execution of this PowerShell command, along with that, it has base 64 encoded PowerShell script. Here you can see that this command is being used uh, by this process PowerShell.exe. It all listed in my blog, so you can easily read that from there if you're not able to see here. Uh, this is the PowerShell script which I had decoded, which is a base 64 encoded. And what this script does is that it uses post request to communicate with the command and control server, and it downloads the additional plugins from command and control server into the app data folder in the Windows directory. And this is another document which is used by APT37. It is also a HWP document, and what this document is says is that it is a it says that there is a change in the upbeat policies, which is which what APT37 threat actors are doing here is that they are pretending to be upbeat concern related people, so which they are probably not, and so they try to hack into some uh, uh, sort of organizations related to a beat and in this campaign. And this both of these documents, if you see, these are in Korean, so these this whole campaign is related to South Korea, in which they were hacking. Uh, uh, so, this is the decrypted HWV document in which similar kind of base encoded PowerShell script is present. This is the script, and uh, uh, yeah. N- this is the PowerShell script which I had decoded, which is base in 64 encoded, and it also communicates with the command and control server using post request, and it downloads plugins from into the app data folder. And uh, then after there are two files. First one is a VB script, and second one is a executable, which is a loader for loading a PowerShell payload. So this is the PowerShell script decoded from VB script, and it also follows the same pattern like as I had discussed earlier. So this is the uh, PowerShell script from uh, uh, loader uh, file. Uh, uh, what this loader file does is it follows the same pattern as I shown in the executable from COVID-19 related document earlier, and it also communicate with command and control server using post request and downloads data into the app data folder. And these are the TTPs techniques which they are using in this campaign. So they are using phishing and command and scripting interpreter and some others techniques in their campaign. And these are the IOCs, 4 files which I have analyzed. And for stopping these kind of threats, what you can do is that you should not click on any suspicious document or sites which you are not familiar with. Only click on those sites which are encrypted, have the SSL. Uh, you see that green sign at their when you open the site. So you should not open any site which you are not familiar with, and also you should not open any suspicious document which you have received from a unknown person in your emails. And for these stopping these kind of threats in your organization or uh, uh, at your end, what you can use ADR is that you can use ADR solutions, and you can block all kinds of malicious traffic through ADR solutions. Other than that, what you can do is that you can set up the detection regularly update detection policies and rules on the basis of online available IOCs uh, uh, in the market. And these are the references. So first one is from Google research team. They had researched on these types of threats during uh, 2019 and 2020 and put their research this year. And also similarly, Microsoft had its security team also had done their research and put their blogs. And here is a blog from me. And you can also see for the blogs of ESET and Kaspersky because they had also done their research recently on these type of threats. Thank you all for coming to this talk. Hope you like it.
Mic on. There we go. So yeah, we're gonna transfer over to the news section. I just wanted to say thank you, honey, for that presentation. I'm gonna post the blog link later, and you're gonna see our faces in a moment. To the article that like where you really break down exactly how this group's operating and who they're targeting and stuff like that. We had you before, and it's always a pleasure for you to be on here to show off your work, and I look forward to your future work. So I'm going to kill the stream now. Take care, and I hope you have a great rest of the day. Yep, thank you. All right, so let's switch over. And we are now browser mode. And our faces are going to appear in 3, 2, 1.
Oh my god, it's hideous.
Ta-da! Well, I wasn't in frame yet. So anyhow, so that was just again just because of timing issues and stuff. Like occasionally the idea was that we might have like if there's something in the news and we can get them on, we'd have them on, and just due to time zones we're putting there. And again, this is also the first episode, so if you haven't noticed with me just being like we're still figuring out what exactly this episode is. So because it's a bit of a potpourri, I'm actually going to ask these two here what topics should we cover first? Do we want to go to general tech news? We want to do cryptocurrency? We want to talk about cons coming up? Or
Well, I was going to bring up my topics list, but US East 1 is down.
Yeah.
should we talk about the like before we get into like news articles of like what
Well, let's
parts of the
talk about
internet-
what's happened today.
Yeah.
Yeah, that just stuff is going offline
So-
and stuff. I actually wonder if there's while you guys look for it, I'm going to see if there's any just made articles about this. So I'll go search for it while we
Okay.
talk.
But yeah, apparently there was a massive outage at Amazon AWS US East 1, which is a very major data center in the AWS library. In fact, it's the central data center.
Well,
Which
it's
is-
because it's the default.
Yeah, it's kind of a poor move on Amazon, in my opinion, to have a single point of failure like that. But
Is it poor move like Amazon's like company
Yeah.
slogan?
yeah, but
But isn't this the second major failure of East 1 this year? I remember, didn't it
I
go
think
down
so.
like over the summer for like...
I think it went down and then it got overshadowed by the Facebook outage.
Yeah, that sounds about right. But the fact of the matter is that in the 70s, we had this, let's create a decentralized system of computers. And
Right.
so, in theory, you know, even when GeoCities go down, and did I just carbon date myself? It wasn't like it was a large percentage of the internet. Now,
Yeah.
when US East goes down, you know, the tweet that summed it up is, now I can't go on Hacker News to complain on Hacker News that US East 1 is down.
Yeah.
And I feel like I need that meme of the Uno card of you shall deploy redundant applications or draw 25, and the internet is holding.
Yeah.
You wouldn't have like a deck of playing cards. I feel like this needs
I
visual.
don't, but
We need to invest in one soon,
Yeah.
and I'm actually going to change that. I just realized that again. This is the first episode. I realized I made a boo boo in terms of like what logo we should put here.
Okay.
Yeah. It's
Oh, yeah, I
unrelated.
noticed
Yeah.
the white on white.
Yeah. Hang on, because we this is what
Something horrible came into my mind, and I'm just going to not say it.
Okay.
I just find it odd that you're getting the horrible thought when he said white on white. Because we do live in the United States.
Yeah.
You're
I'm
not that, but it was just a coincidence.
No, I'm just, and then end commander buffering.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's like that. Yeah, it's like that moment when you go to a Reddit that is an animated GIF that is a loading screen just to screw with you, because
Yeah.
I have fallen for that more than once. But the largest problem is that a lot of people consider AWS and specifically EC2 as a good thing.
Right.
The problem with Amazon Web Services, and this is the thing that drives me up a frackin' wall, is that with the exception of EC2, it's 90 to 95% buy-in of Amazon's proprietary APIs. You've got DynamoDB as their NoSQL solution. You've got SNS. You have SQS. You have Beanstalk. You have things that you can shoot yourself in the foot in real easy, and no real price controls. I've heard that there's some on the API now, but
Don't forget Route 53.
Well, that's just DNS. And
It's always DNS.
I was about to say we've already like in terms of us speaking have gone in like a minute and a half, and we've already reached DNS.
so, I mean, it's not like I didn't cause problems when I redid the 201 infrastructure. Like, I didn't have a DNS moment.
Well, we'll talk
Well,
about that later.
We fixed it quickly.
Yep.
Well, yeah, I only had to fix
A
the sign-in.
responsive sysadmin.
We'll definitely talk about the hilarious list later. And actually, it's a good thing that we're bringing up the Amazon outage because there's an article that immediately relates to that. Because if you think this is like a one-time thing, one of my favorite pieces of news is, and by the way, hopefully we're not going to hit certain paywalls or stuff because I don't have that extension added in. But basically,
Oh, no.
yeah,
What
that
are you doing?
NASDAQ has partnered with Amazon to move market trading to the cloud next year.
Oh, Lord.
NASDAQ has partnered with Amazon Inc. to shift North American markets to cloud starting in 2022.
So
There's only one way this could be worse. Like, I can
Do
only...
you want to give them ideas?
Yes, actually. Because if it ends stock trade, if it makes stock trading less shitty, or more shitty, I don't know which one's the correct word
I
to
know,
use.
right? I mean, God, imagine if Amazon had the power to just change its own stock price. AMZL 9999.
Actually, they do. It's called Wall Street Bets.
Uh,
And that's the part that scares me about this the most, is that right when it's like, here's how easy it is to manipulate this shit. Thank you, Robinhood. It's like, oh, we're going to now like crank it up to over 11
I'm just
and put
waiting-
everything centralized into one goddamn thing.
I'm just waiting for AWS blockchain.
You know, I find it actually, here's what's fascinating. I'm pretty sure they are working on tech with this, but I find it really fascinating that, like, the super big ones, Google, look, besides Facebook, Google, Apple, Microsoft, and Amazon's,
We're saying
what? Did something change?
blockchain on AWS.
Oh, yeah, no, you can run it on there. I'm talking
No,
about
no, it's an actual Amazon
making
service.
their own.
Yes.
That's why I'm like,
Amazon managed blockchain.
yeah.
Yes, no,
Yeah.
no.
Oh, yeah, I could.
Oh, Lord.
We can bring that up right now, but it's just sort of like that it's like I find it interesting that outside of Facebook, like all the traditional super big ones, like the ones that everyone thought, and I mean they still are, but were evil in like the 90s and mid 2000s, are like the ones that aren't going balls deep into like making their own blockchain tech and their own cryptocurrencies and stuff like that. That's what I find fascinating.
Because blockchain, for the most part, is a solution looking in favor. The only time blockchain is a legitimate answer to a solution is if you have multiple writers that need consensus.
Mhm.
And the honest fact of the matter is, just like grid computing, 90% of people will never have anything that like it, because for an organization like Microsoft or Google, they're not going to be in a place where they're getting unsolicited work requests from the web. They have full control of all the writers. Or for something like certificate transparency, an amend-only log where there's no actual concept of work works fine. I mean, the whole point of blockchain is that you have to spend energy to participate, but that's not a desirable feature in 90 to 95% of distributed ledger
At least
cases.
on proof of work chains. Proof of stake chains, it's a bit different, but mostly the same.
See, I've looked at proof of stake multiple times, and I haven't even seen as much as I like to shit on Bitcoin, at least the core document was very clear and had mathematical. I won't say it was mathematical proof, but
Coherence.
It's been a long time since I read the original paper, but he basically gave the mathematical basis behind the blockchain for the proof of work statement. And Ethereum basically works off the same math, which is why, as much as I don't like smart contracts, but I have yet to see a mathematical proof for a proof of stake that you couldn't.
I want to mention real quick. Thank you, Forrest, on YouTube for following us.
Thank you.
And if you hear any sirens in the background, that's just the UFOs crashing in the.
Yeah, I also love that, like,
my ride's
despite
here.
making this so big, that his name is using him so long that it's like colliding with the rest of the font. You're literally, your ride is here.
So
if you hear
want to catch your Uber,
if you hear yells of FBI open up, it's just
when
Commander's eye.
N Commander floats up into the sky. Hey, look, the ceiling's gone.
Yes, exactly.
I just
Why do I hear boss music?
I just realized this is kind of like a fisheye lens. So if you reach out into the lens, it looks like you're much longer than you are.
Ew.
Well,
Um,
see, the boss. I don't really want to get that far off topic, but
Yeah.
the boss music thing for me, I remember is when I was doing a Windows 10 to Solaris 7 cross compiler when the chat brought up Doom.
Ooh.
That was the boss music, and it ended with E1N1 on Solaris.
Speaking of boss music, one of the
Try E-Duke 32 next.
actually, let's change topics here.
No.
Speaking
No.
of boss music,
Yeah.
one of the big companies has a new boss.
Oh.
Twitter.
Yep.
Oh wow. Yeah, I heard Jack was on his way out.
So
Not-
something
not-
that DCG
I will just
something
note-
that DCG 201 and Twitter have in common is a Jack that which we are going to announce more popular meeting is no longer with us. No, we didn't throw him in the Hudson River.
No, he's not
It was
dead.
just- yeah.
Yet. That's not how you describe
Yes.
it. When you say someone is no longer with him,
I know.
that
I
is
mean,
not the way
I
you
know.
describe it.
I know. So it's like not yet, and it would not be by
Yeah.
our hands, but by and just like with Twitter, Jack would be with Jack's own hands.
But
We're not wrong, but
he's since he's moved, he doesn't want to be a member of DEFCON 201.
well, it's sort of that's the thing when you do move. Like basically, there's always two co-founders,
Mhm.
so he'll be always known as the other co-founder. It's just in terms of like if you want to encounter him at like the meetings and stuff. That's in I believe now what like San Diego or something. So
Mhm.
that's I'm sorry, DEFCON groups. I can't remember all the numbers.
I think it's DC 31.
Yeah, it's something like that. We will when we do our actual meeting, we're gonna post that at like a later date. So there once was a person on Twitter named Jack who was just called @Jack, and I don't know if we want to spread his entire life's history here because let's just say he's had years and years of shenanigans even before Twitter began, and finally he stepped down, and they have a new CEO or a new chief executive. That's this handsome guy right here. And it's been of a mixed bag. So before we get into like the main controversy here, because I do have that tweet, I want to hear your thoughts about this. If you have any thoughts about Twitter getting a new CEO, or are you gonna? Do you think this will like change much? Like, what is?
So
Well, the big change was the now it's illegal to film police
yeah,
because essentially Twitter has put a two-party consent law in place.
right. And we're letting Twitter decide the laws here.
Oh yeah, this is America.
America.
And because these are the website in the internet is global, so essentially we're also deciding
The
the
world
laws
police.
around the world. Yeah.
Mhm.
See, I actually suspect, given how the thing is that policy changes are never fast in major corporations.
Right.
Which makes me think that the policy that they've been working on with the you can no longer film the police and so forth on Twitter is
Reactionary.
I'm thinking it was under Jack and then Jack stepped down so he wouldn't get the backlash
Mm-hmm.
because the thing that caught my attention, and I don't really want to go super conspiracy theorist here, but I'm going to for a moment.
Well, we are partially streaming on DLive, so go for it.
True.
Is
And
the
YouTube.
moment that policy went live, it got weaponized so fast by
Yeah.
certain extremist groups on Twitter. That's the most generic way I can put it. That if they didn't have advance notice of it, I would eat my freaking hat.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Again, a lot of times with this policy stuff, it's always like a balancing act because on one hand, like I think pretty much, I mean, we do this in the game Wolfenstein. Everyone wants to go around and punch Nazis. On the other hand, a lot of the stuff that's provided in order to quote do that is literally the same thing that is going to actually weaponize these type of groups of people.
Right.
And this is like literally the textbook case. And also, what's fascinating was what you brought up, Ed Commander, is that it wasn't just because everyone knew that's what was going to happen, but how fast that happened.
I mean, I got backlash from it.
There was
Not backlash, whiplash.
There was literally probably both at this point.
Right.
There was literally I saw. I'm not bringing them up on here because I don't want to platform them, but I literally saw tweets from people who originally legit left Twitter for other dumb services like Parler and stuff, who are now back active on Twitter because they're like, holy shit, they literally said on their own post, this is in our favor now, and they immediately jumped back on and did all of this. I also find it odd that this came out like around the same time, which I don't have the article here for that, but that they took away, basically they hid the like button publicly on YouTube.
The dislike button.
Dislike button.
See, the thing is that I wasn't. So I'm going to go with an unpopular opinion here. Is I actually wasn't completely against the way they did this originally.
Mhm.
The way I was expecting YouTube to go like Twitter, where you have the heart but no downvote.
Mhm.
And I don't have a problem with that per se because I've had problems with downvote brigading. And if you've ever seen a COVID-19 video on YouTube,
Mhm.
that thing is ratioed so badly, it's not even funny. And I've seen this sort of systematic abuse because there is a certain group of people that will downvote stuff,
Mhm.
but most people won't. Like, if I were to go with a louder, I'm not going to pull up a louder than Crowder video to downvote it,
Mhm.
but Crowder will go on like a CNN video and obliterate it. And it was on that thinking that I really didn't have a problem with them removing dislike.
It's
The
also like if you were to turn off the dislike feature on your own channel or your own videos, then
Well,
it would
that's
look bad on you. So maybe it was like commoditizing the fact that nobody has.
I have my own two problems with them. Because
well. Let me finish on how they
since
did
he's
this.
the YouTuber.
The thing is that the way they did this
Mm.
really ticked me off because the way they did it is they just set all the dislike counts to 0, but they leave the button there. So without a UI change, unless you're consciously thinking that this is how it is now, it looks like everything has a high like to dislike noise ratio. And that really kind of tweaks me. And the dislike counts are still shown to creators. I can still see it in studio. There's a lot of people that were thinking it was corporations who are basically having hurt feelings over this. I really doubt that because you can't downvote an ad. The way ads are done on YouTube is you are actually done through an external platform. It's done through AdSense and AdWords. It's not done directly on the YouTube platform itself.
It just uses the video.
Yes, and I'm not even sure it's the same. I haven't the you can promote your own videos on YouTube, and what will happen is the video itself will go to the promoted slot on search results, and those type of videos can be downvoted, but in general, the ad videos and not so much. And I mean, even then, a lot of times a video being ratioed doesn't hurt a creator. I mean, to talk about there's a 8-bit there's a bunch of 8-bit and 16-bit creators that do really bad things to computers.
Stallman slowly emerges in the room.
I really didn't want to tweet my own horn, but fine. I have very strong opinions about Richard Stallman. I did a video about Stallman, and I got brigaded so fucking hard it's not even funny.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Which is kind of why I did not have a problem with them removing dislike, but I don't like the way they did it.
Yeah.
And there has been talk on Reddit for a few years if the downvote button is used more by people trying to censor people than it is to actually.
Right.
Yeah. Because a lot of people seem to have the preconception, and it may be true in some layers, that the downvote ratio it interweaves with the algorithm, and that it has to do with the placement of your video in search results or in recommendations and front page views and things. And maybe to an extent, actually, it might be the algorithm itself. But the fact that people were gaming it so hard and being like, yeah, we want this video to never be recommended to anyone, we're going to mass thumbs down, and it's like that it's an opportunity for abuse.
Mm-hmm.
And it's social responsibility of media publishers and companies in the user-generated content realm to stop avenues of abuse at any point that they can.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, the thing that really drives me up a fucking wall is that YouTube very rarely YouTube and Twitter, and God, I'm
honestly all of them because Facebook is like the poster child for.
Well,
yeah.
The thing is that YouTube and Twitter will actually deplatform someone for COVID misinformation. It takes a while, but they will actually do it.
Yeah.
TikTok, Instagram, Facebook. I'm probably forgetting some other platforms. I mean, I don't even think Facebook permabans. I mean, I've never heard of someone getting permaban. I've heard of them getting temp
Well,
banned.
Facebook is always weird too because your accounts are never deleted; they're just turned off. So basically, like Facebook is its own sort of blockchain where anything you make on there will stay there forever. What they do is it's the access control. It's
No,
almost like you are cloud streaming essentially, but it's
yeah,
accounts.
I
Yeah.
the fact of the matter is, I have there's a large part of tech companies that completely have left all sorts of social responsibility. I mean, it was more than a month ago, but I mean, Reddit just had a giant shitstorm over um, pro plague subreddits being allowed on the site,
hmm
and Twitter they finally removed No New Normal on Reddit on the grounds of brigading, not on the grounds of misinformation, which
hmm
tweaked me so badly. It's like what frustrates me is I don't have a good alternative to Reddit. There's a lot of communities that don't exist anywhere else, and then some that I just enjoy, like our pizza crimes.
Well, if I can just finally put my block in terms of social media accounts, it is a difficult issue. A lot of these core issues have to do with social media as we know it, is what I like, especially with a lot of these platforms, is what I like to call the prohibition problem, which is that alcohol is bad for you, and also most people misuse it. The thing is, and I know in certain other things this can be done, but what I'm saying is like humanity had been drinking alcohol for like 100,000 years at that point, and now you're telling everyone to go cold turkey at once. So
But
it's that whole thing of like one of the reasons why it's so hard to solve these things is that Reddit and Facebook and stuff have we don't like to think of it this way, but they've actually been in internet years, have been around for a long ass time. So trying to like immediately reverse direction or have it one thing and then other communities are like, wait, you did that to them or you did that for them. Why don't you do it for it? Just becomes a mess.
yeah, but
Yeah.
there's one really large difference about this,
hmm
and you can't compare this to prohibition for one specific reason. Well, drinking does cause problems.
hmm
Like if you look at the statistics of health during prohibition, I mean, there was a lot. Things got better, but
hmm
the fact of the matter is, there's a reason why we say congratulations to drugs for winning the war on drugs.
Yeah.
The thing is that COVID misinformation not just actively harms people,
Yeah. I,
it
yeah.
actively harms.
I'm not talking about COVID in particular. I'm talking about like just all information on this social media. Like COVID, I agree with you on COVID in particular. I'm just saying that what makes this annoying is it's kind of the same thing of like I hate bringing up another American topic, but it's like we have extremely relaxed gun laws for 8 billion years. Now you're telling these people to like immediately reverse in a system where also each region gets to decide completely. It's like that's why it's a mess. Essentially, it's the old thing of no one ever thought this far.
Well, to put it bluntly, a lot of people I know voted for Trump because of because of gun laws.
hmm
I and
hmm
and the fact of the matter is, I've had to have this conversation with members of my own family.
hmm
Is Are your gun laws real? Are those gun rights, which no one has seriously talked about scaling back? Let's
Yeah,
be
I know, I
really
know, I
honest
know, I
about
know.
this. Worth the fact that kids these
And
days, and
yeah,
this was horrifying. There's been 42 active shootings
I know,
this year
I know,
alone,
I know, I know.
36 of which in the last 6 months.
Yeah, I know. And the answer to that is we live in a society that considers that fake news, but everyone washes themselves with borax because a social media post told them to do it. That's what I mean about like basically. This is one of those things where, funny enough, with Patch Tuesday, if we had a patch for this with the human brain, the social engineers would have done this a billion years ago. Going back to like particularly with the like button, my two problems with it, because we are going to go into the subject later, is that one, it's my same exact problem with the FSF bringing back on Richard Stallman. I I don't care if there's a like button or not. What gets me mad was the report that came out that said that Twitter basically like asked like a bunch of people from different parts of their community, like, okay, we want to get rid of the like button. How do we do it? And everyone gave them really good advice, and then they used none of it.
Well,
That's the part that, like, again, it's the way how they implemented it or didn't implement it, I should say. You know, that there was a lot of people who were in favor for that, but they were like, here's the smart, sane way to do it. And they were like, fuck you, we're Twitter, we know what we're doing. And just, so it was like, why just listen to the advice in the first place? And yeah.
That's a lot of what happened at, I mean, when okay, Old Man and Commander's coming out. One of the big things that happened at Canonical is when they forced Unity down the pipe, they made it sound like the community had endorsed this when really it was forced down the pipe, and a lot of people were basically saying, "Go screw you." And to build off what just Pocket just said, YouTube had all these things about how the dislike button could be removed. We just saw this with Discord and NFTs, where they ran a bunch of polls in pro NFT, pro crypto communities. Why do you have a fish on a stick?
Here's your king.
Old Man and Commander time. I thought that was an axe for a second.
Believe it or not,
I thought it was too.
So I have 5 of these. These are actually my grandfather's canes. They're family heirlooms now. So be gentle with it.
Would Grandma's side pocket really be that upset if I used it to provide some sense to you?
Bonk.
Yes. On this episode of the Puppet
So what you're
Pals-
saying is that on Twitch and YouTube live stream, N Commander is going to touch me with his long wood.
Good night, everyone.
Just like
comment.
Twitter, they did think this far enough. But so one is that I'm mad at the way they basically implemented it by basically the community actually was for this and gave them really good advice. Is that Twitter should ditch the like button and go back to the favorite button. I agree with that too. But they gave them actual advice and then ignored it. So it was like, what was the whole point of the due process then besides formality? And my other thing is that it also, to me, like, there's, especially when it comes to YouTube, there's extremely easy ways around this, and I'll give you an example. Thank you, Andrew, for that. Star Wars recently updated this nightmarish video, which people have re-uploaded as I fight the crackle sound. The craggle is
The Craggle. And to everyone, we just deafened with cookies.
So,
I'm sorry. Oh, hold
this
on.
is why
GDPR.
Yeah.
We do collect your cookies.
Yeah. Well, these are internal cookies, and 2, this is why when we do role-playing games, there's always a -15 on stealth. I'm gonna scout. But anyhow, so there was a YouTube video of Disney showed off details of the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser that's going to open early next year, and even the most basically the entire, it was amazing because the Star Wars community, just as note, is really fragmented. They managed to unite the entire community into that this thing looks like a piece of shit. And this came after they removed the dislike button. So basically, even without the dislike button, it got so ratioed, and there were so many prominent YouTubers making critical videos about it that they removed the video, which made them look even worse. So that's what I mean about, so what were we missing with the dislike button? The thing still happened, whether they had it or not. So.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter is that I saw this tweet yesterday, and let me explain. And this is going to cause everyone, both in chat and watch these guys' face, because they're going to die inside when I say this.
My condolences that you're wearing headphones. It's probably not a good idea for Patch Tuesday, but you're the warrior.
How many bad tech decisions were made because a middle manager didn't want to save face?
It's a combination of middle manager and middle age.
Well, you're not wrong.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is that a big thing of American corporate culture is that one of these days I will get through one of these streams without referencing Innuendo Video Studios, but not Innuendo. They have an entire thing called the alt-right playbook, which is called Never Play Defense. Never admit you're wrong. And once you realize that, that's how you get all the sorts of bad decisions. I mean, Twitter, for a long time, there was a huge backlash when they made it so the page constantly jumped around. And now, about a year later, hey, look, now it automatically reloads, manually reloads again, because this was a stupid idea that someone had to get off the pot and get out of the way, because someone can't admit they're wrong.
Yep.
And it's a lot of this is why you see those that have gone on the anti-vax, the anti-vax train, never get off it. And I'm going to my old man salty place. So let's move the topic
You want me to get
along.
you another cane? No, but I have like 4 more of these. So the thing is that
4 out of 5 canes.
yes, Michael Caine. So the thing is that what I will say about that is that you're right with that, and that the sad part is besides just general narcissism, the reason why there's such a crossover with like the alt-right playbook and big tech in terms of that, even I would say small tech, like any bloated organization, is because not admitting that you're wrong is good capitalism. At least in the United States, it's seen that way. We have a culture that promotes that because like that. It's the same reason why we can't get rid of bullies, because bullies make good CEOs in the American mindset.
Well,
So, yeah.
I mean, the thing
It's not true, but that's yeah.
I could make the obvious comparison, but let's be honest, I'm getting tired of being that particular dead horse. I mean, the fact of the matter.
You can talk about me on air. I can take it.
Can you you can't handle the truth. I know you. Yeah, I mean, hold on. How to watch Side Pocket Die Inside. The Matrix Revolutions will be a good movie.
I hope so.
Oh, damn it. Oh, he really is
No.
dead inside.
That's what I mean. No, I actually really hope so. But we're not going to get into that in the show. If we do, it's going to be all the way at the end.
Yeah.
Just because, no, it's literally just because we have so much other stuff. So I think we've literally beaten this dead horse enough. So
That was
I know that was over. My mouth is so full of saliva, I almost turned into Epstein. So the thing is that what I was going to offer for both of you is a choice here between the article we go to next. Did we want to cover hilarious fail video game news? Or if I could find it here.
There's no such thing as hilarious.
Do we want to go to a non sequitur that will bamboozle both of you and make no goddamn sense, even though it's tech related?
Let's go. I want to be bamboozled.
Okay.
And I will be quite upset if I am not bamboozled.
Okay. I'm not even gonna, it's going to take a second for this to load, but I'm not even going to like.
And so it's going to take about 10 seconds.
No, what I mean is like I'm going to. This is just. I'm not even going to say anything. I'm just going to let them react.
Okay.
Provided there's no like weird paywalls or something that pops up.
I can't believe it's not paywall. The all natural paywall alternative.
I think Cyril may have seen this.
I'm waiting for it. I'm still waiting for it to come out.
I know. This is like on all platforms, especially bad on the Switch. Like if I do my phone, it's faster.
Oh God, my brain just went somewhere even worse with this.
Oh no.
Platypus with Cheese just says, I've got fired twice for admitting I was wrong as middle manager saw as a weakness, got rehired both times because his boss liked me. That's how it. Nothing's better than when you literally follow the blockchain of command.
Mm-hmm.
So the absolute best part is after I left Mixer, I was then headhunted for my own fucking job again. Granted, I only left Mixer because Microsoft was requiring me to relocate to Seattle, and I could not do that for many complicated reasons.
Yeah, you'd have to live with Stephanie Meyer.
No.
You have to live in the Pacific Northwest.
Well,
here's the thing.
You have to live in sad Canada.
Here's the thing. While Twilight is based in Forks, Washington, I actually lived in the town it was actually based in.
Yeah.
I lived in St. Helens, Oregon, where the Twilight House exists, and that meant every October 31st, all the Twilight fans would descend upon St. Helens to the point that Town Hall would have to call in Portland PD because we could not have enough people to keep order.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes, and that's private property. Apparently, the house owner has been harassed multiple people of trying to meet Edward.
And meanwhile, and meanwhile, King Cross employees are like first time. Because not only is there no platform 9 3/4, the station that is depicted in the books is like 20 years outdated. Like the only way that works is if it was like Hoboken from the 90s, because that hasn't changed. His boss paid me like shit though, so I quit. Yep, that's welcome to it. I don't know if you're from America, but if you're not, that's what you expect over here. Yeah. Well, let's go to this weird piece of news. So Yeah. Note also this is from Europe
Of course.
because only like French, Swedish, hybrid Europeans would think.
Dot green.
Yeah. You know,
New top level domains were not a good idea.
we
No.
need. Yes. Well, at least we know where all the assholes are. We need to. Like, how do we make a new alternative plastic this? Let's use fish splooge.
Yeah.
That totally makes sense.
That fish seems way too exciting.
I know. Well, look at where it's gripped.
Well,
Yeah.
the thing is that what really bugged me is that there's a. No, you know what? No, I'm not actually going to say that on
So
air.
I'm gonna read the article.
I don't.
A new eco-friendly plastic made from salmon sperm has been invented by scientists in China.
Mhm.
2 short strands of DNA, from the sperm were combined with a chemical from vegetable oil that binds them together. What is created is a squishy material known as hydrogel.
So it's a. So wait. So let me take this to its logical conclusion.
Okay.
So a lot of. I don't know if I want to go with the term green bros, but people that have unrealistic solutions to economical problems.
Google employees.
Ecological, yeah.
The people that go soybeans can save the world for gasoline, not realizing that we need 1.5 Earths covered with soybeans to meet what oil can do right now.
Why do you think Elon Musk is going to Mars?
I mean, like, it's also like biodiesel, because it's like that stuff. Okay, granted, it's dirty, and it's not the easiest to make, but using biodiesel as a personal, like, doing it at your own farmhouse or something is a lot cheaper than going out and getting diesel, and it burns a lot cleaner, and it's, it has its own obvious benefits. But
Good
biodiesel.
Good point from chat. Wait, are you suggesting an eco solution is coming from China? Can you trust this claim?
Right.
Exactly.
Well,
Exactly.
I mean, here's the thing: is that if biodiesel was just supplement, like similar to how ethanol is used in regular gasoline, used to decrease the carbon emissions as a stopgap, I have no problems with that. I have problems when I'm gonna go with eco bros.
Yeah.
Say this is our solution to all things. Also, fuck nuclear.
I also have a problem
Right.
with FetLife offering their solutions.
Well,
the sea furries are causing problems.
I'm biting my tongue because I can make this so much worse in a sentence. And for once, I am showing tact and dignity.
I'm gonna only on this show, never his show, only on DCG 201.
My show is designed to bring out the PTSD in the tech community.
Was that the original title for your live streams? And Commander's Tact and Dignity?
No, that's been long dead and buried.
I will say before we move on from this news, really bad idea. So you know how at DCG 201 we've been looking to do workshops?
Okay.
First time.
No, not
this. We are not going to jerk off a fish on camera.
I didn't say on camera. I was just saying as a workshop. Well, people have been asking me to teach soap, which I know how to make.
No. There's a lot of things that I'm happy for us to do under the DCG 201 banner. Jerking off a fish is not one of them.
Yeah, I'll leave that to DCG 212.
Yeah.
We love you guys out in New York, by the way.
Good on you, Manhattan.
All 2 of you.
So Rex has entered the chat?
Maybe.
I went there.
Rex, if you're there, onion us. So I just want to bring up this news. So this was going to be the other topic that we were going to go into that I find absolutely hilarious. Gamers hate us now.
Well, we're still waiting for it to load.
Titanfall removed from sale. The original Titanfall followed years of attacks from hackers.
Titanfall.
But Titanfall was just a crappy multiplayer shooter.
So a bit of background. Titanfall was a launch game for the Xbox One.
The first Xbox.
Yes, not the. Because Microsoft doesn't know how to name anything since Windows. The machine where they said the word TV 80 times and no mention of video games. That console. The one that Phil Spencer had to literally bail out as the ship was sinking. Yes.
Wait, no, not this thing. Wait, this is the Xbox One.
Yeah.
No, I've got an Xbox One.
The official name...
OG.
Yeah, that's OG. The unofficial name is OG Xbox.
I hate that. I don't like the name.
Well, you give me a better way of differentiating.
This is a new name of
One.
the Xbox One. Sonic.
One!
Yes, Sonic the Hedgehog inside joke.
One is the no.
At least that's a lot better than the Xbox Series, Xbox Series, Xbox Series, Xbox.
Uh-huh.
So
Like
this was a launch game done by Respawn, who was recently freed and then got bought up by EA. But they made Apex Legends, yay, and Titanfall 2, which was a good game. So, in my opinion,
Actually, I have Dagger to throw at this once we get off.
sure. So the thing about it is that this was a launch game. It was a game where, in addition to being human parkour people from The Office, you could also jump into really crappy, sad Macross mechs and fight each other. And apparently, over the years, not only does Respawn have no idea how to secure their own servers, they also at one point gave up and didn't give a shit, and it became such a toxic cesspool in terms of hacking. Not any of the N-words that are said in matches. The hacking, like connecting servers, that they just went. They made a big tweet about like F it and we give up, in which the entire gaming community is giving them like shit for, because they're trying to blame hackers, but what the community's saying is you barely supported any of the Titanfall games that wasn't Apex Legends. So
they didn't support them, and furthermore, like when there were problems with hackers, they didn't address anything. They just let it sit and stand.
Yeah.
And all the player base was getting abused by people breaking the game.
Respawn should work in the White House.
Well, I mean, let's put this more specifically. Is that Apex Legends is only slightly above Activision Blizzard in terms of. Yeah, I've heard.
You mean EA?
Huh?
You mean EA? Or Respawn themselves?
No, like
the
ongoing controversy.
Yeah, that's the way I'm going to put it.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is that a lot of the stuff that you see with this sort of shit is management not seeing it as a problem, or worse, seeing it as a good thing. Because there are managers that basically see this type, people,
the outrage is driving engagement. Yes! Number go up!
I mean, and but to get on the topic of...
I want that as a shirt now.
The topic of gaming, the fact of the matter is that more recently, if you haven't been following the news, there has been a lot of controversy, most of it justified, about Activision Blizzard, and basically allowing abuse of its employees, and especially women and minorities. But the fact of the matter is that almost no organization in gaming is willing to condemn them for it.
What I will say is all the three major companies have publicly come out with statements condemning them for the thing. The thing is that there hasn't been any business actions.
Which is what actually matters.
Yeah.
And the shareholders aren't doing it.
Although I will say that Nintendo did actually do something.
Yeah.
Granted, it was strongly worded letter, but Big N does not normally get involved at all.
I'll tell you the one big thing that was really shocking that's coming out in 2 days where it did have an impact on Activision. Apparently, Activision had a lineup for the Game Awards that come out on Thursday. I don't know if you heard about this. So just as a recap for our audience, the Game Awards are like they used to do this in person. It's now a live stream. It's been a live stream before COVID. They give awards which sometimes are barely not noticed. It's basically a way for companies to dump all their trailers before the year ends. It's basically like it's basically E3 Part 2, but E3's kind of died, so it's like the new game or Christmas. That's what it kind of is. Apparently, Activision was supposed to show off 3 different projects, and there was a giant like Among Us emergency meeting, and 2 days ago they pulled all that stuff from the Game Awards. So if there was a new thing for Call of Duty Vanguard or like one of the remakes they were maybe doing or something. Hey, Dark Arts, nice to see you here again that's from my last picking show.
Dalp.
Yep, Dalp. You told Dilf that Dalp. But yeah, is that so that was the shocking repercussion for me, was that the Video Game Awards, of all things, because the Video Games Awards are known to be very skeevy, actually did something and pulled all their content. See, what people are hoping would happen, this would actually kill Activision, is they want a Cyberpunk 2077 situation, where Sony's like, yeah, until they resolve the court case, we can't sell any Activision Blizzard products, so we have to like kill all the Call of Duty servers and you can't buy any of the games starting now. that would cause a giant uproar.
Well, the problem
Yeah.
is that Sony will never do it, even though they would almost certainly have gamer support for that.
Honestly, probably because of Jack Ryan.
Well, the problem is that is that
Also,
the
contracts.
hypocrisy with it. The problem is that the thing with Bobby Kotick is that he is not an exception on how shit some of these companies
Yeah.
are.
Also, within Activision Blizzard itself, the entire chair board are followers of his, meaning even if they boot him out, the next person in charge from their chair is literally just as bad as he is.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Right, and the problem is that when you have organization problems that systemic.
So look at that face.
I mean, I don't remember where he came from. Did he come from? He came from Activision originally.
PC Master Race, yeah.
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 I'm never comfortable with that joke because
Yeah.
that actually came out of Gamergate.
I know. That's why I'm
Really?
saying with this image and knowing his background.
I don't know if it came out specifically, but it was popularized by it because a lot of people. See, a lot of. All right, fuck. I guess we're going here. I was trying to avoid bringing this up.
I started hearing the PCMR stuff like before Gamergate, but it was like mostly like off in the 4chan.
From what I understand with the whole thing, because I also lived through it, is it's like what happened with the term the red pill, where it's supposed to be, or the Guy Fawkes mask, where it's supposed to be like a. In this case, Yahtzee made a joke, and then there was people who got the joke, and then there was people who didn't get the joke, and then people who got the opposite thing of the joke, and they became so loud that became the norm, and now no one can have nice things.
It's like,
yeah.
my opinion, I don't really jive with the whole master race wording, just because it's like, that's.
Yeah, I actually sort
I
of agree with Yahtzee's position on it.
Mhm.
Is that if Yahtzee's position, because he's actually commented, it's one of the few times he's commented on something. His position on the master race joke is that the idea that Nazism has become such a pathetic joke would actually be a win.
Mhm.
But I'm still uncomfortable with it on the.
It also was a way which I felt like originally he was trying to slap the face of the PC gaming community of like, you literally treat your dumb hobby as extreme as these nutters. Like, stop this. And instead they were like, we should go full speed. And yeah.
So
it's like when Hillary said deplorables, where that was a thing, but then they like was like, this is great idea. And like, yeah.
Yeah.
Rule number 1, never be wrong. So, yeah, but we kind of spiral out of control this, but yeah, this situation has been
evolving.
Going on with that, yeah. And this is the thing, too, is that this is one of those things where, because before this, we were all talking about Ubisoft. With all their this has just been a thing in games, and that's not to excuse it. I'm just saying that, like, this type of stuff's not going to go away anytime soon because this is kind of like certain kernel blobs where this has haunted everything. And
the fact
years.
of the matter is that who has really truly willing to take a stance on this? I mean, the fact of the matter is I mean, there's no one seriously advocating for a boycott. The way gamers are is they've mostly ignored abusive game tendencies for years. The people that are mostly complaining about this are the people that are trying to treat other people as decent human beings.
I wouldn't even say gamers per se, because there's a huge vocal element of gamers who are pissed off about this and have boycotted.
But are they pissed off?
Well, here's the problem. It's the same problem of why the FIFA video games will never go away. All the gamers hate them. The reason why it sells is not because of gamers. It's because that's the problem with the term. Actually, this is a debate in the video game world, is the term gamer, because basically anyone who plays a video game and likes it now as a gamer, it's become that ubiquitous. It's kind of like a computer user. That used to be a certain segment. We're all computer users now because everyone has interacted with the computer. You have to in order to survive. So the problem is that FIFA succeeds not because of hardcore gamers, as we would put it, or like the dedicated. It succeeds because of the casual. It's everyone else. They don't care in the same way they don't care about corruption in their own sport. They don't care. So the problem is that there's a lot of gamers who hate Activision Blizzard. There's a lot of people who just every year buy the new Call of Duty game and they play it for like a couple of hours per week, who don't care or don't know. And like that's more of the thing.
Well, I mean, but there's also the thing that of the people that are willing to excuse.
The awful leaders don't help either. It's like it's actually like the same way in computers. You have the general public people who don't care, and then that would be awful already. But then you have certain tentpole people who are also fucking awful, who are like hyper chambering this. I hate to bring this up again because we're probably going to get into this. It's kind of like there's always been a prevalent thing with software with like discrimination and stuff. And then you have certain people in the open source community who are seen as leaders who were like, if they let that load, it would have been bad, but at least you could. Now they're hyper-chambering this. And like, yeah, this is a.
Well, and that's why it's called the orange side.
So speaking of terrible companies, here's some interesting news. I don't know if this has gotten by anyone. Spotify CEO. Musicians are dragging Spotify CEOs for funding a military AI company.
Really? Huh. I'm glad I don't pay for Spotify.
Well, considering how Spotify has defrauded artists for years, I couldn't even ethically.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even know the specifics of it until relatively recently. But the one thing that really drives me up a wall is that the company that owns Spotify actually owns Epidemic Sound, who I do my music licensing through.
Huh.
But as far as I can tell, there's no getting away from that.
Yeah.
And the fact of the matter is I can either choose to make my videos shittier, or I have to pay licensing costs of some sort.
Also, this is the head of Spotify.
Wow.
Ooh.
That's literally when you ask Spotify, that's the promo pic they send.
I just handed in Commander a little present.
Oh, I thought we were going to do that at the end.
Well, I already knew he had this.
Yeah.
Ooh.
There's a lot of. We'll go through each one at the end. It's really amazing, and it's a mix of amazing and cursed stuff.
Ooh. Oh, looking at that last disc made me unhappy.
Yeah.
But yeah, basically,
undo.
Spotify CEO has invested 113 million in Helsing AI, a military defense firm that claims to use algorithmic systems which, quote, integrate data from infrared video sonar and radio frequencies gleaned from sensors on military vehicles to create a real-time picture of battlefields.
See, if this wasn't historic, I'd use it.
Yep. Anyway, we'll go over these at the end.
Yeah.
And yes, just remember if you're running Deck Alpha hardware, remember to install updates once in a while because those machines will never reboot.
Yes, we're gonna get into that in a bit. This move has caused some artists to call for boycotts and bristle the idea of the company's streaming profits are being used to fund military technology. Some are even offering free or discounted music on competitor platform Bandcamp in exchange for proof that people canceled their Spotify subscriptions.
Wow.
Well, I mean that's really what it boils down to. I mean. The fact of the matter is that the people that create companies and the ones that are actually successful, like if you've never been involved in a startup, the thing that was most real telling to me is that if you have to go for venture capital, and let's be honest, it is a necessary evil that you have to do it. The first question that you will get asked is, what is the exit strategy? You know, the people that are involved with these companies are there to make money and nothing else. And, you know, I don't want to say it's a new problem. There's always been this thing about making wealth. But I'm not trying to romanticize the past, but the fact of the matter is that a large number of this sort of horseshit is that the only people that are involved in this space are ones that worship on the altar of capitalism, and
it's runaway wealth and growth at any
cost. I'll even go so far to say that that it's even weirder for particularly the United States because there's other countries that have elements of capitalism and they do fine because they also balance with regulation. It's our obsession with what's called Milton Friedman capitalism in particular. The way I've kind of described it is the United States idea of capitalism is like the difference between Tokyo in Japan and the Tokyo Pavilion in Disney World. Where it's kind of like when you say liberal in other countries, it means something completely different than it does in the United States because that's how much we've already taken an odd, kind of a shaky concept and just warped it to complete out of proportions.
Well, I mean, the fact of the matter, though, is that this is happening in a lot of other places. I mean, and the fact of the matter is, while it's really fun to trash on the United States, there's a lot happening in Europe that generally doesn't make it across the language barrier. I have a better insight to this than some, but I'm not going to say that Europe is better or worse. In a lot of ways, Europe is quantifiably better, but the overall trend line is getting worse as a whole. It's just a matter of where.
Yeah. And well, I'll also put it in perspective, too, that if you want to look at a mass timeline of this, one of the reasons why China is so awful, and we're talking about the Chinese government with their, in which basically just like the United States, this is where they got the idea from. There's really no difference between their government and their corporations. But the reason why China is so awful is like this is why I hate to go into this.
Mhm.
This is why I really hate tankies, particularly from China, because I'm like, if you really, which you should rightfully so, hate a lot of these policies in America, you would fucking go insane looking at China's. Because where do you think China learned this from? The reason why China got so monstrous is they basically, their literal concept that they pitch in their businesses is they want to outdo the United States by outdoing the United States. All their terrible stuff. So one of the things about it is that basically we're shrinking and all of our bad ideas are in all these other countries now, and it's basically our own bullshit's coming back to roost, not only us but everyone else.
The problem is that,
Mm-hmm.
the fact of the matter is,
And we learned
that
this from the British.
it's a relatively small number of people that makes it all shit for everyone
Yep.
else. And if anything, COVID. I mean, we just saw this here with Spotify.
Mhm.
If anything in COVID is that at some
Yep.
point, and I don't know if this will ever actually happen, the vast majority of us who live in society
Mhm.
need to just basically say no and deal and put our foot down.
Yep.
But I mean, that's ultimately the only thing that's ever affected real change.
Mm.
And the fact of the matter is that I don't know if I have an actual point here. I'm just
No, it's fine. I will read from chat two different ones because I didn't realize this popped up late. It said Sony is dying slowly. The only division that is growing is PlayStation. They won't shoot themselves in the foot. I would say that's partly true. The problem is that the sectors that they have left are super huge. So it's like, well, they're less like old Sony was kind of like their hands were in every pot, but they were doing mediocre and everything. The remaining branches they have, they're like super strong in. But I do agree that they want to threaten that because then otherwise they'll have cameras and insurance. Although from what I understand, their camera division now is almost as big as their gaming division, simply because every single smartphone uses their lenses.
Well, it's a smartphone, absolutely.
Yeah.
They do have a sizable, like, regular point and shoot and DSLR, like
Mm.
prosumer camera
Yep.
series. Their professional cameras are what makes freaking money.
Also, their smaller business out of the three they do is corporate business insurance. A lot of people forget that. In the same way, a lot of people keep forgetting that even though everyone hates Kodabi, that Kodabi is like other side businesses, other main businesses are health centers and casinos. The other comment, which I have an interesting comment on, is I don't think that the United States is the leader in radical liberalism, not by a long shot. I agree with that. And that's why I did want to bring up liberalism, because this is the problem with our country, and saying that as an American is that basically no words. Oh, thank you, DRXH3KR, for following us on Twitch. Thank you for that. We always appreciate our follows. You can follow. You can click on our buttons for Twitch D Live and YouTube to follow us, and we get the pop-ups like you just saw. And before I actually say my comment, I do want to post in chat again the link that yes, we are trying to raise money for the Children's Miracle Network hospitals. Our goal is that by January 1st, we're hoping to hit $600, with basically anybody that we receive before January 1st will go to help pediatric centers and children's hospitals across the United States. So if you have like it'd be amazing if you donated like a $20, $50, something crazy to make Ed Commander shit himself. Because that's happened before. Not the shitting itself, the donation of I need to stop talking. But
Anyway.
but if you donate
if you wanna
$1 or
donate-
$5, yeah.
if you want to donate $50, I'll duct tape them.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got the duct tape.
With or without my
several
clothes
colors.
off.
For every $10 that gets donated, we'll put one more piece of duct tape on side
See,
pocket.
here's my problem is that you're duct taping me and caning me. Are you sure I'm doing the hacker live stream show and not the other live stream show?
Well, the thing is that you do things about blockchain. This is the proper punishment for it.
Okay. But I also, most of my episodes is me making fun of it.
Yes, but the
True.
thing is that there's a very fine line between programming and BDSM. Or as I used to put it, I was a firefighter because it was less stressful than being a software engineer.
It's called Solaris.
No, I was working for Canonical.
On
Titanium!
Yes. So, but what I will say is, again, that's kind of the problem with particularly the United States, is how much we've twisted entire concepts of words. Like,
So, I feel like I should pull up the picture.
Also,
of,
computing. Speaking of twisting entire concept of words, what do you want to pull up?
the picture of the political compass of where the Democrats and Republicans are,
Oh,
and then I feel like I need to put where the actual left is. This place for rent.
No. Basically, like to sum it up in one sentence, then we're going to go on to the next article because I have a good sentence description of this. Our left is most countries center right, and our right are basically the Muslim Brotherhood, but they're Christians or atheists. It's usually a combination of both. So
I've never heard put
Yeah.
in those
yeah,
terms.
they're basically our right wingers would in other countries be classified as terrorist organizations in terms of their operations and just like
The thing that I will never get,
extremism.
the thing I will never get past is the right wing praising the Taliban. That fucking blew my fucking head.
You know, something Jim Jones in the 70s being a test is a common conspiracy theory.
Being a
Except instead of drinking Kool-Aid, we're eating Tide Pods. So, speaking of miserable companies, and I think this is going to be the last time we cover a miserable company in terms of the links that we have.
Okay.
Read you this one. This is from 9to5mac.com, which is taken from The Verge. Apple frontline workers struggling to survive amid untenable conditions.
So this is how's this any different than the last 20 to 30 articles I've seen on this? I mean
I know.
I mean, not to put too much of a fine point. Are they talking about? Oh well, these are frontline.
Yeah, these are the actual people in the stores.
Yeah. Okay. So this is
Yeah.
actually somewhat. So they're basically bringing their factory experience to the Apple Store.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're basically, if you could walk into Amazon warehouses, this is what you would see. Employees spend 8 hours a day fielding inquiries from angry customers. They were evaluated based on call time and customer satisfaction, as with many hourly roles at Apple. This is one example from it. People with high scores knew they'd eventually get better schedules, promotions, opportunities. People with low scores could be placed action plans. I almost said action plans to try to improve. Apple tries to make increased workload for hourly employees by sending employees into work from home programs. A shirt as a gift for all their. Literally, I work for Apple and all I got is this crappy T-shirt.
I mean, literally. I mean, don't get me wrong. This is fuck Apple.
Yeah.
But I mean, how is this any different than what Walmart does?
I know. I think that's kind of the thing is that these Walmart, despite them being a corporation, like a lot of people often like view a company based on the customer base. So the thing about Walmart is that even though Walmart's weird that people should be mad at Walmart the company, but what most people think that Walmart is ginormous angry wasps from the Midwest. Like that's what people think. So I think the problem is that people are like, this is supposed to be like the enlightened tech people. Why are they like this?
They are.
Like and my thing is like, have you seen the enlightened tech people? Like that hasn't changed. It's always like kicking ladders so that no one else can climb up.
Well, I mean, to put it very bluntly, when it comes to something like with Apple, Apple. The only thing that I will say that Apple does consumer well is they have decent privacy on their devices, and they have gone to bat for that. I will actually give them credit for that.
Mm-hmm.
Although I suspect it's more out of enlightened self-interest than any sort of actual big point.
Yeah.
But the fact of the matter is that Apple has a lot of anti-consumer properties, and they really depend on the reality distortion machine to make people, The thing is that,
You talk about something I need to patch Tuesday.
yeah,
The reality distortion machine.
yeah. Well, amazingly, it survived the loss of jobs. I actually was not expecting that, but the more specifically, people rightfully criticize Microsoft for having really shitty policies. I mean, if you want to see me, this is going to be my hacker rant to end all hacker rants, assuming it actually happens this year, because COVID is blowing up under us. I will be having a slide on Windows 11. But the thing is that Apple could put a turd in the box of the iPhone, and the vast majority of the tech community will apologize them for it, because Apple has always represented, in a lot of people's minds, represents counterculture and think differently. And the fact of the matter is that, if anything, they're the Disney of the tech world.
Yeah. Or more accurately, it's kind of like how people still have it in their brains, or used to, up until very recently, that like the Google "don't be evil" thing. Like they still think Google is like a startup that just happened to be big, instead of basically them being a global CIA. It's that whole thing, and that's actually, again, that's probably the criticism too, because a criticism I've always given Apple for years is the fact that the phrase I hated the most when I was younger is that the major advantage to Apple is that their machines don't get viruses and malware. And I had to explain that it's like that's because their machines aren't popular. Once they come up with a product, it's going to be, and now like that's the main thing in malware is Apple products. Like you almost even ignore most Windows and Linux machines just to get because it's the iPhone that they made that got popular. So that's where it's like getting hit the most. We have comments says, well, thank you, family heirloom. Walmart isn't trying to hide the fact that they're screwing literally everyone. I would argue that literally when Apple made the M1 chip, that's when the mask fully slid off.
See, that's a lot of people go gaga over M1, but the fact of the matter is that M1 is only going to be. First off, I'm not as impressed with it as most people are, because a lot of what should have happened with M1 should have happened a long time ago.
Yeah.
It's because the key companies involved with ARM have their heads so far up there. Let's just say I have history here.
They've got it arm deep. I'll just say that much.
Up to the elbow.
Yeah.
No. There was a fun joke in here that you two just passed up.
I'm thumbing my nose at that one.
I'm just gonna put it in big neon blinky lights.
Are you gonna have a Giselle jumping around it?
Oh,
turd in the box, Apple Euphoria.
Okay, he won. I guess it's just gonna have to be a 9/11 sort of world.
Yeah, I actually forgot what URL I put for this next one. We're like over halfway done. Oh, this is a fun one.
Better 9/11 than 7/25.
From Vice, the virtual phone farm scammers use this app fake accounts.
So
it's this amazing article about basically
didn't we already cover this in Spotify?
How stupid? No, this is about how stupid easy it is to set up fake phone farms.
Yes, but this is how Spotify scamming works. Didn't we already do this topic?
No, we didn't talk about the scamming part.
But we talked about Spotify. It's
yeah, we did, but Spotify is freaking huge, so we didn't talk about the scamming part.
Where does that mean? You mean it's a scam? It's always been a scam.
What was it asking us?
Well, it's always been Ohio. No, this is not what I would call news.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, yes, it comes. The thing is, the only news is that people keep learning that this is a thing. But if you actually go onto YouTube and Google how to make money with Spotify, you can literally find people with videos walking a warehouse of cell phones.
Links to AliExpress to buy SIM banks to plug into USIM 3G UMTS cards on a PCI backplane that you plug into.
Yeah, I literally just had this because I thought this would be a fun subject to talk about. Just the palette cleanser of like how easy it is to just
palette cleanser is not the word I would use for this one.
I said palette, not bowel.
Well, then you need to learn to enunciate your.
No,
piece.
I was eating a chewy cookie.
Well, you still. I'm sorry. I'm calling that a pronunciation problem. But I think bowel cleaner is a very apt summary.
We were just talking about Nazis, and now we're expelling Nazis. So the thing is that. So anyhow,
I'm calling Godwin's law on this one.
Okay, there's no God in this household. So the thing is that because none of the machines work. That's why.
No, we got rid of the
machines, so they never work.
We got rid of the reason why the machines don't work.
Oh. Well,
that's all we're gonna say about that.
No, I just thought this would be a kind of a fun, just different, because this type of information doesn't match the rest of the articles that I scounged up here. And like what I find kind of fascinating about this with my background is I think the reason why this is news to most people is because it's what I call the millennial problem, which is that most of us, when we still think 30 years ago, we think the 70s. When in reality, it's when I was in high school. And so hence the gray hairs that are forming. So the thing is that like what my member berry of this is, if you wanted to do this, you had to like rent an entire apartment floor at best or a warehouse at worst, and get your hand on a bunch of equipment. Half of them you're not legally even supposed to have, and then knowing how to put them together, figure out. And if you want to get it illegally, you had to know what numbers to give Radio Shack, and also convince them of why you're buying it in bulk.
So Chad asked, Andre Kelly, Andre asks, is this another SS7 is broken article? Maybe, but not really. It's more about people setting up phone farms, which are just hundreds of or even thousands of smartphones with activated SIM cards, usually prepaid, just so that they have an active phone number and that they can receive SMS verifications for accounts. And a lot of times they also use these as targets for porting phone numbers in scams where they dial up the carrier and they get the porting credentials for the account that they want to scam.
Well, it's worse than that, because a lot of the things is that there is a very large move for, shall we say, bot farm. If you ever want to run a test, make a tweet on Twitter saying, "I've lost the password to my crypto wallet," and just wait about 30 seconds.
Which is funny because we're going to get into crypto in our next section, but yeah.
And the reason I bring that up is that Twitter actually if Twitter thinks that you're being shady for some reason, they will actually require you to do phone number verification. I mean, I've gotten hit with that, and I believe you have as well.
Mm-hmm. That's how our account originally got locked out temporarily for DCG 201. Yeah.
I've actually never gone to Twitter jail.
No, what literally happened was the phone. What I understand is basically there was the phone number was on multiple accounts, and because we just needed something to verify, and because one account got hit, they all got hit, and this was a mass hit where they accidentally also banned accounts that shouldn't have been banned.
Yeah,
it was a giant mess.
But the fact of the matter is that by using this, this is where things like,
speaking of tutorials,
like bombs and dislike bombs happen, because the fact of the matter is that if you have a phone farm like this and they all mass dislike a video, it is very difficult to actually determine that that is fake traffic.
Yeah.
The only real giveaway is that they're all coming from one geographical location, and even that can be covered up. And it's actually part of why I didn't have looping back to why I didn't have that much of a problem with dislike being taken away. I just don't like the way it was done. But the fact of the matter is that the concept that you can fix, you can use technology to make social problems worse. You just can't use technology to fix a social problem. But
it's kind of like building construction. The two towers took like years or months to years to build, and then they went down in 20 seconds. It's a lot easier to destroy than it is to create.
Yeah, pretty much. And I mean, that's really what it boils down to, is that you just have these really. The fact of the matter is that when you're ethnically, you have no ethics, you can basically have options to a lot of things that most people don't. I mean, there's an entire, there's a subreddit is shitty life pro tips, and God knows that I've had.
Is that what the internet is?
And let me be honest, if I really wanted to rip off a large part of the internet, I could probably announce, hey, buy this, help fund my startup to make a RISC-V powered Symbian smartphone.
Why haven't we done that yet?
Because I'm not willing to. Oh, hold on. Which also comes with a free NFT of a smartphone.
Oh, okay, there we go.
Well, I was gonna say.
I was about to say that's actually a product.
You're not. Launch that. But we're on the DCG 201 stream. I mean, we'd have to put it for a vote, but yeah.
We have ethics. We haven't sold out yet.
I will agree with you on that.
We have ethics, or we haven't sold out.
Yes.
Okay. But let me put it to you like this. Let's imagine today that that Linus Tech Tips says, here, I want you to help decide to embrace NFTs, because let's be honest, this is the shitty sort of reality that could totally happen.
Right.
Imagine what would happen where all Linus's viewers suddenly decide, so this NFT thing looks really awesome.
The worst part is you literally just described Elon Musk.
The thing is that Elon Musk, while he has a large Twitter presence, that's about the only place he's in. So unless you actually get Musk direct from the source.
Andrew says, make it Windows CE and you have my money.
Well, I'll take it to the ultimate extent. I will make a Windows CE device that can virtualize me and NT for full retrocompatibility. We'll call it the Cement.
And it runs IRC3.
I know that's not a new joke, but
Womp
yes.
But yeah, no. So kind of getting back to my point, we could move on in a bit. Not just because it's my point, I just wanted to elaborate more on kind of what you said and tying back to what I was saying. Is that I think the reason why this is news for people is because we're so surrounded, and believe it or not, I'm actually going to use one of the few good lines that was in the new trailer for the Matrix movie, and it's that it's easy to forget how much noise the Matrix fills in your head. And that's what a lot of like not only society but doing stuff in tech is. You were just bombarded like every second there's a new thing. And we're used to that with tech, and to me now everything's become that, whether it's social news, political news, laws, ethics, video games, movies, books, whatever. It's that. So we see like not only basically the objects are actually farther away than they appear, but we also have them like frozen in our minds in certain ways. So again, a lot of people when they still think of phones, I'll put a good example. I remember reading an article back in 2008. Speaking of phones, where a retired CIA agent actually went into detail of how he used to tap into phones. And he said he said that what he ended the article with, because they'd asked her, it was like, what is your fear about the future in general? And he said that my fear is that that's why I retired. Anyone can do my job now. That's like he had to physically like hunt down the person where they will like get access to the building, splice the wires, and now it's just with 3 commands you can spy on entire countries. And like that's why this is news for most people, because people kind of forget that we've got everything is so automated and so not thought far ahead that it's this easy to do this.
Well, I mean,
yeah.
to a large extent, though, this isn't news for those of us who are in these fields. It's just the fact of the matter is that the media is not blowing smoke about this. I mean, imagine the reality that we would live in if there had been if things like BLM, Black Lives Matter weren't downplayed by the mass media. I mean, shortly after the I can't never remember his last name. George Floyd's murder, there was 2 other ones committed by Minneapolis PD that, unless you were watching real carefully, were completely overlooked. I mean, the fact of the matter is that racial killings by police officers is not a new problem. It just happens that Floyd's was caught on video. The problem could not be denied anymore.
Well, it's not even that it was caught on video, because we've had, and this is actually, I'm going to link with the problem, is something with personal experience, and it's not being killed or anything. Obviously, that would be really weird. But
are you actually a zombie?
That would explain way too much. That would also explain why I like brains. But no, it's that. The problem is that we've had tons of those type of cases filmed, and it also hasn't gone anywhere. The thing about it is that not only it made the public realize briefly that one, like these happen constantly all the time, especially because we now live in a world that is saturated, where it's really easy to record this stuff. Someone made a similar track with this of another thing that's been reported a lot is both how civilians and law enforcement treat homeless people. And partly it's because one, no one cared, but partly the reason no one cared was because in order to record it, you would have to like buy a camcorder and consciously use it, and then figure out digital. Now you can just do your smartphone. Everyone has a smartphone. So there's that, and then the other thing is that this has been going on for so long. I knew a lot of people where this was new to them, kind of similar like with other tech news, and like basically they got numb to some extent.
Well, I mean,
because they're crinkly, that's why I stopped. they got numb to some extent because they didn't realize how long this was going on for. So it's like basically, like a lot of people thought it was just George Floyd. They were like campaigning for not only 30 existing names, but basically it was a new name added every month. And it shows
Right.
the extent of how broken everything is. And that's the part that shocks people usually.
Well, and then you have a large number of people that are just trying to plaster over it. I mean,
Yeah,
the fact of the matter is that,
it's not trendy anymore.
well, I mean, the notion to defund the police failed in Minneapolis due to massive media efforts when it went to the ballot. And ultimately, all those protests, all the things that happened amounted to jack squat because no one really wants to solve this problem.
Yeah.
Either because the people in
It's like a computer system. No one wants to actually do the measures to patch it.
Well, this
You
is
know,
why
it's
I
like-
am so critical of bug bounty programs, and because the fact of the matter is that if you are a white hat hacker, holy crap, that is hard.
Yeah.
You're either going to, you might be getting paid for it as some sort of job, but for the most part, you are not going to be you're going to be doing it out of a sense of responsibility because let's be honest, most bug bounty programs pay crap, and you have to be bug hunting god to live off that type of income. I mean, it's like trying to live off $5 an hour off Upwork. It's technically possible, but you're putting yourself through a lot of pain to it. Meanwhile, if I was able to find a decent exploit for iOS, I could take it to Zerodem or similar for $1 million. And the solution to this is that, and to make things worse, is that a lot of times companies like Apple or Microsoft might buy their own exploits off Zerodem to be able to patch them.
Yeah.
And it's like, why do we have to live in such a shitty society? We can make this better with relatively minimal effort before it causes issues.
What it's a combination of one, I believe the original like pie in the sky idea for bug bounty programs, from what I understood it, is that bug bounty programs are supposed to be like, which is funny because New York just did this, is the I'm gonna screw up the term for this, so I'm just gonna say how I describe the injection stations, like what they have in Sweden, where if you are using illegal drugs, that they'd rather give you clean needles and do it while being supervised than to just do it on your own. Yeah, harm reduction. That was the original thing for like bug bounties, and it actually relieves part of the problem, which again is what is the point of YouTube getting all of this amazing advice from their own community about the dislike button only for them to throw it away? And that's often what happens. And what happens with hackers is that a lot of hackers, and I'm not even gonna, because a name's coming up in my head, and I'm not gonna say their name for multiple different reasons. I don't hate them either. It's just for protection stuff. I know a lot of hackers who they discover a truly nightmarish exploit that would like take down the internet, and they they always initially, like 9 times out of 10, they do the right thing and they approach the company or the thing and they essentially get blown off, and that's when they do the illegal thing of whistleblow it or just drop it or whatever. And like that's so it's like, so why do you have the program in the first place if you're not going to actually use it?
Well, it actually gets worse than this.
Yeah.
Is that it is not illegal, at least in the United States, it is not illegal to sell a 0-day exploit. I mean, if our hypothetical Mr. X found an exploit that would let you take down the internet backbone, he's more likely to get that problem fixed by selling it to Zerodem and waiting for it to get weaponized.
Yes, exactly.
And don't get me wrong, I have major problems with Zerodem, and I have a problem with cyber weaponry in general, but I can't blame a hacker for selling an exploit when this is the society we live in.
Yeah, it's like if I were to find something absolutely earth shattering or heart bleeding about the infrastructure that's carrying.
I see what you did there.
Right. And like say, right, this is something that is demonstrably serious and can trivially be patched. The problem is that it's in internet infrastructure and it's in the IETF on the tops of the ivory towers there, and I have to get to those people and tell them, hey, I'm basically a nobody, but I found something wrong with this. You guys should fix it.
Actually, it's worse than that.
Yeah.
We
need that as a shirt. It's worse than that.
I have brought this up in multiple discords. I may have even brought this up on a stream or two.
Mhm.
I have more with ICANN than I do with the IETF.
Right,
IETF.
I only brought up IETF because that's basically where the standardization process is, and
The problem with the IETF, for those who don't know, it's the IETF is the Internet Engineering Task Force. They are the de facto organization that creates the core internet infrastructure. The problem is that to be involved in the IETF these days, realistically, is a full-time job in and of itself.
Yeah.
And Google and other tech companies pay 10 to 20 engineers to basically full-time live on DNS ops and other mailing lists.
And not just small pay either. I'm talking 6 to 7 figures.
I would say probably the median salary is about $250,000. Based off what I know of those positions, and I am probably lowballing it.
Yeah.
And
it probably goes up as time goes on because they're closing these up more and more because internet infrastructure is more of a big boys club now.
Yeah, but this is how things like DNS over HTTPS becomes a thing.
Yeah.
And speaking just from a technical point of view, I actually don't have that many problems with the specification because I understand the rationale in which it was created.
Right.
But the larger problem with it is that the specification needs to have a line that the web browser thou shall not use this to override system settings. Because now Chrome will actually bypass the system DNS resolver, and this is partially to get around things like pie holes.
Yeah, pie holes are like if you put up a host file to block off ads from certain providers. This is something that you, as the internet user, have the power and freedom to do, and they are using this admittedly okay tool for basically undermining that and running their own.
Andrew just wrote DNS over anything, but UDP 53 isn't allowed here.
No, TCP 53 is allowed in the very original spec.
I'm going to TCP. I'm going to tunnel DNS over SSH.
See, I can top this. So the fact of the matter is, and this is actually true for a lot of captive gateways, is they will in fact allow port 53 traffic to go through unmolested. So you can run a VPN over
those
DNS.
choices of words.
HTTP over DNS?
Yes, it works.
Oh, I was thinking of molested, but yeah.
Get your mind out of the gutter.
No. How else are you supposed to think about that term? It's like...
So, Andre says, we don't prevent black holing because some DLL hole decides that everyone should have privacy.
Well, the other problem is that the IETF and other organizations generally don't take into account what the current state of the internet is. They do. This is more a per workgroup thing than a organization thing, but this is very true in the DNS space. There is a very loud group that refused to accept Split Horizon as a valid use case, and even to this day, there's a large consignment within the DNSSEC community that refuse to acknowledge that you may not want to publish all your DNS records publicly. Getting NSEC free was a battle it should not have taken as long as it did. To put it bluntly, a lot of people believe that zone files should be a matter of public record, and I actually sort of agree with this mindset. But Split Horizon DNS exists for many reasons, some good, some bad, and you realistically cannot make DNSSEC work in a Split Horizon environment without a lot of pain and suffering and technical violations of the specification. This is also avoiding the fact that the IETF says, thou shalt trust your recursive resolver, but here's a specification that lets the web browser bypass it.
Also, screw QU Ice Quick 80 and 443 is not meant to go over UDP.
This is basically old man yells at cloud territory on that.
That one I actually don't have a problem
No,
with.
I feel like this conversation is Alexa reading old Usenet posts.
Well, a lot of what really drove me up a wall with ICANN, and it's why I'm no longer involved in that organization, is the fact of the matter is that ICANN tries to say the internet's for everyone, but realistically, this is how we make
democratized. It's been for like 10 years at least. fees.
No, the thing is that non-commercial and at large have 2 votes out of 17. The rest being among DNS registers. Governments don't have a vote. It's really to say DNS regulation, regulatory capture is kind for ICANN, and I really did try to defend the organization. It really took the bull crap that happened with .org for me to change my point of view on that one.
Are you at liberty to say to what bullcrap it was?
Yeah, that's public information.
Okay.
So to put it very bluntly, the .org top level domain was meant for not-for-profits and other organizations. It is currently both prior and currently owned by a not-for-profit called Internet in the Public Interest, I believe it's what it's called, which also works to keep registration costs low and so forth and so on. The ICANN board decided to sell the .org registry to Ethos Capital, I believe is the name of it, which is a very large group that already has control of several other of the top level domains, and
they own donuts, don't they?
I believe they own donuts, and they have jacked up registration fees.
Yeah.
And the thing that ended this was not a large amount of public outcry. This was not a letter of being condemned by both non-com, which is the non-commercial users group, or at large, which is theoretically ICANN's representation of the public internet. That's a completely different topic. What ended this deal was the California Department of Justice. Actually, I believe this was under Kamala Harrison at the time, investigating ICANN on corruption.
Yeah.
That is what ended this deal. And
wow, Harris had a use.
Yeah, I would actually need to check if she was still but it was when she was still there. But the fact of the matter is that the corruption was not fixed by an outcry from the internet. It was not fixed by multiple tech organizations condemning this deal. It's because the state of California paid attention to them, which also says the problem with ICANN not being a government agency.
Yeah. Another thing about this too is that actually
I shouldn't say government agency. It really needs to be part of the UN.
Yeah, not just also a lot of tech, but also a lot of stuff often has that War of the Worlds effect, where like the aliens don't get defeated by anything the humans do. It's just literally our diseases. Like that happens.
It's
all
like
the time.
This is the equivalent of if the state of New York could declare that the UN committed a war crime in like some
it's
African
the same
country.
reason. I forgot to bring this up earlier, and then I want to make a fun thing, and we'll go on to the next article. Is that one of the things that it's probably tricky, it might not even be a good idea, but it's an idea I've had for a while, is that at least in the United States, I feel like there should be basically some sort of internet law that says, like law for the United States internet that says there's a certain user threshold, and once you've officially crossed that user threshold, you are now classified as a utility. And we now have to legally judge and process you as a utility.
But then the company will just redefine what a user is.
I know, no. Well, that's the thing that's been a legacy problem. That's literally the same way of how the Emancipation Proclamation was designed to free slaves, but what it mainly did was redefine what a person was legally, which is how corporations got to the way they are.
Let's put it let me put it a different way. If the FCC did not have the kid gloves on and treated ISPs as they treated AT&T in the 60s and 70s, we would have broadband internet built out to all major points in the United States, excluding Alaska and Hawaii.
I'm gonna say a moment. If the FCC was able to treat a lot of privacy and security laws the same way other political and government organizations treat things like, I don't know, reproductive rights. Like, that's what I mean.
The thing that just makes this even worse.
And no one does, because everyone in our government still can't tell the difference between an eggplant and a laptop. They don't care.
The bigger problem is that there isn't a consequence for making things shittier.
Yes. Because then the United States itself would be null and void. Also, I do this joke. I know. I'm just saying. Ziggy, fake an orgasm.
What?
His Alexa is Ziggy.
Oh.
Let's see if that works. Also, there's a comment that because the bot went a little weird, it didn't post, but I'm going to read it out loud. Every time I've tried bug bounties, all I got was yelled at, so I stopped and just let any bugs be. See, again, it's like doing the opposite thing where it's reinforcing the problem that it's trying to fix.
Well, here's the thing, is you could have old DCG 201, which was very secure, but it was more.
Ah!
If it doesn't work, it's secure. It was meme security.
It's secure as a master lock with entirely fused pins.
Yes, you're not getting that shit open.
Yeah. It also
Yes.
makes it completely useless.
Yes. No, well, the way I'd say is you could either have meme security, or you can do what I did.
If we ever have to make a professional shell company,
Meme security.
meme security.
Register that.
No, I bet it's already registered.
Yeah, I bet. Yeah, it's probably owned by some crypto bros. I'm sorry. Go on, then we'll go to our next.
No, that would be
topic.
meme coin.
Don't give them any ideas, please. They probably or
But-
don't let them extend ideas there. Yeah.
I'm about to give the internet a bad. Yes, please. Yes, do that.
We're not saying anything. Next topic. So
Okay.
Next topic.
I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying we're not announcing it on while the mics are on. For once it's not porn. So a little bit more of an uplifting thing. Hackers are
Put it on
spamming.
down to get-
Woo!
Hackers are spamming businesses' receipt printers with anti-work manifestos. This happened during Black
yeah.
Friday week.
Mhm.
Dozens.
I
Dozens of us. Dozens
like the 2021 version of Black
Yes.
Taxes.
of
Yeah.
printers across the internet are printing out a manifesto that encourages workers to discuss their pay with coworkers and pressure their employees.
So
Here's an
you know
example
the
of one
part
of
of
the
this story,
printouts.
the only part of the story that I have problems with.
Okay,
It assumes that printers actually work.
I'll put
I
it.
can't afford that.
Yeah. Also, I'll put it. This, yeah, I'll put it this way too. These people are probably unemployed. Free software people that do printer drivers and hire them.
No,
They
so-
apparently know solutions that none of you guys either don't
so
know or don't want to
let me
implement.
explain how this actually happens, because the way this works needs to be explained properly. Is that there's this protocol called the Internet Printing Protocol, or IPP, and the fact of the matter is
Rhymes
that
with ICP.
the fact of the matter is that if you plug a printer into the internet, you can print over the internet. I have, in fact, my mom had a printer in her apartment and she needed something printed out. So I sent a print job from China. Literally, I was in China to her printer and I said, go into my room and get it from the printer. It's like, but you're not just. And you could hear her on the phone.
Yeah.
Anyway, the fact of the matter is if you ever go on Shodan, you can discover that a large part of the internet has
Shodan.
Or
Showdown.
So
Shodan.
I just didn't know you could also pronounce it that way. That's why I was shocked. It's like a
That's
tomato
that's
tomato.
the way
thing.
as a kid I
No,
pronounced it.
that's fine.
Showdown.
Hey, at least you're not the gnome people. Go on.
Anyway,
So
that
anyway,
Ganasty Gnork.
the fact of the matter is there's a lot of IPv4 address space being wasted on printers. And the thing is that there's also a lot of people that and the thing is that if you run mmap on a printer, it usually crashes the printer.
Yes.
Like it,
Mm-hmm.
someone has run mmap at their workplace.
The running joke is it's like the easiest hack you could teach someone. Just run Nmap on any printer. Yeah.
It either crashes the printer or it prints the mmap.
What I found funny was when the printers would they exist on the network, and they were basically open shell to
Oh, yeah.
whatever port they were on. Any packet destinated to that port would just get printed.
Video
So-
game consoles were like that too up until very, very recently.
So when
yeah.
I had to do mmap on a network on a routine basis, I
My
had a
condolences.
script that checked for port 631 being open and did not scan anything that had
Hey,
631.
631, that's the area code for Suffolk County, Long Island.
So just like everything else in life, Long Island makes things shittier.
Yeah.
So now we need a printer firewall to mitigate the connection.
Well,
Not my words. That's
there's an XKCD for this.
That's true. That should be a law of the internet, like Rule 129.
The thing is, I had a conversation where there was in fact no XKCD for it.
Mhm.
Because there was someone that says, I saved time by not reading XKCD, and there was not, in fact, a relevant XKCD about
Do
this.
they know this? Because they can make the comic for this.
I should probably tell
It's-
Randall about this.
No, it's the same way that to me there needs to also be a new internet rule where it says if you come up with it, there's a shit coin about it.
Well, we were talking about meme currency, and holy cow, that room is cold.
I know,
I'm-
and you know
I'm
what's
kidding,
weird?
I'm
I patched it so it was even colder than this.
Yeah.
Where we keep the bodies because I'm a zombie. I have chat says I have made an app years ago that scanned for Wi-Fi printers and just printed. You said pronted. Creepypasta.
So
That's a fun way to do that.
So here's my question about this: is that this receipt, this thermal printer,
Yeah.
has a USB port on it,
See,
and
we
I
have-
have to wonder if that's directly plugged into an RS-232 adapter,
Probably is.
and has just been passed down the Armstrong line for generations.
See, we have printer diversity. This one is black, and that one is white.
Uh,
What? Here, hold it again. It's too heavy, like most printers. I just want to read. Well, for one hand, I just want to read what one of the things said, and they actually post the Reddit r/anti-work for the Reddit on the printing sheet. Are you being underpaid? You have a protected legal right to discuss your pay with your coworkers. This should be done on a regular basis to ensure that everyone has been paid fairly. It is illegal for your employer to punish you for doing this. If you learn that you are being paid less than someone else who is doing the same job, you should demand a raise or consider getting fired and finding a better employer. Poverty wages only exist because people are, quote, willing, unquote, to work for them. Learn more at the Reddit. And the chat exploded, apparently.
The shitty part of me is that if this was on a CVS receipt, no one would notice that it was longer.
Yeah, I know. Well, you know that the sun is officially 7 CVS receipts away from Earth. And I used to work at CVS. Every joke that you think of, we had worse jokes that I can't say out there. Sadback said, "Sorry, what did I just come back into?" Welcome to the DCG 201 stream. That is a common question that we get.
We were hiding the bodies in the side room because that's where we keep them.
Let the bodies. Now we're gonna get demonetized.
No, it's because I'm not.
I came back something hiding the bodies. Hence my favorite. Now, also welcome to being around me. I just make non sequiturs where if you just walk into random conversations, you have no idea what's going on.
He actually puts a lid on it on video. If you see him off camera, you're lucky if he has pants on and if he's making any actual sense. I have in fact walked into this apartment and gotten a full view, a full moon view, I should say. It was kind of pale.
So on the next stream, just for End Commander, I will show up wearing a robe holding a spatula. There's an inside joke. There's an inside joke. Come to our meeting on the 17th if you want to know the story behind that one.
Okay, that's fair.
That needs to be fair. That needs to be part of your talk at the. Anyhow.
So this one time at End Commander's apartment.
That's true. Oh dear Lord. So
why did you bring out the BDSM devices?
We have a couple of articles to go. No, he's bringing out the. This is the prequel trilogy, the Dot Matrix.
No, I thought. Hold on, I thought this was Star Wars 7 through 9.
Okay, so plug in Neo and.
No. This makes a better noise than Neo does when it's angry.
So in chat wrote, I want to see what law says employers can't punish employees for having conversations for sensitive information. You do bring up a good point that again in America words don't mean anything. They can mean whatever the hell a person with more money or who yells really loud wants them to be. See Donald Trump. So, as you discussed about this, there are a couple more. Actually, we're pretty much now.
Why are we printing on stream?
We are pretty much this. Yeah, this is
because we're talking about printers.
Welcome to DCG.
You're really going to do this, aren't you?
Welcome to DCG 201.
Fine, at least do it from a load up device and do it from WordStar. Do it properly, damn it.
Welcome to DCG 201, where bad ideas come to live. So
yeah.
So it asks, what is that?
Epson
LQ-570?
No, it's a Panasonic
KXP 1124.
There's this Intronix interface.
I'm used to people printing on stream. That's sad for your life.
So the funny thing, Sad Mac, is I actually have yet to use a printer on my stream, but the fact of the matter is, imagine if I tried to turn my Itanium fail server into a print server.
Imagine the Spark Explorer.
Oh my god! I just realized what I have to buy off eBay.
Oh
my god! This is the.
Imagine if the Spark explosion was his entire apartment, and
yes. Or if I could find a LaserJet 4, they have the slot for those.
I think we only have one more piece of news.
I blew his mind!
That's not cryptocurrency.
I blew his mind!
Anyway, let's roll with it.
We're not supposed to blow people on camera. Anyhow, but true. So this is the last piece of big news before because I literally saved all the crypto stuff for last. There's not that many of it, but they're doozies.
But it says the paper's out.
This actually is extremely recent. Microsoft seizes domains. I'll put it this way. Well, we could more dedicate play on this once we get through the news. This is the part of the stream where I turn into like the dad in the front seat of the car of like, shut up, we're almost at the theme park.
Well,
Before I hit you.
No, we have tech news at home.
Yeah.
The tech news.
Just have it print off lines off of like.
Hey, it's more sophisticated.
That's a better name for the show. Damn it.
It's what?
Print Tuesday.
Yeah, but it doesn't. Anyhow.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, and Mac 84. So I programmed the TC to automate a single-player gotcha game on my Nintendo Switch. Any comments there, Sal, since you're the Switch? Video games. He's a Switch in video games.
I mean,
no, that you actually got that got worse with the bigger explanation.
Right. Anyway, so Switch, right? They it's probably plugged into the USB port and emulating a HID device more than likely the Pro controllers because that's over HID. So an only key development version. Okay, so yeah.
Is that like OnlyFans?
No, it's a USB HID emulator.
Oh, okay, it's one of those. Okay, gotcha.
It's for.
I wasn't making a joke. That was a legit question I had.
It's usually for like accessibility devices.
Oh,
right. You take one of those microcontrollers and wire it up to Switch access and things.
Right.
So now I have to wonder is how long until someone pops a Switch with a HID exploit? So because all the old bugs are new again.
Yeah,
I'll put it this way.
We've been fuzzing that for a while.
There's something that's going to happen that I can't wait to when we actually are able to talk about it. And my whole thing is don't tempt fate. We're still trying to put this together. And that's all I will say about that.
Yeah.
So.
I seem to have lost Keybase.
Yay!
And nothing of value has been lost.
Right, exactly.
Right?
I hate saying that because I was there like near the beginning.
Yeah, I was.
It's like most internet things, like Signal and a bunch of other things, where it was really just.
Like, would the internet be a worse place if Facebook just fell into a void?
It emulates a Hori fight stick. Here's my problem with that. Everyone used to say that about MySpace. See, that's the problem with the internet. When I always worry when something big like that fails, all I can think about is what nightmarish thing's going to replace it.
What's going to be worse?
Yeah, like that's the sad reality we live in. Speaking of sad realities. Microsoft seizes domains used by highly sophisticated hackers in China.
So they just changed them. They just changed the NS records.
Pretty much.
Well, then again, if the fact of the matter is that I've had this realization, and this is kind of a difficult realization, is that I don't consider DNS hard, but I've also written my own DNS client from scratch.
Apparently,
so
I'm going to just read part of this sentence because I love this. The hacker group, which Microsoft has dubbed Nickel. Are we running out of names?
I think they name them after elements.
I wouldn't be surprised if they have a cooler name in Chinese, and this is Microsoft doing what Microsoft does and taking something really cool and making it sound really boring and confused.
I mean, they do tend to do that. With actual groups with names. And things.
Yeah, I mean, literally, their new chat service is called Microsoft Teams.
So I mean, but this is literally what they did: is that Microsoft got a court order. And the domain names were transferred, so the NS records are now just pointing at Microsoft. This is not a sophisticated technical hack. This is changing a variable.
Someone wrote, if Facebook...
Changing a variable through law enforcement.
If Facebook fell into a void, well, what would it replace? I think you just described it. The new thing would be called the void. And we would all be literally... It'd be the new YouTube. We'd be staring into the void. And it would stare back at us because Google backend.
I mean, what realistically has to happen is that the FTC needs to grow a set, and I hate to use that type of terminology, but that's really what this boils down to. And they have to regulate Facebook to the point that Zuckerberg has no involvement in it, and it's not a political platform, which, granted, is probably a lost cause, but, you know.
So seriously, though, Teams is better than Link.
Now, are you talking about the chat platform, or are you talking about the programming language? Because both are pretty crappy.
I will say this, if Microsoft doesn't want to get hacked anymore, they should just re-implement Silverlight because no one figured that out in the first place.
Link with a C is the chat program, Link with the Q is the programming.
I was making it, and you just explained the joke.
I did.
You just explained the joke.
I just want to
Did you use reflection on it?
I I mean, we do have a power buy in
Where's
the
that cane? I need to
room, so
go and beat them with this. I just want to finish the article saying that more than 10,000 sites were taken down. Let's see. Legal actions led to the seizure in 2012 of infrastructure used by the Kremlin-backed Fancy Bear, I love that name, hacking group, as well as nation-sponsored attack groups in Iran, China, and North Korea. The software maker has also used lawsuits to dispute botnets going by names like Zeus, Nitral, Zero Access, Batmetal, and TrickBot. I also wonder if this my ride's here. That this I'm sure this has happened, but I'm waiting for this. I'm literally waiting for a company to blame a so-called existing or not or new computer hacker group, and then it's revealed that they actually had an internal bug that they didn't know how to fix, and that was their way of like mitigating the blame. And like that they're complaining that they're being hacked by like CloudSec and Fancy Bear, and it turns out no, someone couldn't figure out how to round. And that's why everything went down. Yeah.
I mean, there's already variations of this one. I mean, here, but this is also getting to another point: is that to a large extent, you know, if there were more proactive policies involved in, you know, getting a domain name, because in theory, registers are supposed to validate the information that they get before they do it.
Yeah.
If you've ever registered a domain name, you have to give them your first name, your last name, your address, your firstborn PIN, and phone number, and so forth and so on. If it wasn't impossible if this information was actually validated, it might go a long way in preventing abuse. Like if they actually had to determine if the person or something existed and call it, but it's against the interests of the domain industry to actually do this. So ICANN will never enforce it.
I hate to also go off topic, but I just realized it would have been absolute if we actually pre-planned that knock. It would have been hilarious if you knock and the printer printed knock on wood.
I was about to.
Yeah. You mean you were Ubuntu?
Where's the stick? Where's the stick?
I put it away. So speaking of
I'm surprised I have to do this. My printer is a little older. Help me find it.
Was it stuck in the dryer?
Your printer is not only old enough to vote. It's old enough to have served its country and gotten an honorable discharge.
It's old enough to be president of the United
Can you pass me
States
that
of
printer
America.
temporarily? I'm gonna make this terrible joke.
Don't talk to me or my son.
No, even worse. Hold printer firmly like titanium.
Hold hard disk gently like hammer.
Yeah.
How?
It's not a harmonica. I know it looks like a sad future harmonica from Star Trek, but yeah. Oh, by the way, you hear that? I said Star Trek, and there wasn't a giant fantasy argument. Just making that a joke. So speaking of getting beaten with sticks, even though I'm just going to read the part where it says VPN sold credential and patch servers, I thought that since we're at this point where it's 11, and it's not that I want to end it, it's that I want to kind of end it with us just like talking and fucking around.
Yeah.
There unfortunately has been news for cryptocurrency, blockchain stuff. All of it is incredibly painful, and so I thought we would just blow through these.
I just had an idea for cryptocurrency that.
All right, starting with
that would avoid CPU.
Good night, everybody.
Hi, Neo.
So this one, I'm going to start with the one that hurts me the most. Remember when we brought up the Matrix NFTs on the Crypto Barons episode? You should go check that out. It's 2 episodes ago.
No, please.
Unfortunately, they did so well, they actually crashed their website and their partial network.
Oh my god.
A fool and their money. See, if we didn't have any sort of ethics, everyone in this apartment could be a millionaire.
Yep.
Yeah, easily.
Hundreds of thousands of fans lined up Tuesday to buy the digital collectibles tied to Warner Bros. Upcoming The Matrix Resurrections movie at $50 a piece, and quickly swapped the systems of Nifty's non-fungible tokens marketplace hosting sale, prompting the company to pause the sale. I actually followed, there's a Matrix News thing that I follow, really awesome guys, by the way. Obviously, they're fans, so they did it just to report on it, and literally, they got there early, and I think there were number like 5,000, like 50,000 something in line.
See, there is a silver lining to this. There is actually a silver lining. So NFTs have really defined themselves as being unique, valuable pieces of art, and now we have a mass commodity one. So we have now reached mass Beanie Baby.
Mm.
So hopefully NFTs burn and die in a fire sometime in the next year. They won't, because crypto bros will keep buying them, just like video game auction sales.
Well, I remember when people were talking about NFTs actually for a while, even when they were practically made and nobody was really It's the problem is the stuff comes out and then everyone just swamps a thing, and that's how it becomes a fad.
Well, as long as a fad I can live with, because fads end. There was a time where
Oh, no.
Furbies were a thing.
Not now. There's actually I never thought I would love Red Letters Media reviews of Ghostbusters Afterlife. And they said some really profound shit in that review. And one of my favorite ones is they said, unfortunately, like between younger boomers and older millennials, including Gen Z and Gen Y, they're like, we're the block of human history that will constantly force everyone else to play with our toys. Hence why all the remakes and reboots, even though these were fads that were dead and buried when they came out.
Mm-hmm.
So like we will make people play with Star Wars and Ghostbusters and stuff until we all eventually die, which consider improving health conditions when you don't add in Tide Pods and borax is unfortunately going to be even longer than our parents. What weird thing did you find? Because I also have some really interesting NFTs.
No, it's just about the printer. Someone in chat mentioned that it was an Epson LQ series.
Mm-hmm.
You're correct. It's actually a clone of that, and the drivers are compatible. So I'm going to be installing.
So I'm going to read.
So that has a Centronics port, right?
Yes.
Cool. Let's plug it into my.
So I'm going to read the chat.
No, let's plug it into the +4.
Anyway,
I'm going to read the chat in backwards order so we can get to the next article because we're literally almost done in terms of the news I scrounged up. NFTs are as much a piece of art as a cube rendered on Second Life piece of art. Funny you should bring that up because one of my future episodes of Crypto Barons is actually going to be talking about the value systems before cryptocurrencies and blockchain.
Are we going to be talking about Linden Lab dollars?
Lindens, beans, digital dollars, all those.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Second Life, which is still a thing and was the metaverse before, after the book, but before Facebook.
You mean Furryland?
Well, yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Second Life has its own NFT market, and it had it long before, showing that you don't need a blockchain to have a digital art marketplace.
Well, again, this is what scares me is that we've had currency, but it's microtransactions in video games, which is why I'm really worried about crypto games becoming a mainstream thing.
Valve has already struck the first blow, saying it will not happen.
Yeah, but as we covered, Ubisoft, Square Enix, and a bunch of other companies are yeah. So also interesting too. Square Enix and Ubisoft, two companies that have their own PC launchers, meaning they don't need to use Steam.
It's like Valve seems to think
and
that
Epic
they have,
doesn't care.
Valve seems to think that they have the power to enact edicts on the PC gaming landscape in general. They used to have legitimate power over PC gaming. Now it's being eroded, and everyone else is in the game.
Yeah, that's why they're making the Switch Pro.
Like digital distribution and digital download used to be a special thing. Now it's just what everyone does.
That's where we get hilarious news articles that I forgot to bring up here where they announced that Game Pass for Windows and stuff, you'll actually be able to download the game with the files and stuff on your computer. Although there's a funny thing I want to bring up at the end that I forgot about, but we'll get into that. I just want to go through the rest of these comments. Square Enix adds it to Final Fantasy 14. People will root.
I think riot was the term.
Both.
Yeah.
The both will happen.
The fact of the matter is that while people will riot, not enough people will quit to actually make it a net negative.
No, they won't riot because they won't download Electron.
Element. It's Element.
Both.
I was thinking more like Riot Games.
I was thinking Riot, the chat platform.
Yeah.
And actually, let me rephrase your sentence. If Square Enix adds it to Final Fantasy 14, they will basically have downgrade it to Before a Realm Reborn.
Kind of.
Put it that way. New crypto, proof of snake, an alternative to cat tax. I just wanted to read that one out loud.
See, the thing that drives me a little bit crazy is there's such mainstream support for NFTs at this point.
I will stop my subscription. No, continue.
If Discord actually implements NFTs, which I really am uncomfortable with, because the Discord earlier today, like literally about 2 hours before we got on air, announced that they were doing their own competitor to Patreon. And unlike YouTube memberships, they are actually taking a reasonable cut of 10%. And if that includes transaction fees, that will be actually cheaper than Patreon.
Of course, I can't find it.
But the problem I have with this
is like
that
Discord's
I
blog
am
or something?
uncomfortable with giving Discord money because there are probably people that would be willing to sign up for that would want to give me money but don't want to have a Patreon account, which I can understand. There's a lot of people that only were willing to support a channel for YouTube memberships, but the fact that YouTube takes a 30% cut is bad, and I'm really kind of waiting to see when Patreon announces support for NFTs. It's like now I'm stuck with a not insignificant amount of my income coming from a place that is doing something that I consider at best unethical and probably borderline money laundering.
Try to
And
attempt
I
to.
feel like I'm going to have to accept this shitty reality because there's not going to be an alternative.
So if they add NFTs, there is no way for them to secure them. Inspect element as a thing.
Well, that doesn't matter though because it needs to prove that they're in game. You know, just because you can write that is the. I hate to say that the crypto bros have a point.
Fucking keyboard. We're bringing that up.
But speaking about keyboards, the battleship,
I can't find the where was this posted about there.
the NFTs.
Yeah.
No, or the Patreon.
Yeah.
I saw it on Tech Republic. It's in my Discord, but you're not in my Discord. Well, you're in my Discord, but you never have Discord up.
I could attempt to load up on here. It's just it's a freaking
I
mess.
went back.
Yeah.
This is where we get to WaferFin Mint. Wait a minute. Why is Twitter showing the mobile interface? What have you done to your web browser?
I zoomed it in
Zoomed
at
in.
200%. Yeah.
When it zooms in like that.
Try Discord Patreon alternative. The all natural Oh, hold on. What chat platform you're on? I'll just send you the link.
None of them on the PC.
Oh, this is useful. Can someone in my Discord and Discord go to off topic? Find the link about
I'm
Discord.
on here. I can do it.
Oh yeah, you are right here.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry, you're not on the internet. You're here in MeetSpace. I forget that you're actually
What am I looking for?
the link about Patreon, Discord's Patreon. No, just scroll up. It's like less than a day.
Oh, that's them.
That
Yeah.
thing. Yes. We this literally just dropped like 2 hours ago.
I'll DM it to the DEFCON 201 Twitter account.
Yes. No, just put it in chat.
To put in chat, yeah,
yeah.
no,
Oh.
literally.
Yes.
I'm actually not on
So-
chat. I'm closer to Twitter.
Well, you would have to log into
Yeah.
Twitter and then.
It's not logging in, it's that
I know,
it will load up all the messages.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
realize that. I'm posting it in chat. If you
Thank
give me
you,
a second
thank
to
you,
do
thank
it.
you.
Yep.
Yeah. Let's see.
Which dot?
Because the problem with me searching for it is that there's such generic terms that the search engines, like you search like Discord tech page, it's like it just brings up everything else but what you need to look for.
Is it a part of the Web3 standard that things must have an unsearchable search term?
Oh, we're getting there.
Yes. YouTube eats links. They go nom nom nom. Incidentally, you should probably go into YouTube settings and make Restream Bot an approved user so it doesn't eat links.
Yeah.
You can disable the YouTube link eater, but
I know. I have to. I've just been. I'm going to go. Oh, gee, I hate when it does that.
Oh, it was TechCrunch, not Tech Republic. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is like where I stand on this. Is for the most part, I do like Discord. I do like the product. The problem is that Discord is buying into NFTs, and there's no real way to get around this. And I'm sorry, IRC is not a real alternative. And I've been involved in a group recently that uses Slack, and having to actually use Slack again reminds me of why we all went to Discord in the first place.
It's funny that you bring up Web 3.0, because that was actually the thing I was going to bring up. It's probably what I consider is my favorite Medium article of all time.
I heard something outside.
And it's simply titled, Web3 is not decentralization, it's a ploy to put crypto bros in charge.
Yep.
Yeah.
This is my favorite opinion article in like the past decade.
Yeah.
Oh, when you said driver, I thought there was like someone outside driving.
No.
Slack is horrible. You're not wrong.
I mean, the thing is that Slack is an upgrade over IRC. I will actually give that. And Slack, I think Slack still supports IRC integration for the two people that still think
See-
IRC is a solution, not a problem.
My thing is that almost everything is better than IRC except for maybe the psych protocol chat.
See, I don't
We
actually.
need to go back to forums.
Forums. The problem I have with forums is that forums are not a real time medium, and the fact of the matter is that we kind of left forums for a reason. Like Simple Machines does not give you, just to give you the most generic form package in existence.
Yeah.
It's not what I call a great experience. Even if Simple Machines had notifications, had push stuff, it's not an ideal way to look at information. The best way you can do it is something similar to a threaded platform, but threaded platforms are kind of passe. I mean, even Reddit, which is probably the quote unquote best form, it's not how I want to interact with people. It's how if I want to have a discussion on a topic, maybe. And I know that a lot of information going to Discords to die.
I was actually going to say that I would disagree with that. We all left forums because Reddit exists. And that's technically what it is. It's a giant Web 2.0 forum. It's just that what we left was like individual surfing. It's kind of the same way for a while. It was like we had all these different chats and then everyone was just on Facebook chat.
Well, no,
so you can't really say we left chat message systems. We just completely centralized it on one thing.
Well, hold on. I actually want to address this thing. Is that the problem is that IRC was not fun. And it's accepting that is understanding why IRC is not a solution. IRC has no concept of persistent communications. Name authentication is an add-on hack which is done very poorly. Nixserv and services is such a hack on the base IRC protocol that it's a small miracle that it works as well as it does. There are true infrastructure problems with IRC as a whole. That's not to even go as far as that the backend networking protocol is garbage. And as we just saw with Freenode, it doesn't actually avoid any of the problems that things like Discord does.
So one of our people in chat wrote, I'll be fine with IRC since I use Quasar as my bouncer.
But that doesn't actually solve the problem for most people, because setting up Quasar or VIP or
I thought it was
ZN...
pronounced Quassel.
I have no idea. This is the first time I'm seeing this word.
Okay.
Well, however you pronounce it,
Yeah.
that still requires a user to set up Quasar Core or Quizzle Core or
Quasel. I like Quasel better.
Which Harry Potter book are we talking about?
I know, right?
Let's not bring up Harry Potter because I don't need to. But I don't need to go nuts with.
We don't need to go there.
Harry Potter and the Curse of the Turf NFTs.
And you made it that much worse because I could completely see J.K. Rowling doing Harry Potter NFTs.
More like I could see Warner Brothers doing it.
I'm actually ready to print more fire on this thing.
Awesome. Just give me a moment because it's really quick things. Yeah. So interesting thing I want to point out this article. I want to know if anyone agrees with disagree, which is that one of the arguments that Web 3.0 used to refer to the fairly inoffensive concept of semantic web technologies that make web content more machine readable. However, the term is now almost exclusively used to render the completely unrelated topic of putting anything and everything onto blockchains. It's common to concentrate to Web 3 and found alongside crypto speak like NFTs, self-sovereignty, smart contracts, DAO, and DeFi.
Well, I mean, the big thing is that Web 3.0 was a lot of ways that the original Web 3.0 of semantic internet was to fix the problems that Web 2.0 created.
Mm-hmm.
Because realistically, Web 2.0 was not the only thing that I will semi-give Web 2.0 is that interactive websites are generally a good thing. But they're not done particularly well. And I was having a long discussion is how you need a lot of people that say they know React or they know Angular. But how many people actually understand how the DOM works?
Harry Potter, the non-fungible token.
Oh god. See, that's a weird thing about me as a web developer. I more understand the DOM. I more understand Bazel, CSS, and JavaScript. But you throw React or jQuery even. I mean, at me, it's like, why? What is this? I don't want this.
because people don't understand that you can do it on. The DOM has this admittedly not unjustified reputation for being a pile of crap.
It used to be. I'll give them that.
A lot of it is more because JavaScript was a pile of crap.
Well, yeah, it
Was.
It's gotten a lot better with JS6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like there's actual improvements.
ES6. Anyway,
Fine.
Anyway, yeah, no, like a lot of people get the perception that the DOM is the way it is in DHTML, like the way it was set up in IE 4 and 5 in 1997, where you had to do all this weird shit with Windows Script Host to be able to manipulate the page, and that's what the DOM was basically based off of. Before Netscape took it in and fixed it. So jQuery was a fix for that. It brought Web 2.0 capabilities to even infill for older browsers like that. Great.
Right. Well, I mean, it goes a bit further than that because a lot of people that do web development generally are learned on Node, and when web development, when the current generation of web developers really got their start, we were still in the era where it was 1996 JavaScript and browsers, so you had to use Babel and transcompile, and there was really a notion that Angular and React was just freaking magic, and ignored the things. I mean, realistically, how much surprising behavior is there in Cascade styling sheets because it's not well documented? I mean, I've read W3C documentation on CSS, and to say I have more than once had to actually pull the specification itself to understand the behavior because it is so badly documented.
Like whenever, see, the thing is, I have a good grasp on CSS. Like I implemented TV snow static effects and stuff in it, and like CRT warm up.
You usually create our printouts with it, so yeah.
Yeah, and like our flyers and stuff. I do everything in handwritten CSS. I wrap my head around it. I can understand it, but it's like most of that was because if I needed to do something, I'm not the one who's finding out how to do it. Someone else has already found, oh, text shadow is a thing. This is how you do it. And I'm like, oh, it's called text shadow. Okay, I'll look at the reference on the W3C on how it works. And the W3C documentation is shit. So I go, okay, let's look at MDN. MDN is great. Their docs are amazing. Stellar.
Was great.
Was. Okay, the content still remains. Like, if you're using CSS3, no problem. It's the new shit that ain't really that great, but that's beside the point. You go to MDN, you read the docs, and you're like, okay, now I can get a hand of this. And you go to the dev tools and you play with it, and you know how it works now. That's how I learned through CSS to understand all the weird stuff, the 3D effects and the transforms and shit. That's fine, but if you're trying to learn CSS from basic principles, first principles, you're lost.
And to make things worse here is and to be fair, this is mostly Google's doing, is that web standards have evolved so quickly to basically just let Google do more things. See Web USB and Web Bluetooth as standards that should be burnt in hell. Yeah. But effectively, Mozilla is dead. It's on life support right now, but I honestly am willing to call time of death on Gecko, which is a really bad place for the internet to be.
Yes.
And it's primarily because Google has become such a bloated train wreck that you cannot implement a new. It's become Perl 5.
It's to me, well, just as a tangent, it's not even that. It's basically we've reached what I think is going to be one of the unfortunate end games of the internet, which is no matter what you pick, you're getting shit. There are no actual, because part of the thing, the idea of software was the idea that, or just tech in general, is that there will always be alternatives, but it's like, what happens if every single thing in this category is shit? See crypto. So yeah, that's become the problem.
I would argue that crypto in general is entirely shit because the fact of the matter is, there's too much of a. I was originally feeling that the IRS misclassified crypto as a physical asset, and now in hindsight that was the correct call. And the fact of the matter is that you have a lot of libertarians who are learning why government regulation was in fact a good thing.
Yeah.
That is the best
Oh, yeah.
description for crypto.
We're actually going to get to that. I do want to read two things. One, when you said handwritten CSS, my brain died, and all I could imagine is Cell at a desk with a lit candle writing CSS using a quill and an inkwell.
I would do that.
So, do you want to know a secret? Is that Cell was actually artist in a different life, just writing in the Myst book.
Oh,
I've never played Myst. So.
I always thought Cell was good Stallman.
I broke in Commander.
What'd you say?
How can you have never played Hypercard, the game?
I still CBS.
I am so glad Jack's not here.
How could you?
In terms of this, because Jack always beats everyone. He's always beat everyone where it's like, I finally used the stove, and it's like, how did what?
Well,
there's this amazing new thing. It's called toilet paper. It's like we've been using this for centuries, Jack.
Someone's yelling at me on chat about having not played Myst already.
Yeah. You know what that means? We need to get an Oculus Quest.
It's not on.
Yes, it is
It
actually.
is.
Because there's a 3D re-release of Myst. There's a Myst
They
that's
redid
completely
it from the
in
ground
3D.
up. Yeah.
It actually is a decent VR game.
Mhm.
It's not a
But
bad.
Oculus exclusive.
Is it exclusive? I thought it worked on Rift as well.
No, I mean,
Rift is on.
yeah.
Not Rift.
I think they're
Vive.
exclusive to the
Vive.
platforms. It's definitely runs on two. I just want to quickly read some of the comments here, and it's funny that you mentioned about how regulation is a good thing because we're going to get to that.
The surprise here wasn't that you haven't played Myst, is that you are a giant Hypercard fanboy. How have you not played the game? That was the part that got me.
I mean this
I
as a
used to have the
complete.
discs.
Yeah.
I used to
Also,
have a Quadro 636 CD.
I mean this as a complete compliment. It's more like, how have you never played Myst? You look like someone who made Myst.
Yes.
Yeah.
I
yeah.
would
How you look and
legitimately
sounded
make a
like.
game
Yeah.
with Myst.
Mm-hmm.
MetaQuest.
I hate it.
Yes.
Thanks.
Yes, that too. Yeah.
Thanks. I hate it.
Yep.
Oh no. A MetaQuest is what you go to play Myst for.
No, that's what when you see a cat that's lit up by a sunbeam.
Am I not wrong?
Yeah.
Watch Ed Commander die inside. Achievement unlocked.
No, MetaQuest is what Google's spidering system does every day. Some of the comments here. So it says, what pisses me off is that everyone spoke about AJAC and it was as it was a singular entity. I just wanted to say that loud. It's funny that you mentioned about the regulation part, because here's the thing that shouldn't surprise anybody. Now, even though, again, I have a show, thanks, I hate it, same, that, part of the reasons why I did Crypto Barons is because, again, there is tech out there where it's interesting and useful, but it's a really small minority in the giant shit sea.
No, put that back where it came from. Put that thing back where it came from. Now, as soon as he gets it on camera, you'll see why I'm saying this.
It's big and huge, and Commander's scared of it, yeah.
So, all this talk about Meta VR, I have the original. I have the OG, actually, the sequel.
He got it before it was cool.
Yeah.
Yes, put that
I am a
thing back
meta hipster.
Cell, put that thing back where it came from, or so help me.
We're not doing this song.
It's for the company play. It's for the DC.
Someone just said that in chat. Like right when you were done saying it, someone posted that.
It's for the DCG 201 company play, though. We're going to. Aren't we doing? Isn't that what we're doing at the meeting? Is we're doing put that thing back where it's okay.
I'm the old bitch everyone's afraid of, aren't I?
Sad you can tell where the chat is lagging based off the reactions.
I know, right? So the thing is that it's funny that you mentioned about there. So even though I have a show called Crypto Barons, one of my ongoing criticisms about that, and this is probably what gives me headaches in the blockchain world, is that I'm seeing the same exact mistakes and mentality from when I was on the early web.
Well,
it's like the same group of like U.S. libertarians, where the problem is that they're trying to essentially fight capitalism with capitalism.
Here, let me just sum up the problem, the mindset, the problem of crypto bros in a sentence.
Okay.
The Great Depression was characterized as a 25% loss of stock value. Right now, Bitcoin is down 33%.
Yeah, there was a giant drop recently on everything,
and they're just saying buy the dip.
Yeah. I will say, though, about that, I do think that's more reflective, which is a core problem, about what money markets are now. Because even in fiat, that's what people would be saying. Like, this is, again, they're trying to solve capitalism with capitalism. My problem with segregating everything to crypto bros, and that's not to excuse them, they all need to be hung, is that people act like we had an amazing working financial system that was nowhere corrupt, and that crypto bros are like new, and it's like, where do you think they learned this from? The Koch brothers, Milton Friedman, like this has been going on for a while. You go to fiat money, you have this
The
same
problem is
exact
that they
problem.
all learned the business lesson, their business ethics from Enron.
Yeah, that's what I mean, and that's also part of the thing is because despite that's the problem, lack of government regulations and also just dickheads and idiots. I just love that comment. And Commander is scared of it. That intrigues me.
No, it's not that I'm scared of it. It's that you don't bring out radioactive nuclear waste on camera without a content warning.
If you ever
or an NRC.
Oh, so we need to stop. Filming. We are in New Jersey, so we're technically living on top of nuclear waste.
I do feel like nuclear waste at the moment. I need a shower.
Yeah.
So why are you going to Newark?
So it's glad that we don't have smell-o-vision. Although when we went to the New York 2600 meeting, when we got to New York, there was a shit smell that followed us the entire way.
It was emanating from the tunnels.
Yeah. Like, it's blowing me away because everyone's like, oh, yeah, New Jersey just smells like poo gas, which it can, but it's like we're in, like, New York, and it's like, it's one of those things where it's like all the things that New Yorkers used to make fun of New Jerseyans for is now New York, and they've somehow done it 10 times worse.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing, is that...
They're like crypto bros.
Is that there is a series of tunnels that connects the exhaust of Newark directly into New York City. We call it PATH.
Yep.
Yeah, but we were like balls deep into the MTA system.
Well, that's the thing about pressure. It shows up in surprising places.
Yeah, true.
I don't know. I just think this is more of one of those like, it's like, well, why if New York City is so blue, do they have high COVID infections? It's because look at Cuomo. Here's their leader. The entire state of morons.
The problem isn't New York City is blue. And even then, I'd actually probably only say about 3 of the 5 boroughs.
Yeah, I know.
But if you were to take a saw and cut off New York City,
I know.
Then the only other consistently blue part of New York State is Monroe County.
Well, my other thing about this too is that New York, and this is what I was getting to, is that the political party in New York is just
no. Hold on, I need to actually directly address this. Andre, do not listen to Rosman. To put this very bluntly, Rosman overplays New York City's. Don't get me wrong, there are things wrong here. He overplays it for views and likes, and considering he's also now my body, my choice on anti-COVID vaccination policies
and masks.
And he also, I didn't realize he went there with masks as well.
I'm pretty sure he did. I remember at the beginning.
Mm-hmm. To put it bluntly, Rosman is the worst possible source you can be listening to for the state of New York and New Jersey. And he doesn't even live in this. Last time I checked, he doesn't even live in the city proper. He basically is doing what Linus Tech Tips did and shit on something for views.
Yeah. Right. I reserve my comments because, like, what he does as far as, like, activism and, like, right to repair things in general, it works. It's okay. It's gotten into the mindset of many more people than it would have before. And that's good. That's a genuine good there. But, yeah, it's like, he's got some opinions, we all do, and some of them aren't great, and he's made them very vocal on his channel and used his channel as an avenue.
But that's the Stallman argument, is that most people would say that free software is a good thing, but I don't have to. But I
don't want Louis Rossman to be the god of free
right repair.
Right repair, yeah.
Yeah, I will support.
Originally, he didn't either. Like, he came out as, listen, guys, I'm just this guy who runs a shop in Manhattan. You guys need to be going out there and doing this yourselves. That's what he was at first. I think, like, YouTube got to him. He started.
No, it wasn't. It actually wasn't that. In fact, this is. It is the mindset that it's not a problem until it happens to me, and he really started getting on the right repair bandwagon when Apple started making their devices harder to
that's
repair.
what I was going to sum up is that, again, I've never met, this is my personal thing, it's not a DCG 201 thing, I've never met Rossman, so I can't say anything of like any personal, like the way you could
Yeah.
say with like Stallman from.
No,
like,
I
I'm
haven't
just-
met Rosman
I'm just
myself.
putting that out there, but
Me
I'll put
neither.
it this way from all the videos that I've seen. Whether he does good things or bad things, the perception that I always have is you want to know why he's doing the way he is, and I hate saying it like this is going to make me sound racist, but I'm going to say it as my personal thing. He is a white mid-level business owner in New York City.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I mean,
You do the math on that because it does. Because I've met so many of that. It literally does not matter what political background they are. That category is a category in of itself. It's like if you want to know why, like one of the reasons why New York can't get anything done is they always make it seem like it's the people all the way up top and the below, but a lot of it actually is that middle bit.
the NIMBY bit.
It's the people who their business is smaller than Google, but it's not because they are in opposition to Google. It's because if they had the resources, they would be Google.
Yeah.
And that's
So-
a lot of New York City.
So someone in chat was this all started because someone mentioned, "Wow, I'm never going to the Northeast. Please come here, please. We need people here who are cool. We don't want them going to San Francisco.
Yeah.
Stop going to California. Seriously.
Which is crazy because I think it's more of a grass is greener on the other side because literally in the past 15 years, every single person I know in California does not live there anymore.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
actually
they can't afford it.
well, it's that, and I mean it's the same problem that New York has, where like the problem with New York is that there are no New Yorkers.
Well, okay.
The ones that are
I
left-
actually, I'm going to weigh in on this because I spent
Yeah.
enough time in Silicon Valley that I can actually.
Mhm.
I haven't worked in the Valley specifically, but I've worked for companies that are in the Valley, and I've moved in those circles. The thing is that Silicon Valley exists as the idea of venture capital and tech ideas, but that's not where they're born anymore.
Yeah.
I mean, a lot of people like to say that Wozniak and Jobs made Apple in a garage in Silicon Valley, and that is true.
Technically, yeah.
Yeah, well, I'd even say, even on the face of it, it is.
Okay.
But the
They want us to come to Phoenix.
I
wait, oh,
visit-
I didn't realize Tech Tangent was in Phoenix.
Yeah.
Huh.
You
I-
know that?
No, I thought he was up in Utah. I think I got confused.
Another problem.
PWR to PHX. Let's go.
You know what we have to do is we have to get the DCG 201 party van and
Yeah,
all
the
cool-
bus and road
The
trip.
party van, and we need to get a DCG 201 frequent flyer miles card.
Well, you have the thing is, I don't know. You have
It
the card
can get
printer.
you into buildings
The
in New
fact
York
of the
City.
matter is that I just need to buy the blanks, and then we can have official X509 authenticated DCG 201 cards that work as F-Mine certificates, because that's a thing we can
Yeah.
do now.
And then we'll
and
NFT
my
them.
Printer.
No,
No.
no,
No.
no,
No.
bad side pocket,
No.
no.
I just wanted that reaction.
But like my laptop has a spot for a smart card reader, so we could put a chip in the cards and have them be certificate cards. for
Now,
whatever
do we
wants
want
it.
to use Java cards?
Bing.
Bing. and I
You were being mad at me for NFTs and you brought up Java cards.
Boy. Okay.
yeah, no, if
The OG NFTs.
no, that's the Java ring.
Yeah. Yeah. The sun spot as well.
No, honest,
If you liked
honest,
it, you wouldn't put a Java ring on it.
Okay, so honest truth here is that if you've ever used a smart card, if you ever does anyone have an expired credit card or something with a smart
All
chip
I'm
in
gonna
it?
say is
Because I actually want to show this because I wanted to tweak chat.
Andrew, I totally misread your
missing part?
sentence because I legit read it as N Commander. If you come here, I can hand you back your dress.
Oh, I know who you are. I just realized you're securing Andre from my Discord drives. He has the PSU to one of the compact portables and the 2 floppy drives.
So trying to go through this and one of the most hilariously titled thing, which is Bloomberg Wealth and Equality. But no, this is actually a really good article, and it's
Okay.
about the CryptoPunk NFTs. And again, you talk about capitalism trying to solve capitalism. And then I got hit with this.
Wait,
I
why are you using IceCat?
I forgot to put. It's actually because if I load up normal Firefox, I have a billion tabs.
But why are
want
you
me to-
using?
You want me to hack around that?
I can. I also forgot to put the I haven't put the extension on
Yeah,
here yet.
okay.
That does that. But yeah.
Oh,
you can
he's
go
going to do an F12. He's going to do it. He's.
F12. There we go. Yep. I'm hacking. Leet pwn exploit.
You're not. We're not supposed to do this because this is a DMCA violation.
There we go.
Yeah, because I know I do if I just want to actually stand up because I've been in that chair for a million years.
It won't scroll though.
That's fine. We just need the headline because I
Yeah.
know what the article has in it. So basically, one of the oldest NFTs is CryptoPunks. CryptoPunks.
Here's to you, Bloomberg.
And they're yes, exactly, our almost president. So
No!
yeah, I know.
Oh, man.
So the thing is, yeah, people forgot about that. It feels like that was like 80 years ago, but it was literally
No,
like
that
2
was
years ago.
that was a year ago.
I know exactly. Inspect delete. I like that. Oh God, I think the Carousel hug pillows might be coming out in chat.
Oh, no.
What are the Carousel hug pillows?
They're like, this is what we signed up for.
Inspect.
Yes.
No, the
Inspect,
fact
delete.
of the matter is that
See,
if we
are
want,
hackers.
if
Well,
we
he
want
is.
to make if we really want to make a lot of people pay attention really quickly, we just need to have Carousel do something and have me have a face cam.
Oh.
Because
Okay.
you would do something.
Ew.
You would do something. Not like that. Get your mind out of the freaking gutter.
The way
No,
you
because
phrase these things, and then we're gonna print.
My God, you're giving them a print on.
Did you mean a PC load letter?
Oh.
But anyhow, so
No, it's tractor
It's-
feed.
I have to
Yeah.
split like 10 minutes before it starts just because
That's
it's
fine.
that old.
So the thing is, and we can talk over this.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
spooling right
So the
now.
thing
Talk.
is, because it's already
Sorry.
11:38.
Yeah.
Didn't you start spooling it like 20 minutes ago?
So the thing is that CryptoPunks is one of the oldest NFTs, and they're basically visual avatars. And basically, there was this amazing reporter who just happened to be African American. Please don't print a tribute.
You
Actually,
wouldn't print an NFT.
it would be hilarious to print this on there. So the thing is,
I know,
is
right?
that like fuck you. So so they did some investigations on like the sales of CryptoPunks, and found out that guess which CryptoPunks were in the least selling categories:
Yeah.
brown skinned avatars and female avatars. And this is exactly what I mean about trying to solve capitalism with capitalism. That basically,
No. Yeah.
And that's why I mean this is not new. This is echoes of, oh man, like when we create this stuff in 1996, we'll be once we get past the millennium, we will be the revolutionaries of the future, and that like knowledge will be upon all people, and there'll be no more scams, and we'll have rainbow unicorns raining down from the sky. And then look at the current internet, and this Web3, the same thing's happening. It's just with different shitbags. Perfect time sneeze. So it's port 22.
What it's one sneeze by Serial, two sneezes by Centrex.
So let's see.
Parallel.
I just wanted to see if there was any potential
Oh God, I had a horrible idea.
news left here.
No, there's always bad news. Stop doom scrolling.
No, it's not bad news per se. I just want to see. So I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna do the non kind of news stuff while we wait for this to print. And I just want to bring up a couple of
Are you literally holding the stream hostage over a print job? Is this what you're doing?
a print job.
I once canceled a print job. Does that make me God? Well, the green light went out.
So unfortunately, I didn't have enough time to go through because in the next episode in January, I plan on going through all of the like what are the upcoming NYC 2020 like DEF CON meetings that are like going on, like whether they're doing a live stream or something. Unfortunately, I did not have enough time for that, but we retweet those anyhow.
I will also note that there's a very wow, some of these they haven't updated in a while.
I know.
But to note, COVID might be I'm really irritated because there's a lot of things I was thinking, man, 2022 is going to be the year we do all the shit that we didn't do in 2020. And then Omicron went, ha 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 ha, fuck you.
Yeah.
I'm just mad. Fucking Decepticons. So just bringing up. Oh, thank you, Sadback, for following us. I must have been on a delay. So one comment said, "We will be like-minded. There's no doubt about it. Unfortunately, it'll be more like the Borg than a healthy society." I would argue we didn't have a healthy society in the first place because they were human beings. That's the worst part about Patch Tuesday is we never get those updates. But anyhow,
it's doing things.
It's doing things.
I'm just
doing
mad that
things
there's something that's actually more useful than me, and that's not saying much.
Well, this is the fact of the matter is that you actually managed to print something in this apartment, which is.
It doesn't seem to be liking what it's printing.
Is it sending it bell characters? Because that's what it sounds like it's
You know what I think's going on? It's sending it as text, and it's just erupting it straight to the printer.
So hold on. Does it start with an @ sign and then PS? Is it sending? Yeah, no, that's PostScript.
That's not PostScript. Oh,
Stop.
Stop.
Emergency stop.
ah, there we go.
I don't.
Form feed.
So how many characters is that crypto wallet password?
Well, so what happened?
See for yourself.
GU. Oh, it probably is 8-bit.
It says side pocket, go fuck yourself.
Oh. You're reading it sideways.
Oh.
It's in ROT 13 times 2.
So just some upcoming things.
That's definitely some unhappy printing
If everything
noises.
goes
But
well,
we did learn that this printer supports Bell.
Okay. So the thing is that if everything goes well, just some of the stuff that we know, because the thing is, I couldn't think of anything off the top of my head of stuff for this upcoming month. That's what we would normally do. So I just wanted to kind of shout out some stuff that we'll probably be revisiting. That's 9 bits with parity.
Sorry about your ears, by the way.
That's fine, yeah. I think that's kind of the theme for this episode between all three of us is sorry for your ears. And Penny for your thoughts. And by the way, I'm going to post the link in a moment, but if you do want to do a penny for our thoughts, we still have the giant donation bar at the top. We need the green thing to move, even if it's just $1.
And I will apply duct tape directly to side
I dragged
pocket.
N Commander away from Sleepy Go beddy time just to do this show, right? So the thing is, what? You want your cane?
I will apply duct tape directly to the side pocket.
That was with those eyes. That's get your fanfic writing going. So the thing is that
I don't.
That's gonna be horrifying.
I don't need N Commander X side pocket
we need
on
slash fiction
archive.org on archive of our own. No,
more like /dot fanfic.
Yes. What? The front page of /dot?
I broke him.
It's either the front page of /dot or the fanfiction is how it's coded.
Yeah, no, because I can already see the pickup lines in my head. Thank you. It's like, so what are your private members?
Pickup lines? You mean?
No, we're not.
That's the pickup line on the printer, by the way.
And Commander's like, your NFT is so big.
No.
So the thing is that.
No, it can't be because it has to fit in
a non-fuckable token. So the thing is that.
Help.
Jumbo frame.
Next month, I mean, you're the expert in this. When is the supposedly MagFest and stuff? I think it is. So, yeah.
MagFest, it starts on January 6th, a year after what happened in Washington, D.C. In Washington, D.C., or at least in the area, it's in National Harbor in Maryland.
And basically, like, from what I understand, like, again, it's okay if you can't comment on this, but it's like, there was, like, a really cool theme 2 years ago that's just been stuck in 2 years because of, like, the plague.
I mean, if you click on Super MagFest, it'll show the theme page we have.
Yeah. Now, just as a note, given that COVID might actually blow up on us, so everything is...
Everything's up in the air as far as that's concerned.
Yeah. I will be attending as myself. I'll be attending as an N Commander in real life. And there will be people there.
I'll be there.
We programmed him to say that so he doesn't reveal our trick.
I love how pre-reg is delayed and the picture they put for it is damn.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where's that damn Chaos Emerald? Another thing to highlight, this is actually in February, but FOSDEM's going to also be happening, and they're actually doing a call for papers and participants.
Okay, cool.
And there isn't Libre Planet supposed to happen?
Yes, that's the one link I forgot to bring up. So if I can type in.
The one link to bring it all.
Well, that's the thing. The link might not work because of
Libre.js. So as a note, disable the extension. So the thing is that Libre Planet has to extend calls for talks twice, which tells me that absolutely no one wants to talk at Libre Planet.
Yeah.
And
Because they didn't give a reason for why. Usually, like for CCC, actually, I forgot that CCC is coming up.
Oh,
What
yeah.
they're going to be doing is, and actually, let's just get this garbage off our page. What they're going to be doing is instead of having a core track, basically they're leaving it up to all of the villages.
Mhm.
What was the funny thing?
I can't help but to cringe at the Libre Planet website
Mhm.
just in general. So,
see, what bothers me is that they might have amazing turnout, but all the technical people have left.
yeah.
They've all, I mean, if
So
you-
a cult.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the thing is that all a cult requires is donation of its followers. I mean, am I wrong?
Yeah, no, I'm just trying to figure out because this is the thing I hate about CCC. Is that it's like a web of like
ungoogleable terms.
Yeah.
To be fair, though, Triple C has been called that since before Google was a thing.
I know. Something German. So the thing is that but yeah, so what Chaos Computer Congress is going to be doing, it's going to be it's like the last week of the year, is that they're leaving it up to all of their villages, so that villages will be live streaming. There'll be no main tracks.
I don't know how. My guess is that I'm not sure I can say what I was about to say.
That's fine. It just hits me so hard that, like, speaking of like Libre Planet and stuff, that our hell. It's actually a good question for both of you. I want to figure out what is the worst between these worst hells. Which is the worst one? The W3C consortium, like nitpicking your JavaScript, or Libre JavaScript.
Libre JavaScript.
Those are like, and what drives me nuts, I agree personally, but those are the two degree ends we're on now.
Yeah.
It's either terrible blob nitpicking, or they have somehow made JavaScript worse. And then there's stuff in between. It's insane.
Yeah.
So I guess before we fart around and I guess end up, and by the way, so like I said before, and I'll do this right now, is that we are trying to I was almost going to say desperately, but that's more like me. We are trying to raise money for the Children's Miracle Network Hospitals. They're a charity organization that, when you donate to them, they redistribute that wealth that you've donated across various pediatric hospitals and pediatric wings of hospitals across the United States and Canada. Because things were already fucked before COVID, it's even worse now. And that's just we know this as adults. Now imagine like kids with like mental disabilities, physical injuries, other diseases. But yes, there are actual other diseases besides COVID, things like that.
What really amazes me is that we're well on our way to eradicating flu, which is like task failed successfully.
Yes.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Because flu cases are the lowest they've been in over a century. But we could do so much better.
I know. We're really close to. Well, actually, that too is we're really close to, like, I don't want to say eliminating, but like really clamping down on HIV. In the same vein, literally.
But I mean, the same argument is that the same sort of bullshit we've been seeing is what's partially prevented the eradication of polio. Because believe it or not, polio is still a thing in parts of the world.
Yes, it is. And anti-vaxxing has increased it too. That's also how we temporarily brought the measles back, and particularly the German measles.
I actually lived in the neighborhood where that happened in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was my dress rehearsal for COVID. I didn't leave my apartment for a week.
Yeah.
What about all the Legionella outbreaks?
I can only have so much panic in a single go.
So I just wanted to save, and by the way, again, I posted the link to donate in chat. If you're on Twitch, we also have a widget when you scroll down. And one of these days, I'm going to get the QR code to work properly.
One of these days, we will click your widget.
Oh, we got a donation.
Oh, we got a donation. $3.50 from When in Doubt C4, which is a great username. You basically just described our apartment.
Well, the C4 by itself ain't really useful. You need the blasting caps.
Yeah, well, we are in C3.
No. But the thing is that you can use C4 as a great. The fact of the matter is, if you ever need to heat up cold rations, C4 burns great.
Don't give Jack cooking ideas.
He was in the military. Where do you
I know.
It burns extremely hot, but it's also extremely toxic. You do need to bury your food off. like to make sure.
Between the
Yeah, I know.
between the Panini and Breg shit, I want to go to EMF camp / electromagnetic field.
Yeah.
So EMF, no, it was Tour Camp that had the issues right before the Great Pandemic.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of cons that I'm questioning.
Oh, and SGC also donated
Oh, nice.
$1. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yes. There's a lot of cons that I am curious are going to come back when the pandemic actually comes. I mean,
there's actually one in the near far future that I'm really excited for them. Like, please everyone stay inside for like a month so I can actually do this.
so we're going to DEF CON, right?
That's one of them. But there's another one that's more personal for me.
Well, I feel like if I actually go to DEF CON again,
we have to cosplay as lobster.
No, we are not. No.
With a rock.
Okay, you two didn't see it. I had to see.
Well,
the walking commercial for melanoma.
No, the difference is you saw it in 3D.
Yeah.
You saw it live and in person on ice. Slap the side pocket there. That's how I know that you're fans of it. Then in the chat.
Yes. Okay. So so you know that guy that. Let's just say that my DEF CON 201 experience, which was completely unplanned, was much better than some other people's DEF CON 201 experience. Sorry, regular DEF CON.
Yeah.
Actual DEF CON.
Yep. Core DEF CON is the actual official name for it.
DEF CON.
Yes.
No, it's Line Con with some.
Provided it doesn't do ear damage. I wanted to save the best thing for last that I have with the URLs, and this is something Cecil saw a very brief piece of it. I've just been dying laughing from this thing. So, you know how, and this is the way I'm going to put it because we actually can say things like this under the DEF CON banner. Shockingly enough, the DEF CON group banner, I should say. Right. That one of the weird things that has now existed is that there's DEF CON in Las Vegas, and then there's DEF CON China, which is like it has the name DEF CON in it, and it's done by a lot of the staff. But because it's in China and it's mainly done by Baidu, they could not be more night and day of itself. So it's like you have like the hacker thing that's been around, properly grown up, and then there's like this like shoot thing that wears its clothes sort of thing, right? Mm-hmm. I found the equivalent to Black Hat because they sponsor this. It's actually a couple days ago. Really great content, but it's so fucking weird. It's a convention called @Hack.
Why does this sound familiar to me?
It's located in Saudi Arabia. And their website and promotional materials are absolutely fucking glorious, provided that they properly load. Because it might not properly load.
The fact of the matter is, I'd actually be willing to go document this in person.
I'm curious.
Well, no,
it murdered his DEF CON wearing its corpse. But yeah, look at this freaking...
That looks like the Debian logo.
It looks better than the actual page for Cyberpunk 2077.
Yeah.
Oh.
Like, this is just like so hilariously overly engineered.
Are they actually doing it in like Rida or scroll down? Where is this? They're actually doing it in Saudi Arabia proper.
Yes, it is. It lists kind of
when
way.
When are they doing it?
It already happened.
Or let me rephrase that. When are they doing it again?
Hopefully we'll find that out as I start scrolling.
So the honest truth of the matter is that I'd be willing. Because I really hope this doesn't come off as elitist. Because I'm the person here who has actually traveled through the Middle East, and I would not recommend. This is going to Saudi Arabia is not something I recommend for people who do not have travel experience.
Mm-hmm. I mean, shit, I'd say that about Montana too, but yeah.
And it's mostly because Saudi Arabia has a lot of rules for foreigners that if you don't follow them very closely, it doesn't. The visa is very difficult to get. The official policy of the kingdom is that foreigners are to enter only for a task and leave as soon as that task is done. That is essentially the official guideline of the KSA. So even getting a visa to attend, I'm amazed they did this in Saudi Arabia, because that means unless you're a member of the Gulf states, which is a 12 or 13 country union, you would need to get a business visa from KSA, and those normally require a corporate sponsor from an issuing
Well,
corporation.
here's the thing that might answer your question. Well, one, there's a lot of people from the Middle East, particularly Saudi Arabia, that attend Black Hat, so they probably got connections to that. The big thing, which is what people notice, is that it's part of the 2030 initiative in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah.
That's what's the official.
I have to wonder
banner
if they're.
underneath.
I have to wonder if KSA is like considering this a special economic zone.
I just heard
for,
KFC.
No, Kingdom of Saudi.
Yeah, I know.
No, those it does actually exist.
Because they have special economic zones that they might prop up where you need where you don't need a full visa, but you get a limited visa just for participation.
It would be similar to how they do Hajj visas. I've heard this discussion more than once.
I'll put it this way, as much as this is probably a controversial thing. Well, I even think it's more simpler than that. It's probably the Saudi Arabian version of how, on paper, especially our right wing in the United States, we're supposed to hate and disdain illegal immigrants and protect them from coming in. But good luck trying to tell Walmart and Amazon that. Where it's like, it supports our bottom line. We'll waive this. Like that's.
I'm actually
what I
surprised at the
imagine they're
companies
doing.
I'm seeing on that list.
Yeah.
Like, again, they probably got them through Black
Vice
Hat.
and
Yeah.
Wired.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cisco, IBM.
I mean, I would expect that if they did a con in the Gulf states, it would have been more likely.
Booted by Twitch.
No. I actually did a test thing. Everything's going through.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's obviously not because it's spinning circle of doom.
Well, also this is YouTube.
Yeah, but we're not.
We're back. It's literally a dip. Yeah, there's gonna be a delay.
Buy the dip.
Yeah, buy the dip.
It's because the clock just changed over to midnight.
Is it past midnight?
Just 1 minute away. Yeah.
Yep.
Buy the dip. Buy the dip.
Yep. Hi, welcome back here. After we see this, we talk about the Saudi royal family, and then.
Oh wow! We were watching the stream on the TV next to us, and we just went to 144p.
Yeah,
we went to plaid.
We went from me without glasses back to me with glasses. So.
Yep.
That's exactly. By the way, that's exactly why I rip all the videos for that exact reason.
So,
is because
I'm glad to see there's a lot of people ready to just tell us when the stream goes down.
Yeah. I get that on my Master of Unlocking as well.
Well, it's like watching an internet outage on Twitter, or what? Yeah. No, the one I really like is watching an earthquake because you get to see where it is in real time.
Yep.
And there has, in fact, been scientific studies on the propagation of seismic stuff.
So I will put it this way: at this point, I don't know. I want to do one last thing that's related to the hack. If we're gonna end this immediately, if we're gonna fart around just a little bit,
I think he's gonna try and print again.
And then do it. I mean, we could. It's just that's what I mean. But I will do this thing, and then depending on when you guys want to end it, we can end it because I'm in no rush now. This was the busiest part of my day, besides work tomorrow, and I've done work on less sleep. So the thing is that that the one thing I say
144p
is shit like 10
Holy
years
cow,
ago.
that is lag. I said that 10 minutes ago.
Yeah. No, because the stream died. It's now even laggier.
Yeah.
I might be able to actually. Let me just try this.
No, don't.
What?
Don't unplug the internet.
No, I was gonna exit out of this and go back in on the switch.
Oh, okay.
Resetting our monitor.
Yeah, it's probably not going to do anything, but I just want to try.
I see you reaching under the table.
Oh yeah.
And it's like don't.
Our internet thing's over
just
there.
For how our infrastructure here works, we use a Nintendo Switch as our stream monitor connected to a 38-inch TV.
It's a big delay, but we're more looking for general stuff rather than
See, a big thing is that we probably should replace Restream with our own. I don't want to, I almost am about to say we should do DIY. But my problem with Restream is it adds so much stream delay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It makes the streaming experience unpleasant. Because on YouTube, even with RMTP, it's usually just a 1 to 2 second lag.
Yeah.
Here, I can, by time, I have enough time that I could rob the place blind, and you wouldn't even see it.
Yeah.
Well, here's the other thing that I actually completely forgot that we might be able to do. I'm actually going to test this right now.
Oh, he's got a smart TV. He's got a smart TV.
Nah, not quite.
There we go.
Well, okay.
This is it in real time. without the delay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
I know. See-
Yes, I know. The fact of the matter is I still have PTSD over stream latency.
So one of the things
Yeah.
about this, it's set up an FTL endpoint.
No,
We're trying to
Put it
make
on
our
the DC201
we're trying to make our
server.
infrastructure
We'll
better.
do this for real.
No, but my whole thing with this
No.
is that the other problem too is the audio only comes out of here and not the TV. If I switch it, they won't be able to hear anything.
Right.
The other reason why I also normally don't do this is that this sucks up so much resources. That's why I was surprised that the @hack thing did crash the stream.
Well,
Like trying to, despite this being a high power computer, trying to do like that's my favorite thing about modern technology. By the way, I actually been wanting to make a meme about this, where it's like I can run 8 billion crypto miners, fine, I can do all this, but it's like load New York Times on Google Chrome, just instant kill, like I was running Crisis back in the day or something, and like that's
no,
a lot of these things where it's like run 2 images at the same time. I do quantum mechanics. I don't know how this works.
So the joke that is on my stream is that my desktop rig is so powerful that I can have 2 Chrome tabs open at the same time.
Yes.
And there was this magical moment of when I was in a hostile parasocial relationship with my chat, where they had me open HTOP, where I had, and at this point I had 7 VMs going, the stream, Discord, and several MSDN, and it's like, haha, I'm in danger, except for the memory bar was only at 33 gigs, and there was this entire other half of the bar that was empty, and it's like,
that was epic.
We can install
I remember that.
OS2. It's like, no.
OS2 on the blockchain.
Yeah, it's like.
Chat, tell him to do it. Actually, if if someone donates $5, I'll make him do it.
No. I am
$20.
We are not doing because the problem is then I'd have to install OpenWatcom.
Yes.
I'd have to implement a blockchain on OS2.
Cheese just came up with the most cursed idea that I could think.
That's actually a thing.
No, I know.
No, SJC, do not. I will.
JPEGs over FTL over FTP with NFTs.
Oh no.
Yes.
I have a more cursed one. JPEGs and NFTs over slow scan television.
Just do everything over Site Protocol. It's still up. Like that still scars me for life. Me like researching that. For a month. It felt like I was digging up dinosaurs. If you guys are
really, oh god, did he actually donate?
I see.
No, I can't see now. It's too tiny. I can't tell if people have donated.
No, he's not, because that's all the recent ones up there.
Donate. Don't donate. Or don't donate, or I'll mine a block. I'll mine.
Donate.
If you donate, I'll use the +4 on stream. I'll make someone cry.
Donate,
probably me.
Donate December.
I'll program them.
There's the link to donate.
In fact, we can mine. I will implement a SHA-255, 256 is not that hard to implement in C because I really don't want to deal with 64-bit numbers in 6502 assembly. You can't blame me for that.
What I would recommend is to just
might as well push it through LoRa while you're at it.
What's LoRa?
The wireless WAN service for local area. Like
no, that's just Bluetooth.
It's essentially Bluetooth but longer range.
Oh, thank you, SJCT, for donating again for $5.
Okay, let me get the phone out. I gotta kick you out of my Discord.
What's gonna be the content of the NFT? That's the thing I want.
I'm gonna put it. No, I'm gonna have an NFT that points to itself.
It's a painting of a Diet Coke.
Oh, actually, no. That's actually a really good idea to have a self-referential NFT.
Thank you,
because
by the way,
it'll probably
for donating.
crash whatever tries to scalp it.
Yeah.
It says you'll be getting bits of thought put.
I mean, realistically speaking, there were actual native C compilers for the. I know there are for the 64. Mm-hmm. I'm pretty sure there was one for the 128, possibly targeting the 64 mode.
Honestly, if there's a C64, if there's a 6502C compiler, you just need to write a few.
Probably just do it.
I think Commander is trying to avoid that. Inevitably, he's going to end up in a straitjacket in a cell somewhere by the end of this.
I would still do it in assembly, but as far as handling 64-bit numbers, I would have a subroutine just for numbers.
So, well, the thing is that realistically, all you have to do to mine a block is 2 SHA 255,
Yes.
256 passes.
That's like the minimum,
minimum.
yeah.
I mean, if I really,
That's why Game Boy can do it.
I
It
mean,
takes
realistically
forever, but yeah.
speaking, there are Bitcoin miners for the Commodore 64. The implementation's not particularly good because it doesn't actually have any way to interact with the blockchain
The
network.
good thing is it's not particularly good, so it's a lot better than a lot of blockchain tech already out there.
I mean, if I was to do this properly, why am I talking about this? This is going to end so badly.
Because you're here and it says we already know he's mad.
LSR high byte, ROR high byte, PHP, ASL high byte, PLP, NOR high byte.
My biggest problem is that I have trouble visualizing on how you would actually do 64-bit math on an 8-bit processor.
Indexes.
Yeah.
The 6502 is a table machine.
Yeah. It's segmented.
The problem is I don't do well with math. I'm not particularly good with base.
I'm not going to make that comment.
So consider the 6502 as a stack machine. Push, 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 push. Math.
I think only half people.
Can you just handle it? Could you just handle it as 8 individual multiply options?
Money to torture the Egg Commander fund. Yes.
Carry flag then.
You write the carry into another register.
No.
Yes, that goes directly to charity. Thank you so much.
I guess I would just have to add one to the next field, wouldn't I?
When we do our meeting, I'm renaming it to the money to the torture Egg Commander fund.
Here's how it works, right? If you want to multiply two numbers together, okay, you're handling two 64-bit multiplications, right?
Yes.
So what you're doing is you have 4 groups of 8 bits. You take a pair of 8 bits from number 1 and number 2 and multiply them together into 2 separate registers, one for the carryover and one for the commutator. And then you repeat that for the 4.
Does the 6502 have a way to do that?
Yes, it has direct index address. It's literally a table machine.
So what episode is Cyril going to be a guest on so you can make this?
No, he'll probably get defenstrated before we get that far.
I'll implement it in 4th.
Well, there is a 4th interpreter for the Commodore 64.
I know.
I mean, if we really want to go down this particular rabbit hole, I could do it in COBOL on a Commodore 64.
There's COBOL on the 64?
Yes.
Yes.
I thought that was just like
No, there is actually. In fact, you can even do APL because the VIC has a reprogrammable
I know
chart.
APL, but
when you say you know APL, it means you know of it or you know how to.
Yes.
So
you know the one line that would make a blockchain miner.
Yeah,
because it's an APL program.
Here's my thing.
Plenty of downtime.
So Commodore 64 is basically the Garfield of computer worlds, where the joke about Garfield is if it exists, it exists with Garfield on it. It's like if it exists, there's a version of it that runs on Commodore 64. Yeah.
Well, see, I have a Commodore 128, which is exactly 100% better.
Yes.
COBOL on C64 doesn't surprise me to say. So just to get this out of the way so that if we want to wind down, we can do this. Okay. Because this won't crash the stream, but it ends the whole app hack thing. And here's my thing. I just think because it's going to be smaller on the screen and it's going to be more in real time, so we'll get that reaction. You might be able to hear the audio from my headphones, but I don't think you need it. I just want to briefly show, because they have a promo video for the con, that if you thought the website was ridiculous, like...
No, please don't.
What?
You're already torturing me enough.
What? It's amazing. It's probably going to be better than the Matrix Resurrections.
What's worse, COBOL or Fortran? I'd say Fortran.
I would say COBOL.
Really?
My God, we found the glitch in the Matrix.
Battle!
We actually found the glitch in the Matrix where we disagree on something.
While they talk about this, I'm going to play the video.
No, the reason... Okay, so here's the thing. Is that Fortran has purposes in the modern world.
Right.
First, it handles...
I have watched you through your devices, and so have your enemies.
As well as unstructured data access. Because doing unstructured data access is a sad flaw.
Define region picture.
Yes! But you have to structure your unstructured data.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want, imagine doing HTTP parsing in COBOL.
I would need to get the big picture.
Well, there is a web framework if you want to do COBOL on the web called COBOL on the web. The thing is that whoever wins this battle, you all lose.
Yeah.
Do you mean the video or the argument?
I haven't even been looking at the video.
The video's amazing.
Oh lord.
This is the promo for the COD.
It's so cyber.
Yeah.
Like,
No, it actually was reminding me of the opening titles of Watchmen.
No, a lot
the
of
production
people.
quality
No,
is
a lot
way
of
too
people were like I remember when I first saw this, I'm like, is this a convention or is this the new patch for Cyberpunk 2077?
Uh-huh.
It's like that level of
Or is
like
this the new Marvel movie?
them trying too hard. Yeah, it's like
What the fuck
try
is this?
it's try hard the movie. Yeah, I know.
Freaking War of the World shit.
And then like fucking the prequel for Star Wars comes out of nowhere.
What?
Uh-huh. The orb.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia, the orb.
Uh-huh.
Remember that's an actual thing.
Yes. Thunder in my orb. Why
These are the guests that they have on.
Oh, they got Schneier.
Yeah.
Right.
The security guru.
Right. Business hall.
You need to dress like that. No,
I need to
and
dress like business hall.
talk bad about Marvel, everything they do.
You know what? This reminds me of the DEF CON 26 ads, because that was if you pull up the DEF CON 26 branding, that looks like a ripoff with higher production qualities.
Well, this is sponsored by Black Hat, so.
Well, that's part of the problem. To put it very bluntly, I don't. Black Hat is the thing that has become so commercialized. I have
become. It started off that way, basically. Like literally,
there was a time when Black Hat actually had good things, like the Cisco vulnerability where the guy quit on stage.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
The last Black Hat was more. This is how this magic snake oil is going to prevent you from being hacked.
My whole thing is there's like there's very few diamonds in the rough. Actually, my favorite thing ever from Black Hat, I can't remember what year it came out in. It's actually relevant to our conversation. They had an amazing keynote. I actually used to know her posts online where she had the controversial opinion of if we don't stop all of this unchecked corporatism and like weird US libertarian shit. This is like back in like 1996. She was like, the internet's going to become basic cable with the illusion of choice. And basically her entire keynote was, I fucking hate being right. And she went down to the other thing. So this got a huge cheer where she was like, also, because we're talking about the repeat of history, fuck blockchain. And like the entire audience erupted in applause at Black Hat. Like it was I was kind of like, so why isn't she the keynote at DEF CON? Like, you know, it's like one of those things.
Well, you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Stephen Colbert at the press conference, the press secretary's conference. I mean,
can you use arrays in C64?
It depends on the C compiler. SDC, small device C compiler, is modern C cross compiler to the 6502. If I was self-hosting on the Commodore 64, or more realistically, I'd be doing this in 128 mode because memory is nice. The thing is that while the Commodore 64 gets a lot of love from users, of the major 8-bit machines, it is by far the worst programming environment. Its basic implementation is weak at best. It has Commodore Basic is from the 70s versus AppleSoft Basic, which is 80s. It's got no support for graphics or sound. You can't reprogram the VIC chip without doing peeks and pokes.
Yeah.
Very little support for mathematics. I mean, I don't even think you could do a 64-bit by 64-bit multiply.
Yeah, honestly, the Atari Soft Basic on the 800 and 400 series is a lot more powerful than the C64 Basic. I think the only reason they put Basic in the C64 is because if they didn't, there would be no operating system.
Well, it didn't cost them anything.
That too. They already had their deal with the VIC-20.
Yeah. No, it was from the PET. It's only for the Commodore 128 that Microsoft renegotiated.
And like that's the other thing, right? They just basically, pun intended, ported BASIC from the PET and added almost nothing.
Yeah. Well, no, they took things out because BASIC on the PET had disk commands.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, they put the disk stuff in the disk drive on an intelligent controller, quote unquote.
An intelligent controller on a wet noodle.
Yeah.
God, you could.
It's like they took 2 steps forward and 64 steps back.
No, that was the +4.
No, that was 4 steps forward.
Well, no, that was that. A lot of people call it the Commodore 61.
Tom said there's a network card for the Atari 8-bit that does HTTPS.
But that's just offloading it. That's cheating.
Question: can you post in chat, because then I'll try to rip it to post on here, that amazing 2600 demo that you showed me?
Oh yeah.
See, I've had you want to know my own version of this is a stupid idea that I want to do. I want to implement an IPv6 stack for MS-DOS.
Platypus does support any recent SSL/TSL versions. At minimum, you would need SSL 3.0 or TSL 1.0. But some sites block anything less than TSL.
You realistically can't do TLS on a Commodore 64. The absolute smallest TLS 1.2 stack is about 30 kilobytes of code. Realistically, on the C64, if you're doing everything in pure assembly and you reuse graphics memory for programming, I'd still say with the upper amount of usable is what, 48 kilobytes, maybe a bit more, because while the Commodore 64 technically does have 64 kilobytes of memory, you can't actually you can't actually use all 64 at once.
Right.
And
that's the other thing. Like you have BASIC and ROM that exists in the 64K address space. Even though it has 64K of RAM, you have to send a command to poke out to the gal, the pal, or whatever.
Yeah, there's a magic poke to make it go away.
And it makes it go away. And then once you lose the BASIC, you can't access that code ever again without another poke back. And sometimes you need routines out of BASIC just because they already exist in ROM. They're easy to jump to.
I don't remember if it also maps out the kernel ROM.
Yeah, you can map out kernel and BASIC.
But I don't remember if it's one or all or nothing, or if you can do them individually.
You can do them individually.
Okay. Yeah, so
That's why they're separate ROMs technically.
Okay, it's been a while since I've looked at the C64. Yeah. The fact of the matter is, of the 8-bit machine,
oh god,
the Coco, I don't know how much I want to say about the Coco because I really am not a big Coco user.
Yeah.
But of the free, the other problem is that Apple and Tandy Radio Shack included assemblers in their operating system, as well as debuggers. That's Apple II's monitor, and I don't remember what Tandy's was. The Commodore 64 has to be loaded from a cartridge or from disk, which means more of your address space goes away. Mm-hmm. So the C64 is not a fun platform to develop on. It's a fun platform to develop for, but not on.
So
that being said, I think the +4 does have the monitor built in.
So someone wrote, FujiNet for the Atari 8-bit is current and open source, also available soon for the Coleco Atom.
And if I was to do Bitcoin on a Commodore 64, I probably wouldn't do the networking parts. If I really was going to go down that particular rabbit hole, and I really don't, I would probably use a Ultimate C64 cartridge.
What I would do as far as the networking stuff is perform the networking in one program, save its results to the disk, and then perform the crypto in another program.
But I've literally cut my hash speed in half because Commodore 64 disk drives are sad.
Yeah.
Unless we loaded it from tape.
Or do a fast loader. In fact, we could leverage the disk drive as a second processor for double the hash speed. Actually, quadruple, because the disk drive runs at twice the speed as the 6502 and the C64.
But can you actually parallelize SHA-256 like that?
Yeah. You just break the hash in two and recombine at the end. Do each round in their individual machine. It's how
no, that makes sense. It's just, could you actually implement SHA-256 in 2 kilobytes of RAM?
2 kilobytes?
That's all the disk drive has usable.
The disk is RAM.
Very slow RAM. No, actually, I don't
even technically RAM.
So here's how you So for those who didn't know, it is possible that the Commodore disk drive is a thing of horror and should have never seen the light of day. Yeah. But because Commodore owned a fab, they were able to afford to do things that were not good ideas.
Right.
That's basically the MO of their company.
That's MOS Technologies in a
That's
nutshell.
MOS Technologies and to an extent Intel.
Yes. So to put this so instead of doing something sane like having a disk controller interface,
I'll put it this way: owning a fab in '80s coked-up computer exec terms is like building a wonder in Age of Empires.
You mean crypto bro terms?
Crypto bro terms for
Yeah.
the '80s.
Yeah. So Commodore. The thing is that Commodore could have really great disk drives. They could have had better disk drives than the integrated Wozniak machine. They didn't. In fact, the thing is that the Commodore Plus 4 and the Commodore 16 actually have good disk drives. That's the 1531 disk drive, which is freaking unobtainium because the Commodore 16 was a pile of garbage. You can hook up an IEC disk drive, but it runs at the speed of molasses. Actually, I have a better idea. I have a stupid idea that I might actually do, but I hate it. Borland Turbo C for CPM is a thing. Where do you think the MS-DOS versions came from?
Also, this printer comes with programming examples in BASIC.
So put IBM Basic on that. Oh, actually, what? That actually is for PC Basic.
Yeah.
I was being sarcastic.
I almost want to be adventurous and try to take the HDMI and plug that in and see where. But we would have to do the.
We'd need a capture card.
Yeah, we have it, but it's just I don't know if we want to risk that.
And it's either that one or I also have one that's USB 2.0, which probably won't cause as much of a bandwidth problem.
Yeah, it's more of like
bandwidth is overrated. We don't need bandwidth.
I'm trying to figure out where we would plug this in.
Okay, Sun Microsystems.
That sounds like a swear too. Smile
No.
Badic is a thing for Nintendo
Smile
Switch.
Basic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Badic.
The problem is that I love Sun stuff, but I also every time I do anything with Sun hardware, it reminds me that Sun was just the Commodore computers of the 90s.
Yeah, to an extent.
Actually, I'd actually say Commodore was better managed, which really is a bad sentence to put.
Sun did a lot of things right and a lot more things wrong.
The thing is that Sun is the epitome of good management is like air. You don't know what you have until it's gone.
Cursed idea. Can you feed the printer via BASIC over the Ethernet print server?
I don't
Actually,
know, but we could.
I have an idea. Okay. So GW Basic can be redirected to run over a serial terminal. We plug that into an Ethernet, RS-232 over Ethernet. Then we plug the printer into that. We are not going RIDI. We are not going full RIDI.
We run the printer over a modem. We hook this shit up to it, and we're gonna.
Is that a full acoustic adapter?
Yes, it is.
I thought it was a teletype.
I think it's got a serial port on it somewhere. Whatever. It has a nice keyboard.
Yeah, let me see.
There you go.
Ooh. That's that actually feels like a
just want to note
keyboard.
that the stream shouldn't die, but I'm about to do something that might be cursed, so just hold on to your butts.
I've never taken a cap.
Let's see if I can get one to come off.
You want a tool for that?
Yes, please. I'm just curious what type of switch it is. I'm sorry. The mechanical keyboard nerd in me just came out.
Speaking of which, that Discord keyboard.
Oh, yeah.
What Discord keyboard?
Discord announced they are selling a keyboard. As
No,
part of their...
no.
Yeah.
No.
It's
No.
their
No.
merch.
No. Do not want. I mean, I have shown pictures of what the DaVinci Resolve Editor's keyboard looks like. I think that's buckling spring, although it could be rubber dome. Although that's a little. When was that made?
There you go.
That's Alps Black.
Yeah.
You mean this thing, seriously?
Oh, so do you want to know the sad thing about this?
Is there a serial port in the printer? No, it's parallel.
How much did you pay for this?
I don't remember.
What?
Practically.
Nothing. You want to know what the sad part is? If you took the caps off this, pulled the switches off, you could get about $100 for these switches.
Damn.
Because when was this made?
85, 86.
Yeah, these are original. So, all right. Hold on. Let me explain for the chat. So, Mechanical keyboard users are...
a special breed.
Assholes.
But I use a mechanical keyboard, but...
Me too.
Okay, so the answer is that mechanical keyboard users will pay a lot for monster audio cables.
Oh.
And the fact of the matter is that Alps Black switches are kind of legendary in the community because Alps hasn't redone their tooling from the 80s. So the older an Alps Black switch is, which is what these are, the more money they will go for.
Nice.
So if you were to take a soldering
Wait,
iron
they're 69?
and desolder these Alps Blacks, you could probably get, I would say, between $50 and $100 for them. Probably about $1 a switch.
Christ.
Because that's how, have we found your new? Are you going to start buying old hardware and harvesting their switches?
Could we
That
actually?
is definitely a buckling spring keyboard.
Mm-hmm.
That almost feels like a Model F.
Where's my...
I don't know if we can. We might want to hold that up to like the camera and type to see how.
I wasn't actually, but yeah.
That's a proper clicky keyboard. Well, I wouldn't say it's clicky.
Here, I'm gonna for 2 seconds. I'm gonna cramp the mic all the way up. Go.
Okay. Let me get this cord out of the way.
We have now turned into an ASMR channel. I just love that, like in real life, it took you guys like 2 minutes to actually go and sync. This is like the worst Blue Man Group performance I have ever seen.
Thanks. Oh, you're not paying for it.
So where's
Thank God.
Oof. So here's the thing: is that when I have a Corsair XT100.
Nerd ASMR,
You
yes.
have an XT keyboard?
No, you know what I'm looking at buying, and I'm cringing over it.
Oh.
Yes.
Actually, maybe that should be another segment of Patch Tuesday in the future. Is N Commander looks at his cursed eBay list of things he wants to get.
Nothing uses F7.
And Goodwill.
WordPerfect users cry out in horror. No, seriously, F7 is save. He's taking my save key.
There is no save. There is no escape.
Yay for F12, boo for F7.
Yeah, I need a proper keyboard. This isn't going to come on.
That's from what I can tell, that is probably an Alps switch. Sorry, these are Cherry MX Blacks. I misspoke. That's probably an Alps. I'm guessing it's either an Alps Salmon or an Alps White.
I just want my Gateron switches.
Give it back!
There we go. Alps Whites.
I was close! You know I've done too much with keyboards when I can identify the switch like that. Oh my god.
Yeah.
I have to read this like this. In the very special Patch Tuesday, our first one, by the way, the boys go Goodwill keyboard hunting. I'm adding that for next month.
Goodwill hunting, oh my god.
There is nothing good found here at Goodwill.
Yeah.
This is the worst place to go thrifting.
I have to say, unless you go out to Long Island or maybe sometimes in Union City, there's that thrift store up there. New York City is shit as far as thrift stores go.
And the worst part is that most of them are Salvation Army, which you should never shop at or donate money.
Yeah, do not give them money for
Although,
any reason.
it was really funny to watch the right completely turn on them.
Yeah, that was funny.
Well, why did they turn on them?
They came out as quote-unquote woke, according to the right.
They support BML.
Yeah.
It's just like the way no one on the right talks about...
Wow.
Wait. It's like the exact same way how no one talks about on the right Kyle Rittenhouse anymore.
The shitty crossover that no one expected.
More like the M. Night Shyamalan plot twist no one expected.
So maybe I have to ask. Maybe I should host for the holidays a special N Commander and ASMR stream. Although I know people in my Discord use my streams as is for ASMR.
You mean they use it to go to sleep?
Yeah.
So I'm just boring.
Oh.
Maybe that's why Louis Rothman is so popular.
Plug it in. Do that.
Oh no, he's going full teletype.
It works.
Can we have teletype Teletubbies?
That when they asked for ASMR, this was not what they meant.
I know, right?
I sleep to your streams. You're not boring. That's a great Yelp review for N Commander's live stream. He's not boring. That's the bar.
I believe that's the sentence is called "Damned by Faint Praise."
I like sleeping to curse computing. That's a shirt. That will give you royalties for.
Oh,
If
yeah.
it fits, it
I
sits. Can I identify HED manufacturer / model by the sound, and I hate it.
I'm pretty sure that if I put Searcell on a PBX, you could whistle the check.
You have the worst superpower. Also, okay, so I am gonna bring this up.
Okay.
A little bit behind the scenes right there. But a very special N Commander holiday special, the sound of printer / modem.
Tube Ripper.
About what? OpenLAR or what?
No.
I started
No.
I started dreaming about YouTube
no.
not using X and using Xenix or something.
No.
Yeah, Discord made a keyboard.
No.
And it's in light theme and dark theme.
Yes.
So the app does have an Easter egg that you can have ultra light theme.
Ultra
See? Dark.
light theme.
No.
Wasn't that an episode of like Transformers?
No, I was about to say, isn't that just their engineering staff?
You know the worst part?
I give you props for that.
The worst part is I could buy one of those and make a meme video, and it would probably be the best performing video on my channel.
What I was going to say realistically is one of my best, both to do and in terms of viewership for Master of Unlocking last year, was I did a lockpicking ASMR stream on the ASMR YouTube section of the Twitch section of the channel. And my favorite cup of it was one of my regulars came on and said, "This is the most bizarre thing I have ever seen. I love it." So yeah.
Well, see, here's the thing: is that in terms of Twisted Internet, I am debating running a Kickstarter to buy the hardware to do a documentary on Copeland.
Stuck to Bright Sun Films. Okay, so you won't be sadly able to hear the audio through this, but I think this is the last video I can play. Thanks to Searcell who posted this in chat. N Commander hasn't seen it. I'm going to blow his mind because it blew my mind. Okay? So if I did this right. Chat, what is this?
That's Bad Apple. So what's it running? That looks like a +4.
I'll give you hints as it goes closer and further.
Well, it's running in a character text mode of some sort.
I'm now glad this is on a delay.
Nope.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's going to be out of sync with the rest of.
That's fine.
Yeah. So I'll give you a hint. It is running on a 6502. Or a 6502 type processor.
Not a transputer, is it?
No. Those aren't. It's a cartridge-based machine.
So it's Atari.
Yes.
Is it an 800?
No.
Is it 2600?
Yes. It's an Atari 2600, and it's playing full 14.4 kilohertz.
Well,
audio
but the thing is that
at
they're
7-bit.
cheating. They're cheating because I saw the teensy there. They're doing what Vi did with the NES.
To an extent,
But with the 2600, that's not even hard because by design you're chasing the beam.
yeah. But they're playing it on the 2600.
I thought that Atari corporate as the one that chases the beam now with their blockchain NFTs for gambling.
Is that a thing?
Yes.
Yes.
Atari's two companies now. One that nickels and dimes for all their video game IPs. The other one does like full blown cryptocurrency NFT stuff.
Yep.
I don't want to live on this planet.
So what about those CDs that we saw earlier? And then I think we should probably wrap this up.
Okay, so chat. Searcell found these, and they will almost certainly show up on my stream
I'll do it in
on my
face
channel
mode.
at some point.
I think Neo actually gave this to me at one point, just to hold on. to.
Now,
Yeah, it's like a venereal disease.
Oh.
What?
we need to disincentivize you from bad ideas because you don't use them responsibly.
And Commander was flicking me. He was flicking me off.
So we have Red Hat Linux for Deck Alpha. And then the sick puppy part of me now wants to do Linux from scratch for Deck Alpha.
Who remembers DVD RAM? I remember the Technology Connections video on it.
Let's see here.
The
next
I
one.
want DVD RAM, like discs.
I'm actually not. These are not in a good
More
order.
ancient Linux.
They're not in a good way.
They're not in a good order to show on stream.
Computer virus equals.
Does the order matter?
Nope. Shuffle them around.
So
this is how dorks play poker.
Yep.
I actually forgot that this is a thing that exists. We're not even sure this is a dumped one. That is, I don't think it's showing up well on camera.
That's fine.
It's Digital Unix 3.2. This was the predecessor to True 64.
Yep.
And then
Wasn't
I have
it called OSF1 at one point.
Which, by the way,
it says formerly DEC OSF1.
You needed the expansion,
which was
pack
what they
for.
were going to rebase AUX on.
The Mac one.
The Mac AUX was supposed to get a PowerPC version built on top of DEC OSF.
True 64. You had a video game made about you?
Where's the ear? Where's the ear? Okay. Online documentation. Compliment. I'm sort of happy that I'm certain that this has copy protection and I'll never get a chance to use it. Because I really don't want to build a digital Unix true cluster.
The camera's doing this.
Yeah, you have to point down a little.
Yeah.
Yeah. Clustering software for your Deck Alpha.
It's a clusterfuck.
And then we have a bunch
disk.
of. I kind of want to go for these freeware CDs and sort because it says source code, so it's probably just GNU.
Probably.
And
called GNU freeware.
We have a firmware update CD.
Break that copy protection.
No, that copy protection is what protects me from Visual Source Save from Unix.
Oh.
And that is the argument for good that's the argument for copy protection in a sentence.
Yeah. Holy shit.
Yes. I have Alpha Freeware, which probably means for the Deck Alpha.
Do it. Is there math munchers in there?
Don't hit him with the valuable discs as much, even though you really want to.
What?
Don't hit him with the
image.
So where did Neo get these? When did he raid a digital store?
His crypt.
I don't know. Yeah.
He literally pulled those memories directly out of his brain, or what's left of it.
No, it's probably the stored disks for the fail server for the fail factory. It's probably from before fail factory upgraded to IT.
Here's an actual great question for you, Commander. What do I pay you for if not cursed stuff?
Apparently for my ASMR capabilities.
What protocol is that?
Opus over HTTP.
Oh Lord!
I went there. I mean, if I really want to get Cell rant of the day, why don't you tell me how you feel about what was Ogg's video codec?
SCJ to the quotes file.
Yeah. Begin rant.
It was an okay codec. Didn't really function very well. Nobody adopted it. It was
an okay codec that doesn't function very well.
Yeah. No, like on Theora, a lot of people really wanted it to work out. It never did, and I think after web video was starting to become a thing, like HTML5 adopted video, the only one they allowed was Theora at first, so more people started to adopt it for that.
Cursed codec is AMR-WB.
Yeah. No, if I wanted to do cursed ASMR codecs, I just do an ASMR with SS7.
Okay. If we wanted to do a cursed codec, I'd go with the Rock Schrodinger.
No, if I really want to go with a theme, I do a stream in Real Player.
Yes.
Commander.rmvb.
The little book icon.
Good Lord.
probably wouldn't even be that hard.
For
Ooh,
you,
I,
for the eyeballs of your
It
viewers.
shoots the.
Yeah, watch out for that. The chord's a bit.
It's
dragging.
what NS.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Chet just said it's what NLS talking books use.
No, if we want to cause pain and suffering, we need to get SJC talking about talking books on videos on camera.
Honestly, one of my biggest fears that I feel like I know is going to happen, it'll be amazing, and that's why I'm afraid of it, is just imagining some convention somewhere, and I'm probably going to forget one, where it's going to be on a panel, N Commander, Lazy Game Reviews, Michael J, whatever the fuck he's called, just like all of them, like all 8 of them, including N Commander, just on the stage, unleashed for like 8 hours straight, like an Agent Steel talk at Hope. I'd pay good money to see that, especially for charity, like the link I put in chat, but like, yeah, that's, because I know that's inevitable, where we get all the old crazy retro people together for just the cursed retro hour.
Are we going to host it on a Token Ring network?
We'll host it on satellite.
It'll work on satellite view?
Pumped through a, what was that thing called? Because my brain forgot it. What is it called? Web TV?
Don't want to put food on.
The printer has now accepted cookies. Using a steady and backdoored version of libopenSSL.
No, I just re-add DG support to it.
Question, because my memory's fuzzy. Was Web TV always a Microsoft product, or did they buy them later? Okay.
Early on, they were independent, and Microsoft bought them in the startup phase.
Yeah, which I would personally count as part of Microsoft.
Yeah.
I know N Commander and Crazy King can go that long, but I don't think anyone else can.
No, that's fine. Then what we'll do is we'll just replace them as needed.
If you have N Commander and Crazy Ken, I need proof of video that they're that long.
I don't know.
Hey!
What?
Hey!
What? The wording of it. I mean, come on.
No, you don't go there.
I missed it.
Over a debug connector on the back of a talking book player. Bought them later, Andre. Mac 84 probably could.
Yeah. I mean, it is entirely possible that Lazy Game Reviews will come up to BCF East. I mean, if it wasn't for the fact that it's COVID, I would have probably gone to Midwest.
I will also just say that while there's no time limit, I'm going to hard cut this off at 1 a.m. just for all of our sanity's sake.
What's sanity?
I read it on Wikipedia at some point. I also edit Wikipedia.
So you have your Wikipedia barn stars?
Man, I need a citation for that.
Oh, so when you get when you award someone a barn star, don't you have to cite?
I need sleep, so I don't know what that is.
DSBUYN, okay?
This is not a G-rated show. Are you kidding? We're talking about uncensored titanium.
No,
No, I am not doing drivers for charity on a live stream. There are.
That's so about our meeting on the 17th.
Nope.
Yes.
Nope.
We haven't discussed which topic you're going to cover.
Nope. You keep the sentence going.
Your hands are actually soft and warm.
I will condemn you to the comfy chat.
Okay. You know this is not how black hair works.
I didn't stop touching it.
You're going to get dizzy now.
Why?
Because you touch Fuzzy.
So you're a cat?
You undid my curls. That was amazing.
Blame that on N Commander.
Yes. That should have been the name of the show. Blame it on N Commander.
No, I am not. I am not the new Jack.
Yes.
And we would have like a little intro theme tune.
No, that is not good.
That's on Twitch. Do that to me, please.
That's exactly what I was thinking. That's why I was burst out laughing when you said it.
I am not the new Jack.
And we're going to zoom in uncomfortably close on my face with your hands. hands are actually soft and warm.
2500.
Well, yes. How do you think I hand carved the ones and zeros for my cursed malware?
Oh, so you code
Is
with
there a
CSS
noticeable
with them.
difference between an Epson LQ2500 and an Epson LQ2500C?
I wouldn't know.
Okay,
I would guess it's a free.
whatever. Next.
I have a bin of cursed hardware that's surviving drivers. So you have a bin of Americans because without surviving drivers is like what without
No,
health insurance.
it's Floridians. Get it right.
Oh,
Well, actually, you don't have a driver's license. Wait, do you have your license yet? Or?
I have to go for the test again next month.
Ah, okay. Oh, sorry if you didn't want that on there.
Also, no, that's fine. It's more of that, like, at my job, like, I know what you're talking about with Floridians, because I have to, if anyone knows about, like, dealing with them, it's, yeah.
Well, no, the reason I was thinking is that you haven't experienced Floridians on the Jersey Turnpike, because Florida drivers are bad in general.
No, I've been on the Turnpike multiple. I've driven on there when I was able to drive, so, yeah.
You have chosen death.
Literally.
The one thing I saw was this like Toyota Sienna.
Especially in
minivan.
South
SJC,
Yes.
I don't know if it's the same fail factory that you're thinking of, but if it's related to talking books, then probably.
If it's related to digital talking books and like library services, then almost, maybe, possibly, certainly. Though I will say there's probably more than one, and probably more than a dozen fail factories in that segment alone.
Yes.
Also, if
But Neo has always told me that fail factory is more of a state of mind.
yeah.
Okay. We're gonna have to introduce Neo to SCJ.
Yeah, well, we need to bring. The problem is that we have to bring Neo from Fail Factory to bigger Fail Factory. That means we have to take Neo to Boston.
Neo is supposed to.
Don't say that.
Neo is
Say what? Boston.
Done.
Boston.
Ah!
Massachusetts.
Oh.
Okay.
Actually, it's my Dunkin' Donuts.
Sorry, Northern Rhode Island.
I used to live in Little Compton. Don't even get
Fun
me on
doxing
that.
thing. I was born in Rhode Island, so I'm very familiar with. Yeah.
You need to go to Jersey.
Yes. The Isle of Jersey. Yes.
We need you.
Yeah.
We need you for DCG 201.
Oh, everyone point at the camera at the same time. Yes.
You're covering your face.
I know.
Whatever.
Yes. No, but the thing is, I'm just trying to imagine Neo at the Boston bus terminal. Like if we did PAX East again with Neo, like I'm just imagining
at 1 a.m. in the morning.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
with the weirdos.
And then we need to we would also have to.
No, you can skip New York now.
Yeah.
Maybe before COVID, but now you can just
No, if you want the hold on, if you want the proper Welcome to Hell experience, fly from Logan to Newark.
Yes.
Oh.
Yes.
Yeah,
that works.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it personally.
No,
yeah.
It's fine on this side. It's flying into Logan that is.
Yeah.
Because Boston says they have a mass transit connection to their airport. We actually have a mass.
No, they have a
mass
asshole connection to the
like
Newark airport.
literally, if you were to take the number 67 bus through Newark Airport, you can take that to connect to Newark Penn Station by one block space because they won't actually connect it for political reasons.
I think it'd be faster to walk at that point.
Yeah, maybe.
Would it be faster to take the train? The problem is that we're past Penn Station, so you have to deal with the 30-minute layover at Penn.
Right.
Yeah.
So it's probably still faster to fly because of that.
Or what you do, you take the train to Penn and then just take the path from there.
Yeah, there's that. Yeah, because the thing is that if you're going to go to one of our meetings, we're usually at Subculture. I'm assuming we're going to be at Subculture.
I'll put it this way: the two alternate things that I'm gonna find out if we do go to them, they're also both in downtown. So it's, you're just same stop.
Normally,
yeah.
To be more specific, we normally do DCG 201 events in Jersey City, which is between Hoboken and Newark. So the trains go around us.
Basically, you have Jersey City here, Hoboken's over here, you have Newark off that way, you have New York that way, and bam, down south. Staten Island a little over that way.
Yeah.
So it's like, Jersey City's like right in the middle of all the shit.
We're like a shit compass. Yes.
And yet yeah, exactly. Jersey City, welcome to the shit
compass. Yeah.
But somehow being in the middle of it all, we're actually kind of like the nugget in the rough here.
No, the thing is that you can build civilization on top of a mountain of crap.
Yeah, and also what's odd about it is, despite all the connections in Jersey City, we're also kind of like oddly like we have like the right amount of isolation, in my opinion. Like if you want to, you can get connected. If you don't want to and go away, you can. Like there's that option because once you start getting
the
around
main
it,
transit in this area is the PATH train, and the PATH basically straddles the line between Jersey City and the Heights.
Goes through all the gentrified areas, basically.
Basically, yeah. So as long as you get a bit away from PATH, it's all good. And we also have this amazing diner that I will not say the name of on camera because we don't need a bunch of people to go to, but we go to this amazing place that I know of after every 2600 in New York City. We should do a 2600 New Jersey.
We've thought about it.
So here's a fun.
We'd have to go to Trenton.
Here's a fun factoid. There's multiple reasons why Jack and I decided to go for a DEF CON group for that umbrella, and one of the big things because of our experience with.
Well, hold on. We don't actually have Denny's in the Northeast. The closest Denny's to us, I want to say, is Trenton.
I think there's one Denny's in Long Island.
We have like more Tim Hortons than
Yeah. For some reason, there are no Denny's within like 150 miles of here. Because even if there is a Denny's on Long Island, it's close. It's geographically closer to Massachusetts than it is to us.
I'll make this announcement even though it's not formal because it's personal for me. I plan on, regardless, unless COVID hits that bad, and I'm hoping not to be at PAX East in April. So if you want to show me the amazing pizza place while PAX East is going on, I'd be more than welcome to, and I'll pay for like people's couple slices. Waffle House.
The only problem is if PAX East and VCF overlap.
Yeah, all the Denny's are out on Long Island here.
Wait, do we have a Denny's in Brooklyn now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
When did that become a thing?
That's been a thing for a while.
Yeah.
A couple of years now.
Well, for a very long time, we had no Denny's in this area. Like, the big thing when I was a kid, we used to go vacation in Cape May and Cape Cod, is we get to go to Denny's.
We need to start a campaign of Sonics, not Starbucks.
Yeah.
That's what the thing going on now.
The thing is that I didn't have a YouTube channel. Well, I had Restless Yankee.
Neat. I still have to do the proper full video for that, but guys, apparently it was at PAX East.
Only 2 years ago. Only 2 years late, man.
I know.
Yeah.
Well, no, actually, the one that's been really grating to me is I have to do my alt login on the laptop, get the slides for our DEF CON groups thing, and post that online because everyone asks for those slides because of how bad the angles were.
Anyone who's watching, if you were at the Cheat to Win panel, that was us.
Yes.
Yes.
Unfortunately.
And we did eventually escape from Cookie Brigade jail.
Yeah. Yes. As evidence.
We just have to accept their cookies for like 5 more years.
Yeah. No, as it turns out, making a prison out of cookies is a bad idea because all you need is a bit of milk to escape.
No, you just need a really pissed off blue fuzzy guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but he wasn't available.
Oh, I thought that's what it turned into.
He charges too much for an hourly rate. Yeah, there's competition here.
Wait, which one of us is trying to stretch out the content? We're just now shooting the shit until we get so tired we have to end the stream.
I don't get tired.
I know.
I think you said we were going to cut it at
1. Yeah, it's 12 for 6, like roughly 4 more minutes.
Actually, hold on. Before we shut the stream down, can you get the duct tape because we have had donations?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I should apply it directly to the side pocket.
And should I print a test page?
You know, to be fair, I actually my partner has been recommending for my crotch to get wax.
No!
Okay.
So
no!
with the duct tape.
No!
If you want to stick it anywhere to help me.
No!
I think we've just canceled the duct tape off.
He just made himself untapeable.
And that's why I'm a decent social engineer. So
anyway. Let's
No! No!
If you want to donate $10.
No!
Someone's yelling at you about the TOS.
So why are we talking about the original series?
I know, right?
No. No.
Anyway.
No, it's only if we show it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We can actually talk about. We just can't talk about censored and censored.
I'll literally put it.
You mean and?
Yeah. The sad part is that like if
I would
I
actually
show
send
too
a
much of
bill
my
with-
shoulder, we'll get banned on Twitch or YouTube. But we could probably fly a Nazi flag and not get like
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and print a test page. Do you think you can just turn the mic down a little bit while I run?
Yeah, sure. You can print a Tesla. Here we go.
So are you buying a Tesla with Bitcoin?
Go.
Quimo.
Doing
Well,
it, then.
is that Windows 10 or 11? Well, it was doing it. I don't think it's working.
It didn't work. Oops.
Just make sure you're using the dummy driver.
Use the dummy.
May I?
Yeah.
I am going to try and God, this is
So-
like the worst live stream idea ever. I'm going to try and make a printer work on stream.
How dare you sum up all of the DCG2 live streams?
Oops.
What just happened?
Paper jam.
You know that scene
So
from
while
the
he
Brave-
does that,
So you know that scene from the Brave Little Toaster where the vacuum cleaner eats its own
Jeez.
cord? That's what the printer just did.
Oh, it
That
even
is-
took the chads. All right.
That's what I pay you for, Ed Commander.
You know the worst part here is I'm just thinking of Fairly Odd Plunger. Fairly Odd
Super toilet.
So much clogging.
Super printer.
It took the tractor feed. It took the whole tractor feed.
Oh,
And Commander,
Lord.
I know what I'm getting you for Christmas.
Not a toilet.
Close. I'm going to get you a professionally done embroidered leather
Oh Lord.
BDMX sub choker. And
Yep.
on one side it's going to say Itanium, and on the other side it's going to say SCJ643.
Oh
No.
Oh.
No.
Because that's what he pays you for.
Don't encourage them. Don't encourage them.
Let's add a new printer.
Hey, I mean, you need to get perks for the Discord mod, so.
He's not a mod actually.
Oh, okay.
Technically you're a mod, but
I know.
my printer is a little older.
I'm just a mess.
Okay.
Don't need that thought setback.
Can
Which
you just
one? We
cancel
went
the
through like
I did
3
cancel
bad
the
ideas in
Oh,
rapid
okay.
succession.
Let me just delete the printer.
So I
It's
will
a more
say-
effective way.
Delete the printer.
Yes.
Super toilet. So much
You know what
clogging.
sucks? If we didn't have the whole copyright thing, I would totally play still while we just destroy this thing. So the thing is,
We're not gonna PC load
I know.
this thing.
so
So
be a mod if asked. He's challenging you. I run the technology connections Discord as pretty much the sole person. That's how I feel sometimes with the social media stuff in DCG too.
all right. Let's see if this works.
Let freedom ring.
Okay. Is the print job running?
Printer cannot print test page.
Okay.
So you made it worse.
No, that's still trying to.
Well, turn it off and turn it back on again.
Yep.
So
Off. 1, 2, 3, 4. On.
Well, now I'm trying to delete a print job.
So, one of the things that I couldn't get done in time, and we'll definitely use the Elgato for,
Okay.
is I
Alright.
wanted to have a segment, and
Oh,
they're
it's
actually,
printing on the rail.
ooh, that's not good. There's a lot of tools for this. I wanted to find like cool hacker open source tools each month, and like maybe look at one of them, and I think that will be really good for
Alright,
like the
tell me
Elgato on
when
a
I-
laptop.
God, why is it taking so much effort to print something?
Because it's printers. This is what they're known to do.
Maybe we need to reprint. Oh no, it's on online mode and it's not printing.
I'm extending this for 5 more minutes.
Okay.
Nope. Could not. The printer could not. That is the most useless freaking error message.
Unplug it from the computer. The USB's on that.
Oh, it's USB. Okay, so apparently your computer still thinks it has a physical parallel port.
Yes.
Why?
Because I told it to print. I chose manual. Okay, so apparently that's why. Apparently I'm printing to an actual parallel port. But let me just try restart.
I'm
Okay.
so happy your printer debugging skills is not the website setup skills.
This is actually.
Are you printing a test page?
I don't know. It says it's errored, but
It's printing some graphics.
did I make it work? So why are we in the case of?
Don't.
Just on standby.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a bad idea because this is the type of printer that would be LP0.
It's actually printing the graphics for the Windows test page.
But I'm using a text-only driver.
What?
Task failed successfully.
Yo, what?
Hold on. Wait, the test page says what driver it's actually using.
Yeah.
But this
Let
is
it be.
task failed successfully.
Windows flag.
It's still going. You
Yeah.
can just feel it being slow on the.
Well, it says that it's a 64 kilobyte file. So yeah, this is going to take a bit. Because I'm pretty sure that printer might have a kilobyte of memory.
By comparison, it's like if you set a modern computer the entire Chia network.
Okay, so it's still doing the print job that I deleted and then deleted the printer.
Okay.
So apparently, when you actually print something in Windows, it doesn't actually stop. God, that's the Windows 8 branding.
Oh Lord.
I mean that is the Windows 8 icon.
Yeah.
So they
You see who I have to live with?
well, you have to live with him. I don't live with you.
Thank God.
Hey, am I better than the previous tenant, or wouldn't I be better than the previous tenant?
I don't know, I think everyone's better than living with me.
So if we can get this like working in graphics mode, I'm gonna be.
Well,
printing
apparently it's
my
working in graphics mode.
Yeah.
But I deleted the printer because it wasn't working.
That's my fear, is that by deleting the printer, it's going to delete itself physically.
Yeah, it's just gonna be out of space.
Yeah.
So it's like the Bell system. Once you collapse, all right. Let me see this. How is it actually?
It's more like a cryptocurrency exchange.
I want to show it to the camera.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but this should not be working. Also, you Athena, neat.
Welcome to N Commander and Serious Cell, aka this should not be working.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a really
Pretty much.
briefing summary for. All right, so let me reinstall that printer driver. All right, so now we got to do another test page because the thing that wasn't working suddenly started working.
Well, now I need more paper.
We'll just find a piece of loose
Pocket
leaf.
is an asshole. Why do you keep printing?
The printer is a little older. Help me find it.
This data format is so fucking wrong.
So it's LQ2500C for graphics. Now I know.
Do you need me to move or?
No, we're good.
Okay.
We're
Because I'm now so insanely curious about what you're doing that I'm going to see this through, which means I'm probably going to end up going to work in 20 minutes.
yeah. See, the thing is, okay, so we have USB 0 unknown printer.
Should not be working. Yeah, that's accurate.
So apparently your laptop thinks it has a parallel port and 14 COM devices, according to the Windows setup.
Yeah, I saw that. I couldn't really.
So who did your ACPI tables? Because I know not to buy from them.
Lenovo.
So, by the way,
Yeah. So okay, which driver actually worked?
USB 001.
No. Which printer driver?
Oh, Epson LQ2500C.
Yeah, just hand me the test page.
so you know how there's
It's on the other side, isn't it?
Yeah.
See, you know how there's that meme of watch out for the
Here,
cord.
you want me to pick the printer or the chooser?
This should not require two people.
Chooser. That ages me.
Microsoft. This should not require two people.
Man.
It should not be working. This is not required
So
two people.
LQ. What was
2500C.
And
25
Commander, please say we shouldn't.
2500C.
Got it.
Okay.
And Commander, please say we shouldn't get $1 million.
Okay. All right. Are we in online mode?
Getting there.
So, by the
Okay,
way,
we're good to print.
you know how the meme goes that computer hackers and stuff will go through your laptop and just erase your OS and install.
No, we'll
Linux?
just print stuff.
It's printing.
Hey guys, I successfully set up a printer on the first try.
Yeah.
Yay! Take that, Stallman. So
No.
can't
Okay,
switch
let's
up
be
on
honest. Who besides me remembers printing before cops
Me.
on Linux? What have
Me.
you? Oh, I'm sorry.
.4 USB.
I was thinking of Etsy print cap.
Etsy, yeah. That was second grade in Boston.
Yeah,
So
my Linux printing experience started with HP Lip.
No, so if you really want to try a torture printing experience, we need Linux 1.2. We need an Apple image writer and an Apple Talk Network.
So I just bought an Apple image writer for one of my friends.
Why would you buy one? You can find them on the curb every week.
It was $2 and it's really good shape.
One of the reasons why I want a mobile camera is simply because I think people would die if they saw our little storage space that N Commander did not previously think we had.
Oh yeah.
Yes, so I thought that was just that closet, and it turns out no, there's actually a lot more.
It's a lot bigger on the inside. We're like Doctor Who, except we do shitty printer things.
You have correctly installed your Epson LQ2500C.
There is so much wrong with this particular picture. The thing, we could just make even more cursed.
I need to find more ribbons for this.
You can still buy them new.
Yeah, I
Not
know.
even NOS.
Not even NOS. New.
Because
new?
These type of printers are amazing in medical.
Yeah, no, they're used pretty much anywhere you need a printer that cannot fail. They used to use these for Swift until the what's it called? The print scan.
So I mean, if we really want to do cursed, we could just. I just bought a copy of Windows Server 2003 boxed. We could just plug this into FailServer.
Ta-da!
That actually looks really cool.
That does. Printer on both sides.
So it's a one of those Zen symbols, but in computer printing.
So I mean, if we want to really make this curse, when are we getting the Citrix install out?
Never.
But Citrix rock.
And Centaur Halls.
Damn it, you beat me to it. No, better idea. Worse idea.
Don't stagger me with these shits.
Citrix on an Apple on a Macintosh PC compatibility card.
Tagline of Taco Bell.
But it's the OS2 version of Citrix.
Why would you do that?
Because I want my 286 to do something useful.
Okay, I'm taking away computer privileges.
Yep, and speaking of that...
You've lost computer privileges.
Dear God, Citrix.
Yeah, no shit. That's the only way to address Citrix. Dear God, Citrix.
Which is funny because...
I thought you addressed it in protected mode.
Which is funny because there's no God
So
in
I
Citrix.
see you found Zen.
No!
Citrix mail server for NT4.
Citrix meta server for NT4.
You mean just Terminal Services Edition?
Oh Lord. Okay, let's put this back online.
That's what our network was probably.
Well, the thing is that SJC, the modern Citrix ads aren't trying to get new customers. They're just reminding the pointy-haired bosses that they have to upgrade once in a while.
Am I fed correctly?
All right, so
no, I've been telling you haven't been getting enough greens.
Yes. Okay.
I didn't know you registered to vote for the Green Party.
Should we send him for the printer?
Okay, so we have.
No, you know what you have to do. The
worst tattoo
ever.
Ever.
Great idea. Find Jack, the Jack account's first tweet. Let's print an NFT. Literally.
Good Lord.
He auctioned off his first tweet as an NFT. So
okay.
So let's go find his first tweet and print it out.
I thought you meant we would go to G.I. Jack's Twitter.
No.
The time machine. Go back, find his first tweet.
No. The other Jack.
Okay, you need to be more specific because there's like 80 Jacks in my life.
I'm gonna attempt to print our flyer on this page. And see
okay, and then I think afterwards, as much as amusing this is.
No. Apparently we could do a stream with 3 guys and a printer.
Yeah. Well, no, this is actually the part I wanted to get to in Patch Tuesday, where basically I don't say anything and I just let you two just be yourselves on camera, and it's highly entertaining.
Make sure this is draft quality.
I feel like I'm being exploited.
Yes. You're in New Jersey.
By you.
Yeah, you're in New Jersey.
Help! I'm being repressed.
Says the white guy. That's how we know he's from New York. Right, Lewis? By the way, these are my own personal pages and jokes. This is not the personal page of DCG 201. Also,
so wait, so the moment I hand it back to you, it stops working.
Hold on.
Also, this is the link where you can donate money to the Children's Miracle Network Hospital fundraisers, which will help sick kids, COVID or not COVID related, across the United States and Canada. We're trying to reach a goal of $600 by January 1st, but any money that's donated will go towards these kids. Patch Tuesday will be named to 3 guys in a printer.
Guys,
Actually,
the worst part is you could probably do a YouTube series on that,
I know.
where we go around the United States to solve people's printing issues.
That's your sitcom.
Paper, black and white, advanced. Way to set quality.
Because
20.
the facts of the matter is that we could realistically go, if we bought a van and we went door to door with a printer, we could make a lot of people's lives a better place.
Even more cursed idea. 3 guys, a printer, and
No!
you already brought up Citrix. We're dealing with shit.
Okay, running it.
I like my shit electronical.
Yo. That explains the bad amounts of fiber.
Oh, it's giving us graphics, but the paper size is all wrong from the look of it.
Is it really tiny?
No, it's really big.
Please stay away from my printer. It works.
Well, this works too.
It just works poorly.
That's kind of cool, so I'm gonna keep it.
Okay.
Well, when it gets closer.
Oh, it's like I see.
There's a hair in there.
So that's where it went.
Let me pause that. So here, so it doesn't catch on fire.
LP0 on fire.
Yeah, really. Okay, I'm actually gonna cancel this.
On fire?
No.
No.
We got this expired signature.
Do not get the distinguisher.
The extinguisher.
The insignia. Cancel.
There is no Citrix, only Zool.
There is no Citrix, only Zool. Oh, I still have Diet Coke left. All is right in the world. I don't think you can. The thing is, I don't think you can just turn off God like that.
Too late.
How do you turn on God?
Status. Deleting. Printing.
Oh. So when do we run out of magenta? Well, it's a printer. Okay, now we're just playing WebDriver Torso.
I know, right?
So why don't we just install WordPerfect and we'll be done with it?
I know, right?
No, what
Now.
I said my printer works.
It worked fine until these two got involved.
Hey, what about 2? I'm just sitting here in the chair being an asshole like I usually do.
Hi, Jack.
Yes.
Again. LQ 25C, black and white letter.
Start something after stream about that you're gonna facepalm when I tell you.
And that's when I shot him, Your Honor.
Oh God!
That's
In a pandemic, anti-vax world, that has a completely different connotation now.
That's when I jabbed him, Your Honor.
Yeah.
So many problems in this. The thing is that if we could make a second, the thing is, if someone could make a gun that shot vaccines, we could protect. We could use the Second Amendment to deliver that.
That's actually where Republicans would turn on the Second Amendment.
Yes.
Yeah.
It will solve one of 2 problems. Both of them worth solving.
So you're killing 2 birds with 1 vax.
As long as it's not a microvax.
I was gonna say I think you need to repark your car. What the fuck?
Did you break it?
No, he just created abstract art for Contemporary Art Museum.
Yeah, no shit.
Neat.
It's like
it's gone to Japanese.
It's printing like fragments of RAM now.
This Chinese looks Greek to
but
me.
Is it? Did you? So here's the question: Is it just printing the printer's RAM, or did you find a code exploit in Windows?
You know, the
I think it's
printer.
the printer's RAM.
That printer would work better if you installed Windows 98 in a VM.
Unironically,
it would.
But there's a native printer driver for Windows 11 for this printer for some reason.
Mhm.
graphical and text.
And we love dumb ideas at DCG 201. I know
No
I'm
shit.
one of the co-founders. So
I'm one of the dumb ideas.
Yeah.
So how many texts does it take to make one printer work?
Oh, it's going now. It's going proper.
It's going in the garbage.
Yep, I'm gonna let that finish then. I guess it was just clearing the buffer.
Honestly, this is like some really trippy art.
Yeah.
I can't see it yet.
It's
I'm too short.
It's like made boobs with our logo.
Yeah.
Can you get your mind out of the gutter
Well,
just
wait
for
till you
once?
see this. We're in New Jersey. The
Like
entire
two
thing's in there.
interlocking.
Yeah.
So you basically turned the bell logo into boobs.
Turn
Yes.
it a MasterCard. What do you?
Yes, actually, yes.
Oh fuck me, you're
Yes,
right.
it is.
Yeah.
I don't think we can show that on stream.
Really?
You know, there's a lot of different computing technologies for everything else. There's DCG 201.
Error printing. Really?
No
It's
shit.
Still going.
Did the printer run out of memory?
No.
Taco Bell Atlantic. Speaking of that, do you want to explain that story? When it stops,
No, it's saving us from Jack.
when it stops playing laser tag?
The thing is that I'm surprised that this wasn't the official. I'm surprised that this wasn't the.
I love you, printer. You interrupt and command very well.
I'm surprised that this wasn't the official DCG 201 printer.
You know,
because it feels like it would have worked on the previous infrastructure.
I know, right?
Yeah, it's going. It's doing the flyer.
Yeah, could you imagine this on OpenBSD? Yeah. Well, we're in New Jersey, so of course there's corruption at the top. What?
So so you're going to print a bunch of these and stick them all around Jersey City?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep. That's how we're gonna promote your torture next week.
Well, don't worry. Is it really torture or is it just group therapy?
You know what we need to do? We need to time these scans, and next time N Commander gets like he becomes Kino at Hope. Hi, well, we're interrupting printer.
No, we are not doing that.
You know how?
Yes.
You know how this prints? Dexixel. It's the same fucking protocol.
Dexixel?
Yeah. So Sixels, they're a standard in VT100 for printing 6-pixel blocks at a time as characters on a character stream.
Honestly, I hate to toot my own horn here. This actually really confirms of how well I designed this logo.
Yeah.
Because even though it's been improved over in terms of rendering stuff, I'm the one who created this logo from scratch.
Yep.
So as much as I had bad ideas, including tonight, this is not one of them.
Right.
A dot matrix printer walks into a bar, sees a printer server, and says, "Let's get IPP, baby."
The thing is that I could actually write a printer driver, but I don't want to.
A Star NX1000.
Yeah, that's another impact.
Oh, no, I know. It's just giving me a headache.
That's the ones they use at the courthouse.
Yes, I know. I think they're... Yeah. They have them in the back of the meeting room.
You know, what I realize is like each line is probably the full printer buffer.
Yeah.
Because that's probably all that fits.
It's actually each time it pauses, it's filling the buffer. It's spooling it in.
I'm not writing a printer driver. I've already written a hard drive driver.
I'll write the printer driver. Screw it.
Fine, we'll print from Phoenix.
What about a network driver that directly goes into a printer driver?
Yes.
I'm printing from Forth.
Well, we can run Forth on top of Phoenix.
No. Good night, Sad Mac.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing that very
Don't
shortly.
worry,
So we won't be missing much.
in the future
We'll take a picture of this and
we'll make sure we'll try and make it Happy Mac 365.
Just remember,
or Happy Windows.
This show,
24/7.
because I consider this mostly success when I'm not causing problems. This show is every first Tuesday of the month. So whenever next Tuesday is, which I think is actually like
it's
January
almost there.
4th.
It's about 2/3 of the way through.
Yeah. The weird one's gonna be in February.
So I'm thinking of just putting this somewhere that's not where we're living.
January 4th.
No, you're not putting it in my apartment.
No.
I'm not gonna wake up.
Well, oh, we just confirmed on air that N Commander is officially dead.
Why?
Because he says the place where you're implying that it's a place where people live. So
No.
if we're putting in a place where we're not living, and you're like, hey, I live
Well,
there.
you said you or I thought it was you two.
No. What I mean is like putting this somewhere that like isn't gonna keep us awake late at night, and have it run 300 pages in tractor feed paper. Just stack it up, and then we'll go tack it around town.
See, I actually have a better idea. Is that we put one here and one in my apartment, and then when I need to actually get his attention, I'll just send him for a job.
No.
Yeah.
If I should.
We already got it.
No, here's my problem. I don't want to dox us, but I have a joke that will make everyone laugh because I know exactly where we can put this printer.
Oh. Is that done? Nope.
The first floor.
We could.
Yeah.
Could.
You just the thing is that parallel port cables are only allowed to be 25 feet in
We
length.
just put a computer down there, and I think that's finished. Let's see. Continue anyway. Yeah. Okay.
HQR codes naturally.
There's a sensor in the bottom for paper out, but you can tell it to do one line at a time until it's.
So, question: is this the new template you made, or is this still?
No,
the
this
old?
is the first one.
Okay, we're just yeah, because we still have to redo all of this.
Ooh, I smell the toner.
Yeah.
Known her, I barely even know her.
I think that's as far as we'll get, but. Ta-da!
Small print server should resolve these issues. Yeah.
Need to reformat it a bit because this is a bit shorter than the letter size page.
I love the Blorb logo. See
Yeah.
it?
Yeah. Check it out.
So fun fact about the logo design, since I was the one that designed the thing.
Yeah.
Literally, that font is because I wanted something that was really simple that you could read, but that you could legitimately actually spray paint in real life. Like it's supposed to look like a thing you'd spray on the side of a crate.
Right.
Or,
Not that we condone graffiti.
yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
But yeah. Later.
Yep.
Goodbye, sad Mac.
Yep.
Perhaps you'll have the chimes of booting in the morning.
Chimes of. That sounds like a Christmas thing.
Dash
Chimes of booting, sleigh bells ringing.
Toasters toasting.
Frickin'
LP1 is spinning.
Frickin'
Dashing through the hills.
Raisin sevens roasting in an open server. Or server rack. So now that we've done the thing, I think that we should close down and wrap this up.
Pull the plug.
Yeah.
Pull the plug.
So just feel. Yeah. See, everyone's getting dead tired, and I have like work in 2 hours.
No,
So
he doesn't.
no, I'm talking about me. So the thing is, like, I'm dead serious. I've literally combined with the naps I took. I'm on 2 hours of sleep right now. So we're also going to say goodbye, everyone. So
good night, everyone.
But I just want to go through some things. So first of all, that's the last link. By the way, you don't have to donate while we're streaming. It's just way more fun when we're streaming, especially when he's around, because then you get to donate money to torture him, and then I also get to social engineering my way out of not getting tortured.
No, the fact that you did successfully do that, dang it. He did actually. The Master of Unlocking actually unlocked his death.
No, see what I hate is that when you're always like, you keep describing my lockpicking stuff as escape artist stuff, and it's like, one, my mentor will come and kill me because that's his field. And
so that's how I'm going to make. That's how I'm going to.
And two, it's like great. That's like now that's the expectation when I go to tool meetings is they're going to be like, "Hi, we got this like super deluxe straight jacket. Get the hell out of it," because this is what N Commander says.
And now you understand how I torture you.
Yes. So
roses are red, violets are blue.
Trying to think of the ending to that. Sugar is sweet and Stallman is you.
No! No!
Wow, look at the half toning it did on this.
Yeah, it did a really good job. Yeah. I'll hold it up close.
Well, is it actually half toning or is it just the ink running out?
This is our son.
Don't ever speak to us or our son.
And
or
actually,
our son
here's
again.
a great way to end this. If we want to do a proper comparison, I should still have some left over in here.
And Full Moon Club's out tonight.
Yep. Everyone,
Bad Mood Rising.
Start writing your fan fictions right now. There's a magazine I'm definitely not bringing on the camera.
Oh!
Ta-da!
too far off.
Yep.
Neat. All right, so thank you for this experiment on Patch Tuesday. Again, I know everything didn't go completely smooth.
Yeah.
So
don't worry, we'll light the bugs on fire.
this,
Yep. Yep.
Get the lighter.
how else do you think we keep warm around here? So the thing is that what?
How many side pockets does it take to get you through the winter?
I mean, regardless of the bugs we had at the beginning, like we got through all of this,
Well,
and
you-
like, what you go on?
I was gonna make a joke about sticks.
Oh.
Okay.
Your Linux?
Oh, right.
Yeah.
That,
Yeah,
that
you know,
sticks. Yeah, that thing that I've been working on. Totally.
And meanwhile, I'm down in
Making
Charon,
a lot
I'm
of
just.
progress.
You've been working on 100 things. You need to narrow that down.
Yeah.
All right, well, up here for
You-
the thing Searcell's working on, it's like
You know,
fire.
if you want the analogy for life, DCG 201 is the River Styx, and I'm the ferryman. Pay up.
Oh, I more thought you were the walrus.
You could chew.
Yeah. What?
But yeah, anyway, like regardless. Of
I'm the Eggman, and I'm gonna piss on the moon.
regardless of the bugs at the beginning, we got through this.
What?
We are going to streamline a lot of stuff about like the stream stuff. In
Yeah.
general.
I may not always be here face to face because
obviously.
Yeah.
But like, we'll handle the. I think we want to move off of restream, right?
I am kind of the opinion that the stream latency delay we get is mostly introduced by Restream because I even got it on my own streams when I'm still using Restream. I don't know how much of it we can avoid.
Hey, do we pay for restream?
Yes, I do.
Okay. If you want to just whisper how much it is.
It's a public plan, isn't it?
Yeah, I can just say it. It's $20 a month.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
$20 a month.
Yeah.
We can do a lot better for a lot cheaper.
The only thing we
About
don't
the same
get, the
price.
only thing we don't get is the chat bridge functionality.
We can always build that in.
Yeah.
My whole thing about it was dead serious. Restream was most of our stream stuff was that it worked, and it was we had 2 days to throw up a meeting back in
Yeah.
March when everything locked
It
down.
worked.
Yeah. So
Yeah,
it's
we,
like
we
Question
threw
mark.
it together.
Mhm.
No, it worked for the most part. We've been using it.
I hate
but-
to say this, believe it or not, the reason why the first 2 months didn't work is because of the machine we were running on and who was managing it. When I started managing it, that's when we actually had streams.
No, the first
Yeah.
stream that we actually got working was my stream because I don't live here.
Right.
No, I'm literally no. The first stream was actually our March meeting.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
No, it's
And-
like
Sorry, the
we
first
were-
stream that worked.
we were doing it that way, kind of, and like that wasn't working. And I was like, okay, I'm going to create a machine for Side Pocket to use, and that's going to be the streaming machine.
Yeah.
Period.
Mhm.
Nothing else is running on it.
Mhm.
It's not being used for networking or any weird shit. Unfortunately, some weird shit's being done on it, but that's unavoidable.
Mhm.
But I mean, like the end all be all goal is to have a dedicated stream server,
Mhm.
a stream deck of some sort that we can control the stream from,
Yeah.
like to view chat,
Yeah.
change scenes over, change cameras,
Yeah.
even plug in other cameras and even remotes
Yeah.
if we need to.
Yeah. The ideal thing, honestly, for me would be one machine that's dedicated streaming, and then another thing that's like Elgato plugged in. That's the power machine that if we have to do any like heavy lifting, because the problem is doing both on the same machine
Power
at the same time.
RS6000.
See,
Well,
the problem
You saw the
is-
Numerai episode.
No.
The
Yeah.
problem is you need power for both of those machines.
Like
Because you need
magic.
a decently powerful machine for streaming in general.
Yeah.
You can't just run it on a ThinkPad T420 and get
Mhm.
away with it.
Yeah. Not today. Yeah.
Because I have I mean,
You can. You totally can.
with some magic. So if you want to help with that, yes. But generally speaking,
You saw the printer.
what we're doing is thrown together hacked up shit and we got it working, but we needed to go overkill with the specs on this.
Yeah.
Like that machine that's doing all
Yeah.
the streaming has a GTX 960 in it, a Core i7 6600 HQ.
Is that the one that came out of my desktop?
No.
No.
That laptop is
No,
a
the-
gaming.
Oh, the GTA. Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a gaming laptop.
Yeah.
It has its own GPU in it.
Mhm.
That's
that-
just been a thing that I've had sitting around, kicking around for a long
Fair enough.
time. Because I plan on turning it into a gaming console.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
Then COVID struck and we needed a streaming machine ASAP.
and we didn't want to.
and-
I'll put it this way. Dead serious.
So, no, I moved and my leg suddenly woke up.
I
hate
think
when that
the
happens.
only reason I think the reason why I'm off on the control deck is because I'm legit the one that streams the most, so I'm super used to this.
That's understandable. What
I
I
know.
want.
I don't want that. I'm just saying.
I just
think
really
that's
want.
Really,
I just want a better microphone.
What I want is maybe a
Do you
side
wanna buy
pocket
one
mode
for us?
just for what? Maybe a side pocket mode just for you to use, but I want something that I'm not gonna break by just using it.
I know.
Because every single time I've had to stream just by myself, I've broken your shit.
Mhm.
Bad.
Well, isn't this what dual booting was invented for?
Something like that.
Yeah.
But it's.
Well, anyhow,
We'll
what I
figure
meant
it
by
out.
that is that like that's the thing about it, is that as much as we complain about this, the initial setup was way worse.
Yeah, I
We
see.
tried Linux.
No,
I'm more thinking of something else.
Oh, I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
No, I was
live
the one.
streaming is not radio.
Yeah.
Let's put it
So
that way.
to go for people who have heard the story of what this place used to be like, the same time that I came to actually try and fix the freaking streaming stuff, I told him, and to Sidebox's credit, he listened to me. He's one of the few adults in my life who actually
We
do.
lied, but
Huh?
yeah, he's gonna finish his story and then we're gonna
wrap it up.
No, the problem is that whenever I'm on a stream, it never ends when it's supposed to.
Yeah.
I mean,
Anyway.
if you actually value your sleep, you shouldn't have me over.
Honestly,
Yeah.
it's more of in general with hackers is that we always keep thinking, hey, we're gonna do this project. It's only gonna take half an hour, and then like 5 hours later on stream.
So how did I redo the 201 infrastructure in 4 hours?
Well, no, that's an exception. That's literally because the problem wasn't the tech per se. The problem was
Okay, fair
finish
enough.
the story.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. Okay. I mean, the fact of the matter is I really, really wanted to keep this up long term. I just break out the OS2. I OS2'd so hard.
So anyhow, I think we've reached our wit's end as well as the audience with this, but I consider this a successful test run. A little bit of background, this is actually something that Jack and I talked about doing for not this particular thing, but the idea was do a general talk show just about on like all the tech subjects that interest us. And it was actually doing that crypto barons stream that because I remember thinking, oh shit, if this is just with cryptocurrency stuff, we probably can with the chemistry with all three of us. And I'll be dead serious. The other thing about this is that I'm always streaming. Usually, Cell's always here. The reason why we say DCG 201 staff is supposed to be like who's ever available. Like I honestly, I would love it if I have to ask him if on one of these future Patch Tuesdays, I want Squirtle on here.
Squirtle.
Yeah.
I choose you, Squirtle.
Exactly. You know.
Is he? I don't.
I don't think he's in Brazil or something.
No,
here.
He's back in Jersey. It's just the Squirtle lives relatively close by, but he's in this amazing place that is hard to get to without 30 transfers.
Yeah.
I mean, if we could get some other people, I'd love, if the pandemic would ever come to an end, or at least maybe get them on stream.
He's in the sister area of what, like in New York terms, he basically lives in Rockaway.
But Rockaway has a train.
I would say it's more like downstate New York.
Yeah.
He's like north.
Oh god, no! It's trying to drive to what's that city in New Jersey called? Because like it drives me crazy.
Hoboken?
No, not Peterson. What is it called?
Patterson?
Yeah, it's like trying to drive into Patterson.
One does not simply drive into Patterson.
Yeah. It literally, Patterson, if you've never driven there, it's like, this is going to sound weird, it's like the way Wakanda is, where it's like there's like a fake cliff and you have to like do a leap of faith and drive through it.
It's a lot easier to take the train.
Yeah. Not that you'd want to go there, but so anyhow,
I had to go there a couple of times.
Same. So what I'm trying to get to is that like this was like the chemistry, especially with you two's chemistry.
You're the nine to my cad. You're my NICAD.
So that's a great way to end this. So yeah.
And on that,
good success. Yeah. And we're going to be doing another one. The idea is this is the first Tuesday every month. That way we're not overburdened
we
by
won't
this.
be doing it next month. I'm not available.
Okay.
MagFest.
Right.
Oh, right.
Yes, that thing.
I keep forgetting because I'm still thinking of the weekend, not that it's like blocked out.
We could try Patch Tuesday on the second Tuesday just for that.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
then
That's
it wouldn't
fine.
be Patch Tuesday.
It's still on the Tuesday.
It would be an MSRC vulnerability.
So we'll call it MSRC Tuesday.
No, my whole thing is that the only reason I picked first, I was actually, the original thing was I was like, is it going to be the last Tuesday or the first Tuesday? I just wanted something that was really simple to remember. But yeah, in extreme situations, I've done that with Master of Unlocking where I've had to delay them like the next week or whatever. So
In extreme situations, Side Pocket can be used as an inflatable device.
I don't.
that's the paid stream. So speaking of paying again, you don't have to donate while we're streaming, but it's always great. That's why we shot you out. Thank you so much for the 2 donations from SCJ643 as he dies over there, and also when in doubt C4 for donating today. Anytime we get any form of donation on these streams, it's always a
I like
success.
how when in doubt C4 donated when we were talking about C3.
Yes, I brought that up, but we were so excited that
so the sequel to Chaos Computing Club.
You mean the sequel like to Chaos Computer? So anyhow, so with that, I think this is a good test stream. It is stupid as fuck in the morning, and I'm the only one that works, so I have to go to work soon. And
Hey, I work.
I function.
To be fair, I they say
Looking
it's
for a
work.
job.
I technically cosplay, so yeah.
Yeah.
I wish I was cosplaying for work. That would be amazing.
In real life, he's just.
I have a boring like a day job. Like it's not even like a desk job. It's just like you'll probably hear me talk about it in the future because I dox myself all the time. Anyhow, yeah. So I thought this was good success. We will see you on a Tuesday next month, and then starting in February, we should be able to go to first Tuesdays of every month. Unless we want, again, this is also first episode. We might change it. We might decide, okay, these are not working out. Let's try the last Tuesday of the month. Do we even want to do it? Like,
Why
we
do I
just
feel
wanted
like
to see
there's
if this
something
works.
the first Tuesday of February. Like I have this feeling.
That's fine.
Hacks East, right?
No, that's in April.
No, it's in April.
Right.
But maybe that actually might be FOSDEM. I have to double
I
check.
think that is FOSDEM.
But the good thing about this is that's online. So
yeah. We could be covering it while it's
yeah, that'd be a great easy like thing. Yeah. Anyhow, so this was a good success. Again, if you want to donate to the Children's Medical Network Hospital, even when we're not streaming, post the link in the chat. We also have the widget on Twitch. Speaking of Twitch, if you still want to stay up with crazy shit and you're on Twitch TV, when we go cut to the music, we're going to go raid some other channel. I don't know what's on now. Usually around this hour, this is like the equivalent of like going into the UHF section back in the mid 90s at like 3 a.m. in the morning. That's what Twitch looks like during this time period. So
community access
Yeah,
television.
the only one that I know that will be streaming that will be normal is Maximilian Dude. So at worst, we might raid his stream, but we will raid his stream on Twitch. We're going to probably do more terrible things in printer that we can't show on TV. And we hope to see you next time for that. Hopefully also this weekend we should have details for what our meeting on the 17th will be like. And of course, we have all of our live stream shows, so stay tuned. So I guess
I'm going to be tortured.
This is me, Side Pocket, signing out. This is
Ed Commander signing off, wishing you all a pleasant day.
Cyrus. Yeah.
Yep. Hack the planet, Jersey
Hack the
represent.
planet.
And remember,
Hack it.
What should be our lesson? What should we remember?
Make sure you have a proper business plan before attempting to do any startup.
Okay. Use the proper printer drivers.
Mm-hmm.
No, that doesn't work because as we discovered, this prints correctly when you delete the printer.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. That's not. No. We need. What's the lesson? Oh. PostScript doesn't save lives. It just makes things worse.
Don't duct tape the Side Pocket unless you want to do the paid stream. Peace, everyone. Enjoy the music.
We're not doing a DCG2 OnlyFans.
Narrowcasting.
Enjoy the music, everyone. Peace. Thank you for the successful test. Enjoy the raid if you're on Twitch. And donate. Kids need our help.
Yes.
Not in that way. Peace.
Yeah, so for a really worthwhile cause as well. Yes.
It's not too late. It's not too late.